Okay, so we're in. I just got to put on my seatbelt here, and then we can start the ride. Okay, fantastic. And then there's a button right here. It says start ride. And there we go. And then it's got the map. So we're gonna arrive in about half an hour. Sorry, in about 13 minutes. And then as you can see, we got a screen here and we got our wonderful safety rider keeping us nice and safe from the outside in the car, I guess. And then, as you can see there on the screen, it looks very similar to what you would see on a regular Tesla, like the Model Y, especially on the refresh. So, yeah, so far, nothing very different from a typical Tesla. You got the rear screen, you got a pullover button right there on the left, you got a support button, you have apps, you have an AC. It's currently at 66, which is fantastic because it's freaking hot as hell right now. We just got some rain too, so it's humid. You have a arrive in 13 minutes at 2:31, and it exited the parking lot very nicely, very confidently. So, yeah. And so I'll try to put a good vantage point here so we can all see how this thing rides. It is one of the newer Model Ys, the newest Model Ys actually. So this is going to be nice and comfortable, super nice seats. Anybody who's owned a Tesla, everybody knows that the newer Model Ys were a big improvement over the legacy ones, which I have. I have a performance one. Yeah, so far it rides, the performance of FSD is very similar to that of the FSDs that I've been exposed to. So super smooth, behaves very human-like. It's very, I don't know, just so far just very normal. Nothing to write home about. So yeah, pretty exciting. I didn't catch your name, by the way. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I caught your name.
Oh, it's Evan.
Devin?
Evan.
Oh, Evan. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, sir. Must be an exciting day. Long time. Yeah, man.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, we're just hanging out in here, chilling. Big chilling. Right now, it looks like on the app, when I showed you guys before we went live here, it does look like it's a geofence area in South Austin, so south of the river. There are some spots you can get around here. Almost all, I think every other self-driving or ride-hailing self-driving company has done this very similarly, where they've picked a small area that they want to launch in, and then after picking that small area, they test everything to make sure everything performs well, and then after they do that, they start expanding. So it's pretty obvious that Tesla's doing the same exact thing here. What was nice is the wait time to get this car was actually pretty quick. It was only 5 minutes. The app said a little bit longer, but I guess we were one of the very first ones to hail a ride, which is pretty exciting. That turn was very smooth. Again, it's performing very similarly to how FSD performs in just any old Tesla. I made that lane change really nicely. We have a left turn coming up here in about half a mile, so very good so far. No drama, which is what you want, of course. Last thing you want when you're driving around is drama. Quiet, comfortable. Oh, look, wait, this is connected to my, I just realized this is connected to my Spotify. It's got Metallica back here. Hold on a second. Can I play my Metallica? Oh my God, I can play my Metallica from back here? Look at that. All right, I'm gonna pause it before I get copyright strikes. Okay, that's pretty sick to see. So I was listening to Metallica on my car coming down in my Cybertruck, and I have the app. I logged in with my Tesla login, and it looks like it carried over the song I was already playing in my Cybertruck to this, which kind of makes a lot of sense, because if they're going to unify all the account stuff under like a single sign-on for all the services for Tesla, then it would make sense that it would do that. Real quick, up here you can also see the progress bar, so it says 8 minutes left over there, and you have sort of the car driving along with a 2:30 p.m. ETA. when reading the documentation, that green light is that the camera's on, and then that orange light is that the microphone's on, from my understanding. So they're using all the sensors right now and all the different methods of capturing data right now, which is awesome. So here we got a left turn, we got some cross traffic coming in. The car is pulling up to the intersection and it's performing really nicely so far. There's a left turn with the car going around and saw that no problem, which is really good to see. And then it should have a spot here. Let's see if it takes it, and it totally does with a lot of confidence, which is just great. Look, it's so good. That's so good. I can't explain to you guys watching on camera how good that is, because in the earlier versions of FSD, those were the moments where you would pucker up. And in these latest versions, it's just like, it's no drama. It's so easy. And I can't overstate just how comfortable this car is. It's riding extremely smoothly, really nicely. Just very quiet, very comfortable. If I wasn't recording, I would have been banging some Metallica right now. But that will have to wait for some personal joy rides, I guess. And the fare was $4.20. For, I guess, all day today is going to be $4.20. Yeah, Elon's such a fucking troll. But yeah, it's pretty awesome. We got over to the left lane. We have a left turn coming up here in about a mile, 1.2 miles. So yeah, super easy so far. Over there on the main screen, I want to highlight this too in case y'all don't see this. It says ROBOTAXI. It says pull over, stop in lane, or support. I'm gonna assume this is for Evan here, our safety rider. In case he sees something he doesn't like, he can use those buttons to control the screen from up there. But I'm also sure that once the safety rider is not needed anymore, for people that are probably riding in the passenger seat, they also have a screen they can access in case something goes weird and they want to sort of do something. Yeah, what else can I show here? So we got the rear screen again, just like any other Tesla rear screen. We got an arcade here, so we can probably play games. Yeah, so we got games we can play. We got an app drawer. Yeah, it's pretty sick. And then here's back to our map. You can kind of see how we're progressing. So we'll be there in 5 minutes at 2:30, which is exactly what the app originally estimated our arrival time to be, which is great to see. And yeah, so we're driving along. Again, no drama, just chilling. For those that are not familiar with the technology that Tesla's using for self-driving, you've probably heard the word Waymo a bunch. Self-driving company, they've done an incredible job getting ramped up so far. They've taken an approach that I kind of call it's sort of a brute force approach, where they've taken every sensor imaginable to try and make self-driving work, and they have, especially in places like Austin, and they should be very much applauded for paving the way for companies like Tesla to come in and also have their offerings available for the public to use. Like, I'm one of the very first paid rides in a ROBOTAXI, in a Tesla ROBOTAXI, which is just such a historic moment. But I think where Tesla is uniquely positioned is their approach uses cameras instead of LiDAR and radar and ultrasonics, which means that the cost per unit for the vehicle is going to be much lower. Doubly so that those cameras are going on the best-selling car in the world, which means that they're going to have a lot of scale, and they're going to be able to essentially make as many Waymo cars every 5 hours that Waymo makes, the equivalent to Waymo's fleet. So in theory, if this release goes well and Tesla feels comfortable expanding their area of operation, they can make as many cars as Waymo has already in a couple of hours, and they can just dump them in the region, and then all of a sudden you have a competitor to Waymo that is like, appears out of nowhere like that. And out of nowhere is kind of, making it a lot easier than it seems, because Tesla's been working at this for a better part of 8 years and figuring out how to make the vision system work using artificial intelligence for their ride-hailing network. So it's really exciting to see. Again, this is very drama-free, you guys. Like, it's as if you're being driven around by a very considerate driver who doesn't, hate you. and it's not trying to make you throw up. It's just very comfortable, very, very smooth. No drama. No drama, just chilling. And as you can see, I didn't even show this. There's nobody in the driver's seat, you guys. Look, there's nobody there. It's just, they either have the greatest cloaking technology in the world, or this car is just straight up driving itself. I'm gonna go with the car driving itself. As advanced as Tesla is, they probably haven't figured out cloaking technology yet. So, and another thing too is like, it doesn't feel like the car is like driving itself. It feels like there's someone driving you because of how human it feels, how natural it feels. I think we've sort of correlated driving around smoothly with a human, but in reality it's just a robot that has learned how to drive like the smoothest human. And that's what we're seeing right now. It's, you know, with the AI approach that Tesla has taken, this is how they've been able to achieve this. We just made a left turn, no problem, super smooth. This is a result of years of work. Like, I can't believe this is actually happening. Holy shit, Evan, this is fucking awesome, dude. This is crazy. I can't believe the best-selling car in the world is just driving itself. I don't think people really understand how big of a deal this is. This is like, it's unbelievable. This is truly unbelievable.
Got a little emotional yesterday.
I can only imagine. I can only imagine. It's like the years of work and the doubt that has been out there, and people keep saying you have to have LiDAR. You guys are making it up, blah blah blah. And then I'm literally riding in one right now in Austin, Texas, and I paid $4.20. So this is not some gimmicky thing. This is a real service that has taken me from Terra Blacks to St. Edward's University. And as the network expands, they'll be able to go to more and more places, to the point where almost anyone's going to be able to use this, hopefully in the next couple of years in the United States. And that's the true magic of this thing. And it's going to enable so many people access to transportation that maybe they don't have access to now. Imagine what this is going to do to downtrodden areas in the country where people can't afford, you know, to own their own car, they can't afford gas, and they need to go to work. And then Tesla has this service available for them that they can hail, and hopefully it's very affordable for them because there's no driver to pay and the cars aren't that expensive to build, and it's super scalable. So they're going to have a ton of cars available for people to, you know, ride from. Man, this is just fantastic. So we just pulled up to our destination, which is at St. Edward's University. I just literally put it in a random spot, and we're in a parking lot right now, and the car looks like it's going to park in one of these spots here. It's probably just going to stop here for me. Perfect. Okay. Cool. Awesome. And so we're here, and it says, please exit safely. Thank you for riding ROBOTAXI. All information will be cleared for your privacy and security. Fantastic. Awesome. Well, Evan, thank you so much, dude. Congratulations. Huge congrats, dude. You guys deserve this. I hope you all have a real nice party tonight because you deserve it, man. This is fantastic, dude. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, and I'm gonna get out of the car, and I'm gonna go cook in the sun for a little bit while I hail my next one. So, all right, take it easy, brother. So here we go. So here's our ROBOTAXI. ROBOTAXI. How's it going, boss? We meet again.
Yeah, welcome back.
We meet again. Do you need to see my app?
I know.
No, you're good? Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and...
Oh, look, there's your...
Oh my God, it's here.
Oh, that was your...
I left this here. Holy mo! You
love
guys,
that.
I lost this thing, and now it came to me like a sign from God. So the ROBOTAXI gods are smiling upon. Do you mind holding
Yeah,
this for a
hold on, I
second
got you,
for
I
me? So I'm gonna put in my seatbelt. That is incredible. Okay, this is fate. If there's nothing else, you want to do the honors and
do
start
it.
the ride?
Initiated.
Perfect. Off we go. Yeah. So the pin location. It seems like the pin location is something that they can definitely improve on. I know there were people out there that were having issues with it yesterday. It's not a deal breaker, but it definitely makes it a little confusing as far as like where you're supposed to be, what you're supposed to be doing. So, but outside of that, what other have you run into any issues? Like, do you find that there's anything like that's like a serious concern that you've encountered, Sawyer, or is it kind of
actually,
smooth.
one issue I did have this morning, a couple rides ago, was
Yeah.
I held the ride, and then 2 minutes out, the car just got stuck there, and I waited maybe 10 minutes. It said 2 minutes away, and it wasn't at a light because I looked on Google Maps where it was.
Mm-hmm.
I think it just pulled off to the side, and I don't know, something lost in translation, so I just canceled the pickup
Okay.
and then just reinitiated a new one.
Gotcha.
But I also, one thing we discussed in the restaurant just now was that we wish we could select on the map and just drop a pin of where we wanted to drop us off.
Yeah.
Right now, you have to specifically type in an address or like a restaurant or something.
Yeah.
You can't just drop a pin, which is too bad.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? So today's still $4.20 is
Yeah.
what I'm noticing. They're still I know yesterday all day they launched at $4.20 flat fee. As we go over a speed bump here real nicely, these weird Austin speed bumps that make no sense, like cut out in the middle for
Yep.
probably for bikes, honestly. But how come they don't get a speed bump? How come cars get a speed bump but not bikes, right?
Good point.
What the heck is that? Do you think? How do you think they're going to launch like the actual pricing model? Do you think that they're going to do, do you think it's going to be as expensive as Waymo? You think it's going to be cheaper? Like, do we have any clues out there that tells us what's going to happen?
I feel like it's going to be, Waymo costs a lot more. I think Teslas will be cheaper naturally. The $4.20 price, I think that's just sort of it's a joke. It's
Yeah,
just the Tesla
yeah.
payment system.
Yeah.
That's what we've been told. So,
Yeah.
no, it'll definitely be more than that. Whether it's going to be interesting, like, do they charge per mile? How do they do it? How do they set it up?
Yeah.
And how long are they going to keep potentially a flat rate? Do they change it to dynamic pricing per mile, whatever?
Yeah.
I imagine they will relatively soon once they nail down the payment system stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I've had no issues on the payment side. Like,
Me neither.
seamless.
Yeah. It's been very straightforward. I do like, we have a bag on the road. Let's see how it does this.
Oh.
There was a shopping bag, and it's just going to run over it. Fantastic. It was an empty shopping bag. It was one of those HEB reusable ones, I think it was, like the green ones. And then, yeah, it just kept going. So that was cool. That was very cool
Nice.
to see. Yesterday, we saw the car behave in the parking lot. There was one of those, like, signs, like the little triangle signs that like fold up, and it collapsed because of the wind, and it like maneuvered around the collapsed sign on the ground. So that was cool to see too. So nice. I think there's just no drama, I feel like.
Well, I was saying to someone yesterday, if things go really well today, it would have been really boring. The
Yes.
whole day for everybody.
Yes. Yeah.
Boring is good.
Boring is very good. And that's one of those things that I think is going to help really the adoption of the technology. Is the more boring it feels, the more people will use it, because it just comes down to a service that will lower the cost of transportation, and it will improve the how convenient it is to get from point A to point B, right?
Yeah.
And that is boring by design, because for people to take advantage of a service like that, everything just has to be taken care of for you. Like, you don't have to worry about it. You can say, oh, yeah, I'm just going to get to the airport for like half the price of Uber or whatever, right? So that's where it gets really, really fun to watch them go through their process.
I think what the average rider is really going to like is the seamless integration between the Tesla app and the in-car experience on the screen. Because
Yeah.
all your stuff's logged in automatically. Your music,
Yeah.
your Netflix. I noticed that. I clicked on Netflix. It was already had my multiple accounts I can choose
Oh,
from.
really?
Yeah, literally.
Wow. Okay. Oh, so
I didn't have to sign in or do anything. It was automatic because of my Tesla Cloud profile. It just knew.
that's awesome. So
So-
here we got a police car with his lights on, or her lights on. We got another one up there. So the car proceeded very carefully around these emergency vehicles.
Yep.
So that was pretty good behavior. They weren't really blocking the road or nothing, but wow, okay. So that was very good to see. Just very carefully proceeded. So your Netflix algorithm it was literally your account
Yeah.
on Netflix.
Yep.
So you didn't have to log back in
No,
the car. It brought your cloud login to the car.
automatically.
That's
And I
so
imagine when you
awesome.
leave the car, it probably signs out and or resets for the next person. But
Yeah.
I got to confirm that.
So I think when anytime we end the ride, the back screen says we've logged you out of all your accounts, if I remember correctly.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to look out for that then.
Yeah. Let's see what happens.
I've done 9 rides and I haven't noticed.
Because you're still taken aback by the technology.
I know.
All right, top 3 things the top 3 most surprising things you have experienced so far. Could be positive or negative, just the most surprising.
Okay, one is the first thing was that seamless integration with the apps. That makes everything super simple. Wasn't expecting that. Second thing is when it drops me off in parking lots, it does. I'm pretty sure it just does the 3-point turns on its own. I've noticed that. I've done a lot of 3 rides yesterday where it went into a parking lot, dropped me off, I got out, and then it did a 3-point turn. I think on its own and just left. That's great.
Yeah.
Third thing, the nighttime rides are just as smooth as the daytime rides. It didn't seem to matter at all.
So talk more about that. So what did you experience? Like what was the experience like riding at night?
I mean, really no different. For anyone that's used FSD at night, it behaves very similarly to how it does during the day, and that's how it felt last night. I just did a lone ride all the way to Popeyes, like 14-minute ride I think it was.
Yeah.
And it handled everything perfectly. Traffic, I think even one car slowed down where it wasn't supposed to, and it went around it. No difference.
Wow.
That's what you want, right? Everything to be seamless.
So no degraded performance, no weird behavior.
No,
Literally
no.
just it drove at night like it drove during the day.
No. One thing I did notice is in a 30 mile per hour zone, it went up to I think 34, 35, but most of the humans around us were doing that.
Okay, sure.
So I don't know if it's just I'm fine with that. I know some people will complain about that, but
Yeah.
because that's how I drive. I'm not like exactly what the speed limit is all the time. There's some offset, you know.
Yeah.
Even with when I use FSD.
For sure. I'm curious to see how it does in the rain. That's
Yeah.
I think I'm curious to see if we'll get some rain in the forecast, because if we do here in the coming days, I'm definitely going to come down for that and experience it, because if they do have it, the service, if they do offer the service when it rains.
We had a little bit of rain yesterday, but I don't think anyone was riding when it was raining.
Yeah, I think they launched it right after it stopped raining.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, it was like literally at 2 on the dot. Service went live and
Yep.
started riding the cars. Yeah, man. Like, I can't like.
For people who haven't experienced these rides yet, I encourage you to especially if you're a content creator, just take one ride. Don't film anything.
Yes.
Just go alone and
Yes.
just soak it all in yourself, because it is pretty wild. Just be in the back seat, no one in the driver's seat, and just understand like, wow, these things are actually here now.
Yeah. I feel like it's so hard to communicate this on camera. You know, it was hard enough to communicate all the nuances of FSD being behind the steering wheel and pedal, but like actually riding in the car and no one being in the driver's seat is take this thing to a whole different level.
Yeah.
For me at least. It's just like it happened. It happened. Like it happened. It's official.
Mm-hmm.
It happened. We have our safety rider friend here, at least for now. And then, you know, once the safety riders are no longer there, and people fully like, I want to make sure that it comes across fully on the video here. The car is driving itself. There is no, our friend is not doing any inputs. It's very obvious that the car is doing all the driving. There's nobody remotely with a steering wheel. That's what I saw yesterday from some of these Tesla Q folks. Oh my God, they have a steering wheel at the mothership. It's obvious that someone's remotely driving it. Guys, it's impossible. The car is driving too good, too smoothly for someone to be driving this remotely. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Like it just will not be that smooth, because there's going to be a little bit of a lag between the car and if someone was driving it in the mothership, and the way the car reacts to the smallest little nuance makes it completely obvious. I can't even believe I have to explain myself, but I feel like it's important, because as this technology becomes more mainstream and more people that might not be familiar with the story or the company get exposed to this, the car is driving itself and there's nobody in the driver's seat, and it's very smooth and it's very comfortable, and it's very hard to describe how confidence inspiring that is unless you're in the car, you know? And if you're in Austin and they start getting the app available to more people, like Sawyer said, like for content creators, definitely come down if you can, if you have access to it. But even for the general public, even to just get ridden around in a Waymo, you know? Did you have a chance to ride in a Waymo while you were down here?
I did 3 Ubers yesterday. I attempted to get in a Waymo, but haven't been able to do it yet, unfortunately.
So can we talk about that for a second? Doesn't that prove that Waymo's approach to this thing is broken? Like, why are you giving your car that's clearly superior product to a regular Uber? Why are you not allowing people to hail your car.
Well, it certainly proves that their fleet is still relatively small. I mean, so is Tesla's, let's be honest, but
Right.
we're still in an early access program. But you can easily see Tesla can just pop a ton of these things out of gigataxis and send them on their way. Not so with Waymo. They don't make the Jaguar I-Pace anymore.
Yeah.
And now they're just waiting for the 6th generation Zeekr vehicle to come, but that's not ready yet. So there's only so many Waymos that they can put out on the road right now.
Yeah. And so they need the network effects for them to actually be able to get their cars utilized. But the issue is that if you're somebody who wants to experience a self-driving car, or who wants the benefit of having the privacy and having the superior dynamics and having the safety, when it comes to outside of Tesla, I mean, I know Tesla's early, but once the scale is there, that seems to be one of Tesla's core competitive advantages, is that they're going to be able to offer their own service with just self-driving vehicles because they have this scale, because they can make thousands of cars a day and plop them into the network if they really wanted to, instead of selling them and having them available for people to ride.
I mean, they're the only ROBOTAXI operator now in the U.S. that makes their own cars. I mean, Zoox maybe, but they're not. Their new production facility at max will be able to do 10,000 cars a year, and that's nothing compared to gigataxis.
Yeah. Man. So cool. It's like normal now already. It's like RoboTaxi's been out for a day. It's normal.
Set in.
Yeah, it's set in. It's like, all right, this is what life's like. So we just went over a bump here, and the car very nicely went over it, very smoothly. We're going to the disc golf. Oh, that was nice. That was a nice little ditch in the road.
Hell yeah.
I felt like I was going to jump there.
Oh, a deer.
Deer. Ah, cute. It very nicely slowed down for it. That was awesome to see. We have another speed bump over here. And boop, boop. Very nice.
That might have been the first animal encounter with the Tesla RoboTaxi, at least since yesterday.
I'm gonna lead the video with that, with the deer running across. That's gonna be the introduction. Interesting. Okay, so we're breaking records here. We just saw a deer. Okay, and then we got about 2 minutes left on our trip. We just got a little ding that says make sure to gather your belongings here. Let me show you on the screen.
And I'm gonna look out for that sign out message that you mentioned.
Yeah. So make sure to gather your belongings. Sorry, the wire's like all over the place here. And then we're just gonna watch the car just go to its destination.
I'm curious to see how the front seat moves once we open the doors.
Yeah. And it also now gives us the option to drop me off now. It looks like it does this about 0.3 miles, 0.2 miles away from the destination, which is interesting to see.
Yeah, I tried that yesterday.
Yeah, we did it yesterday too, and we put the car in a weird situation.
It loses your final destination, so you can't restart the ride. So you have to call live support.
Yeah. So I'm sure that's something that'll get fixed here in a little bit.
This is interesting.
We're going to a construction site, y'all. We're gonna put our hard hats on, and we're gonna get some work done. Hopefully we can find some shade. Parking lot. It's making a right. I wonder if it's going to park. I think it's just going to find a spot to drop us off. All right, and we have arrived. Perfect. There you go. Please exit safely. Thank you for riding RoboTaxi. All information will be cleared for your privacy and security.
There we go.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, boss.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good one, man.
Thank
you again. Thank you for keeping my phone holder safe.
Oh, you can thank Dave Lee for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had it right before you.
Dave had it?
Yeah,
oh,
he just left it there.
he's a saint. He's fantastic. All right, man. Take it easy, brother. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing, sir?
Great. How are y'all?
Good. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
If I could just verify that on the app.
Oh, yeah.
You have the app.
Okay. And so now what we got to do is we got to buckle up. Exactly. So let's go ahead and do that. There's one.
Yeah, that's interesting little visual there.
Yep. And then there's two. And now you want to do the honors?
Sure.
So you just hit
This
start
one?
ride. Yes, sir. There we go. And then we'll be there in 24 minutes. Were we going to the golf course?
Yeah.
I don't even remember what I put in.
I think that's what you said.
Okay, perfect. Okay. And then off we go. Let me go ahead and put it right here so it's a little bit easier. Okay, so I'm just gonna get your reaction, Harry. So
Yeah.
do you want to commentate for us as we're
Sure.
going? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the crazy bit is that there's not much to say. I think it's like you're in an Uber,
Yeah.
but there we go, look, that's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's give it a few minutes.
Taking it
I
in.
mean, it's like flawless so far.
Have you been in the new Model Ys?
Yeah, I got in an Uber
Okay.
here, but it was just like a normal guy driving it.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't think it was running FSD.
Gotcha. As you can see, there's nobody there. Just for those that might think there's some sort of like device or anything that's driving the car, you can see that there's just nobody there. I'm gonna put the legs out here so it's a bit more stable.
There you go.
go. What a professional, my goodness. Cool. So we are 23 minutes away from our destination. Let me go ahead and show this here. 23 minutes away. And we're driving along. This will be my 4th ROBOTAXI ride.
Right.
Yeah.
What sort of distance have you normally been doing? Sort of 10-minute quick trips?
This is probably the longest one we've done.
Right.
We did one, I think that was like 18 minutes yesterday.
Right.
I mean, you can only go so far in the
Yeah.
geofence area right now. But this is going to be the longest one by far. So a 24-minute ride is definitely usable. I mean, if you live in this Barton Spring area, you have like these guys. Any one of these people living here can just hail a RoboTaxi now if they had access to it, and they can go downtown,
Yeah.
which is hugely valuable, right?
Yeah, of course. Well, kids.
Exactly. If they want to go to school, you know, if there are, you know, older folks that want to go, maybe they want to go shopping, or, you know, if you want to go to the bar or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very professional handling of the intersection.
Yeah. Does anything stand out so far?
No, I think that's the crazy bit. I think it's
Yeah. Yeah, I got the bollards here too that it navigates around no problem.
Yeah.
Does it better than I do. I hate those. I hate those things. I don't know why they
in
have
that Cybertruck. You probably don't realise you're driving over it.
For real. I may or may have not have gotten really close to one the one time. Yeah.
Okay. We'll
And
leave it there.
it was during the day, and if somebody was encroaching on my lane, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is a very beautiful part of town too. There's some really nice homes nearby. It's like it's gorgeous.
Well, I think like being near Barton Springs would be nice, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah,
Like,
Barton Springs
Warsaw.
is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so fun. They have like a watering hole there and everything. It's a really good time.
I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, it just seems so. If I had my eyes closed, I wouldn't know anything was different. But
Yeah.
just like the possibilities that this opens up, it's incredible.
The best-selling car in the world.
Yeah.
They make over 1 million units of this thing.
There's 1,500 Waymos in the world.
Yeah.
And every time they want another one, they got to say Jaguar.
Yeah.
I want to buy a car, then they got to give it.
Well, what's crazy
fit
is
24 cameras and sensors and lidar and whatever.
yeah, Jaguar has stopped making them.
Have they?
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to change.
Yeah, I think they're changing over. Waymo is to a Chinese company, Geely, I want to say.
Never
their
heard of
name
them.
is. I forget what it is, but
Probably cheaper.
yeah, I mean it has to be. I mean the I-Pace probably,
I think I looked. It was like
Jaguar probably-
72 grand. I think.
and I bet you Jaguar loses money on it too. So I bet you. It
Oh no,
costs
the
them
Jag.
to buy it.
To buy it.
Yeah, but I bet you they cost them more than 72.
Oh yeah, well they got fit all
Yeah.
the sensor suite and
Not even,
the
just
compute.
out of Jaguar.
Oh, really?
I bet you Jaguar loses money on that, so they probably cost them $80,000 to make it, and then on top of that, they have to put the sensor suite on that, and on top of that, they have to do the overhead of the mapping, et cetera, et cetera. So,
yeah.
whereas this thing is 38 off the line with.
Well,
the
as you
tax
said,
credit.
can't they can like in 5 hours make as many, like make an entire Waymo fleet
Waymo fleet every 5 hours.
every
exactly.
5 hours.
It's unbelievable.
Like how many of these are they made are going to make in the 25 minutes we're driving?
Like,
like a good
like
few.
200.
Yeah.
It's like legitimately, it's
Yeah.
crazy. They could probably make that in the ride that we're in right now, the 25 minutes. They're going to make just as many in that than there are Waymos in Austin right now.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
It's just not. I don't see how people can think that this is even like a fair competition. Do you see what I mean? It's like it's.
I mean, the
just gonna
stock's
leave
up
'em-
10%, so I mean,
Yeah.
you already know that there is like
No, of course.
a knowledge gap.
But
you
the
know?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the general consensus still, like CNBC this morning was saying it was a demo drive, and they were still putting up tables and charts of how they compare. It's like, I think the only fair representation of what happened yesterday is like, okay, forget Waymo, forget Zoox or whatever this Amazon thing is. I mean, this is in every way a superior product.
Yes. So we got a blinking yellow here, and the car is very smartly waiting for cross traffic to cross. Yeah. And now, just flawless. Fantastic. So good. Smooth. How you like the smoothness of the car?
Oh, it's a great ride, great suspension, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of calm, and it's like a confident driver, not in a rush, calm and collected.
Yeah. Considerate, professional. Yeah.
You'd be pleased if this was the driver in an Uber, put it that way.
Oh yeah. It's a 5-star ride.
Yeah.
If I could tip, I would.
Well, who would the tip go to?
Nobody. So did you see that thing so when you try to tip I'll show you on the
I
app.
saw Sawyer Merritt try to tip.
When you try to tip, it says, haha, just kidding, or whatever. Maybe I'll bring some cash and I'll give some to the safety riders for keeping us safe, right?
Yeah.
So $5 for beer. I guess it'll have to be $10 because I don't think you can get anything for $5 around here. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's just like my biggest takeaway from yesterday, I was telling Hans and everybody I was talking to, is like, there's just no drama.
Yeah.
There's no drama. It's just like, I feel like when you're in a car and you're being driven, chauffeured around, the last thing you want is drama.
Exactly.
Right?
You want to be able to take your attention off the road and be on your laptop, read a book.
Yeah.
And you don't want any back part of your mind thinking, shit, what's going to happen next?
That's right. Exactly. Exactly. Easy peasy.
They're confident into the slow lane because it's not overtaking. It's quite rare in Texas, isn't it?
Changing lanes?
Well, not being in the fast lane, yeah.
Dude, it's I will tell you, Texans are addicted to just being in the left lane on the highway and cruising.
Yeah.
They don't use it as an overtaking lane. They use it as I'll get there when I get there lane.
This is my lane now.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's literally it. Like, if there's a way to describe Texan drivers, is they think they're the only ones on the road at all times.
Yeah.
And that's it. And if you want to get, like, if you want to move people, okay, here's a very interesting one. So we got a little bit of road work there on the left. It went to the left lane, and that's going back to the right. Perfect.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So if I'm going to be ultra nitpicky, I would be like, well, it should have never gone on the left lane. But it's like, who cares? It achieved the goal, no problem.
If I'm correct, I think Waymo, to achieve that, they have to have sent some guy out there and mapped it.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, that's just not like scalable.
They would have had to take extra. The car does have some intelligence, the Waymos do.
Yeah, they know if there's like a kid. I saw like a video of some kid like running in the road, and it knows to stop.
Yes.
But it does require an updated map, right?
It requires extra work from the back end perspective for it to account for every potential permutation that's on the road, and they need to maximize what they have in the system for the system to actually account for those things. Like those bollards there. Yeah. Like that. I'd be curious to see, like with Waymo, is that a mapping thing, or is that a is that a vision thing or a LiDAR thing that's allowing it to see? Actually going to be.
There's probably some like combination of the two, but then that introduces its own problems, doesn't it? Because if the LiDAR says kid in the road and the cameras don't, which do you listen to?
Exactly, and that's why Tesla decided to go vision only. It's because you don't have conflicting data. Yeah, you know what you see, and you make a decision based on what you see. So you're either fully wrong or fully right. Yeah, but there's no like, oh, am I right kind of situation, which is the worst. The worst possible situation you want is indecision when you have to make a decision. Exactly. Right. So either make the right decision or make the wrong decision. And these decisions have to be made in a split second. It can't calculate probabilities of other stuff. It just instantly stop. Correct. That's exactly right. All right, so we're about 9 minutes into our drive. We're just hanging out.
This is flawless.
Flawless so far?
Absolutely,
yeah. Nice. Real quick on this screen, I wanted to show you. So this thing is actually synced to my account. Like on your Cybertruck? Yeah, so I was listening to some System of a Down. Nice. So
Put some
if we
tunes
wanted
on.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it just automatically just brings the.
And it was halfway, like it knew what song you were playing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
It knew what song I was playing. It knew where it was.
Is that games?
Games? Yeah. It's got an app drawer. Yeah.
Great.
Can get in there, have a good
Crazy.
time.
And then you got what?
Music.
Pullover. So that's if you. Is that a pullover just if like you need to? That's not like a danger pullover. It's just like, oh, I fancy it.
I think it's a danger
Oh,
pullover.
okay.
Yeah, I think it's like, I need to pull over. But,
Yeah.
And there's also a support button, which apparently a very nice lady talks to you. I think three or four of the guys.
Oh, I think I saw
yesterday.
that on Dave Lee's thing. He he was expecting it to make him confirm, and he accidentally went through. Yeah.
Some lady's like, "Hello, how can I help you? Is everything okay?" He's like, "Oh my God, no, you guys are doing great." Maybe it's like when you're bored, like you have someone to talk to. You know, support. It's like mental support.
Yeah,
you know?
nice.
It's like I'm having a tough day.
Yeah.
That's funny.
There's a different UI up there.
It's slightly different. So they have the extra buttons.
Yeah.
There you see, like they have like the pull over and the stop and lane and the support one.
Right.
But I think those are probably going to be kept that way too. So when they have when you can have passengers in the front, they needed some sort of UI too, because you know sometimes if I'm hailing the car, I want to have access to both screens. But then you'll have all these things from the app as well, so you can control the car.
So you
from
can
the
do
app
that on
too.
your phone.
Correct.
Wow.
Correct. You can control the AC, the music. You can request to pull over. You can do all that stuff right from the app as well, which tells me that the Tesla probably doesn't need a rear screen on all their cars to operate ROBOTAXI. They just they just need to make sure that, well, but that's a problem though, because let's say your phone dies.
Yeah,
You know?
well in the Robo cab, there's no rear row, is there? It's just two seats. You know,
It's
like
just
the
2 seats, correct. The Cybercab.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Correct.
So I suppose that's the future, isn't it?
Yeah, that's going to be designed to be like probably 90% of rides.
Yeah.
And then a Model Y, Model S, Model X. It's
Oh,
gonna be
for if
like,
you've got your family.
Yeah, you got your family,
luggage.
you need a little bit more room, or you want a little bit more of a premium ride. Maybe you just
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
maybe you just want more, you know.
But all Model Ys would come standard with that.
All new
thing.
ones do.
Right, okay.
All new ones do.
So
Yeah.
there's no extra.
Correct. Yeah, it's
So
not,
it's just a matter of flicking a switch for them to, let's say I were to buy a new Model Y, there's nothing that needs to be done to turn it into what's going on here, really,
that's
is
the
there, other
idea.
than a software update?
That's the idea.
Yeah.
Just made a right turn real nice.
Yeah.
That's the idea. It's just any car right now with hardware 4
Yeah.
should be able to operate with a RoboTaxi no problem. Yeah, as a RoboTaxi rather. No
Yeah.
problem.
Very confidently moving lanes.
Yeah. That's the one thing I've noticed about these latest versions too. It's just like the confidence it takes. Like I bet you by like the end of the week, this is gonna feel so normal. You know, it's like it already does for me. Like this is you know, I've used FSD in the truck, and now this is my 4th RoboTaxi ride, and it's like I'm like just sitting here like I'm just recording a car driving itself, and that's literally
true.
it. Like there's nothing else.
The
to
novelty
it.
will wear off.
Yeah. Now it will become a question of like, okay, how much is it going to cost?
Yeah.
In relation to Waymo, Uber, Lyft? How big is going to be their coverage?
Well, it's just a matter of, on the pricing, it's a matter of how aggressive Tesla want to be.
Correct.
The cost to them is roughly a quarter?
It will be much less than the competitors. It depends how much overhead they're putting in from a monitoring perspective.
Yeah.
Like for example, if you're going to have safety riders, obviously these guys they're not doing it for free, right?
No, of course.
Yeah.
But that's as an introductory measure rather than a long-term plan.
Correct. Long term, when the safety rider's yanked, and then the mothership is not doing a 1-to-1.
Yeah.
I bet you right now, like there is somebody watching us.
Yeah.
100% of the time.
Who could like tap in and take control.
Exactly. But so in the weeks to come, maybe they can go to like one observer to 2 cars,
Yeah.
and then start introducing software AI style monitoring that will alert the fleet manager, right? Then they'll
Yeah.
go to 1 to 10, then the 1 to 100, 1 to 1,000. That's when the cost structure of what Tesla has achieved is really going to kick in, because the per unit cost of manufacturing these is going to be significantly less than a Waymo or anyone else really, at sub 40,000, potentially sub 30,000.
Without any really way for anyone else to compete.
Correct. Exactly. Sub 40, 30,000 in the millions of units per year.
Yeah.
With the smartest system, with technically the biggest area of coverage, because the method
Well, it's modular. Tesla's being cautious here for obvious smart reasons, but
yeah.
I'm sure if you dropped this in Phoenix or anywhere else, it would do a pretty good job, wouldn't it?
It would do a really
Whereas
good job.
Waymo, what do they have to do to introduce their service in a new town or a city?
Yeah.
The work that goes into it is incredible.
It's tremendous.
Like you see these, like FSD can figure out. Oh wow, that.
I wonder why it did that.
Yeah.
That was interesting. So it pulled over. So that was very interesting behavior. So we're still going straight
was.
for another mile and
We'd
a
have
half.
to look it back on the video. I think in my peripheral vision, I might have seen like an ambulance or something.
Oh, really?
I'm not
Oh.
confident in that at all. But
Okay, because I saw last night.
that was my initial impression.
That's very interesting, because last night I saw there was a behavior from the car where it saw an ambulance and it pulled over.
Yeah, I think we'd have to look it back on the video. Don't
Okay.
quote me on this, but
Did
I
you
think to the right of the intersection,
There was an
there was
ambulance.
an ambulance. I think, but I'm not
Okay.
sure. I'm not sure.
That's fascinating. So for those that may have missed this on camera, we were just on a 2-lane road, no traffic. Our exit's about a mile down. We're gonna make a left, and the car just like got into the right lane, and it just
As if it was
started
dropping
rolling
off
down.
a passenger.
Yeah, exactly. And then once the car passed us, then it continued on, and Harry
Very
thinks,
safely though.
Yeah, it was smooth.
It was.
It wasn't like it didn't feel unsafe. It's just kind of like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that was very interesting. We had a behavior yesterday when so Hans dropped us off early, so it did like a drop off thing when we were
Right.
getting close to our thing, and then the car parked itself behind a bus that was dropping off passengers and a car behind the bus.
Right.
It was behind those two, but then where it was stopped, it was kind of like encroaching in the intersection. So it kind of dropped us off in an intersection.
Right.
And then we got out of the car and we just watched it kind of just sit there in the intersection for like 30 seconds. And we're like,
okay,
are you
that
going to
could do
move?
some work, yeah.
And then eventually it moved. So, but again, it wasn't unsafe. Just like, these are like the corner cases where,
Ironing stuff
yeah,
out.
they need to iron this stuff out for sure. Yeah, it's just kind of like weird.
Mm.
Couple weird things here and there, but
But it's important that when it gets confused, it does it in a safe manner, which
Exactly.
it seems to be doing.
exactly. Yeah, the bar for this to be successful, at least in the first few innings, is going to be safety.
Yeah.
Right? If you get it safe and it's affordable, people are going to adopt this technology no problem. Then when you want to get into the mass market, then you get, okay, now we got to iron out the weird stuff.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it like left me in this intersection and I felt like an idiot getting out of the car.
Or I needed
like,
to walk a few extra yards
Yeah.
for pick up or drop off. I've heard that as a complaint.
Exactly. You know, and these are legitimate complaints, right?
course,
but
yeah.
those are the complaints you'll get after the early adopters. And the early
Yeah.
adopter sort of market is very big, but
Yeah.
it pales in comparison with the broader market, which will look for these finicky things.
Yeah.
You know, and I shouldn't even call it finicky, for these like things
The
that
finishing
people
touches.
Yeah, people exactly. Like the corner cases that you have to address.
Yeah.
You know? I wonder if that white one is no, there's somebody in there.
Yeah.
Is there? Yeah. There's somebody driving it.
That's one of the you know what we were discussing earlier.
Yeah,
That's
one
one
of
of
them? Okay, so they might be out there collecting data.
Yeah.
Okay. Very, very interesting. All right, what do you think so far?
I mean, it's flawless. There's not much to say other than it's just incredible that I can't quite believe my eyes. But as to the driving experience, it's like I've got a good Uber driver.
It's weird, right?
It's weird. It's almost
so
your brain
weird.
can't. When you're thinking of the driving experience, your brain goes good human driver. But then you're looking and there's no one there, and it's just, I guess it's we're just gonna have to start getting used to this.
It's just like, it drives, you know, I've been thinking about this a lot these last few days, is like, when we think of a good performing car,
Yeah.
we think of it feels like a human.
Mm.
We've set this bar, this
Exactly.
like arbitrary bar that says the best drivers are human, right?
Yeah.
But we're in this car right now, and I would argue this thing drives better than most people I know.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's very hard to communicate that unless you're in the car, and you
Yeah.
and you experience its speeding up, you experience it slowing down, you experience it taking turns and making decisions. You know, like,
The way I'll describe the driving experience, it's confident, but it's mature. It's not like it's got the confidence of a young driver, but the sort of maturity of an older driver, and it's just that perfect combination.
like the throttle module, like that's how you know you're with an experienced driver, is when the throttle modulation,
Yeah,
right,
there's
is like
no jerkiness.
exactly. Especially if they're driving stick.
Yeah.
Which all of you guys in the UK do, right?
Yeah.
So it's like how annoying is it to be a passenger in a car of someone who doesn't know their clutch well?
Yeah, exactly. Jerky, you hear crunching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The crunching, that's a real problem.
Yeah, money shift.
Yeah. I was I had a Mazda 6 stick for a few years, and I
Right.
became really proud of myself once I was able to shift gears without using the clutch. You know,
Yeah, well,
that's
like a
what-
trucker.
Yeah, that's when and it was
I'm not sure if
smooth.
I don't think that's a level that manual drivers should aim to get to.
I was rev matching, bro.
Okay.
I felt like
Bit heel and
Verstappen
toe.
out there, dude. Yeah, I didn't go heel toe.
No.
I didn't go all the way over there,
Okay.
but I was rev matching. I was just like, who needs a clutch? I mean,
Nice.
obviously I needed the clutch to get it off first, but
Yeah.
once I got it off first, I'm like, all right, let's rev match.
Well, they
this
say it's a
bitch.
good anti-theft measure in the States, don't they?
What, removing the clutch?
No, having a stick, because a thief can't drive it.
That is 100% accurate.
Yeah.
Out of all the people that I know, maybe like 2 of them know how to drive stick. You know, and they're both like big car enthusiasts. You
Yeah.
know, they own like Porsches and all that stuff. So,
Mm.
but it is a bummer. I feel like, you know, I've been telling my wife, is like I'm trying to figure out how to start.
Oh, this is interesting.
All right.
Indicating left, but not moving out.
Yeah, it's got the left blinker on it, but it's not going left, and we do have a right. Okay, so
And it
change
just
its
stopped.
mind
Okay.
because it's got a right turn coming
I think
up.
it was deciding whether to try overtake the car ahead, but then it knew it had to get back into the right-hand lane, so it was
Yes.
trying to figure out if it could do it safely and in time.
Yeah.
But I think it made the right decision. There are lots of human drivers, if they put the left blinker on and they went for an overtake, they would have committed to it and they
Yeah.
would have done it, and then they would have had to
And
cut
then
them
they would
off.
have caused a crash.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it hasn't got those human biases, which is good.
It uses the indicator the way you're supposed to use it,
Yeah.
which is to indicate intent. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
I'm trying to go to the right lane.
Exactly.
But then, you know what? I'm good. I'm not going to do that.
It's
You
almost
just turn
we're
it
viewing
off.
it, because our experience is obviously with every other driver being human, so it's the human interpretation of many of these things, but
Yeah.
we'll just have to get used to a different.
Yeah, the legal interpretation.
Yeah.
Like what it's supposed
like
to be,
the
right?
like on stop signs, it's rare who actually comes to a complete stop
Yeah.
on a stop sign.
Yeah. Very rare.
And
But-
I think, but we'll have to rethink road laws, because if what the car, I think if a cop saw someone slow down to 3 miles an hour and creep through a stop sign, they wouldn't even think about pulling them over.
Yeah.
But the letter of the law says you must stop. So I think really we're going to have to change the letter of the law of a stop sign, because it is
Yeah.
impractical.
It is very impractical, yeah. It's almost like, I wouldn't even know if you change the letter of the law more, like, maybe the regulators need to write it in a way so that you can bend it a little bit.
Yeah, because well, that's what they tried to do, didn't they? I remember
Yeah.
there was one of the, I think it might have been 11 or 12, one of the versions on a stop sign, it creeped through the stop sign.
Yeah.
And then all these, I think someone grassed them up, or it went on Twitter or whatever, or X.
Yeah.
And like they had to change, they deliberate, because it was trained on human drivers,
Yeah.
good human drivers. That's what good human drivers do.
Yeah.
But then they got in trouble with a regulator or
Yeah.
someone like that.
Yeah.
So they had to actually artificially go in and stop it, which is just silly, really. But it's not Tesla's fault; it's the regulator.
It's just the reality of the situation is that people just don't make full stops.
No,
You know, and it's.
but I don't think anyone. It's not that everybody cheats the rule. It's that the humans, as a collective, we've come to understand that is what the rule should be.
Yeah.
And everyone's on the same
like
page.
stop means is like, hey, like
be ready for a kid to run across.
Yeah, you almost have to redefine what stop means.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean like come to 0 miles an hour. Oh, it's weird, right? Because it's like if you're, and at that point you might just say, okay, screw it, just stop at the stop sign. It is what it is. Like just you're on your phone anyway. Who cares? You might lose a minute on your ride. Who cares? Stop. You know, and then it will be safer. Statistically speaking, it will be safer to do that.
Yeah.
You know.
But it's inconvenient.
Yeah, but is it really if you're paying less per mile and you have your own car, like car to yourself?
It's
You're
not the
getting
end
a
of
lot
the world, no.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
You're
I mean,
getting-
it's definitely not the most pressing issue at the moment.
correct. It's
But
not.
I
It's
think-
not a showstopper.
No, it's not.
It's just kind of annoying,
Yeah.
and it's one of those like corner cases. That's
I think
like,
it's one of those things that will iron
Yeah.
itself out
Yeah.
in time.
it might just be one of those things too, where Tesla kind of like has an update where it's kind of like just rolling stop, you know, and then regulars
sneak
are
it
like,
under.
yeah, exactly. Regulars are like unless it poses an issue. If it doesn't pose an issue
That's a
at
good
all,
point.
you know, regulators are like, like regulators cannot like regulate 100% of the thing that they're regulating. Like
No.
there's always going to be corner cases where everyone knows it's kind of like not happening, but it's not really a big deal. So like, let's focus on the things that are important.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, getting self-driving cars on the highway. That's way more important, right?
Yeah, of
Like, who
course.
cares about like getting a stop sign to be 1 mile an hour versus 0 miles an hour, right?
Yeah.
Like that is not a big deal
No.
within the scope of things. So, okay, so we have a thing that says make sure to gather your belongings
This will prepare you for the end.
because we're getting to the end. It says drop me off now as well, but we're going to let it just finish the trip.
Well, that's a good feature. So,
Yeah.
like you would an Uber driver, you'd say, "I'll just here will do."
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it seems like it did that about like 0.3 miles out from our thing.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're pulling into a parking lot. So we're pulling into the
Riverside
Golf Course, and we have a little bump.
There we go.
Speed
It's a
bump and-
three-way. People come from different directions.
Yeah.
Handled that confidently.
And we went over a speed bump as
Knew
well.
it had the
very
right of way.
confidently. Oh yeah. All right, and then we're gonna go towards the right side here, and there's gonna be a little bit of a
No,
round
it's here.
about.
Look, I think it's just. Oh no. Oh, it stopped for the stop sign.
Yeah. Here's a roundabout, and it should just drop us off here at the end of the roundabout. The roundabout. It's gonna pull over nicely. And
Great.
I mean, that was great.
It was great.
That was great.
It was great.
And it says, please exit safely. Okay. Awesome. And then he's probably gonna ask me for the app. So I'm gonna get in the car here. I'm gonna show him the app, and then we'll restart the thing.
Yeah. Welcome, Farzad.
Yeah. How's it going, brother?
How are you?
You want to see the app?
Yes, please.
All right. Do you mind holding this for me for a second while I put my seatbelt on?
You can't go until you have your fastened your seatbelts.
Yep. And then perfect. And then do you want to do the honors?
Yep. Start ride.
Boop, boop, boop. That noise we all know and love. All right, perfect. So here's, this is I think my 8th ROBOTAXI ride. There are guys out there like Sawyer and Omar and Chris who have done, I don't know, like 1,000 of them. Now we're going to go through a little bit of a suburban area here in the ROBOTAXI. And then we're going to get dropped off on Congress Avenue, which is one of the main motorways here, one of the main roads in South Austin, probably the busiest road in South Austin. A lot of restaurants, a lot of shops, et cetera, et cetera. So, and then as you can see, this is Tuesday, so we still, looks like Tesla's still using safety riders. Yeah, so we'll see how this system performs. We got stop signs, 4-way stops, we're making lefts, we're making rights. And then our ride time should be about 7 minutes to get us to our destination. Okay, so the car here stopped for a second because now we have a person at the intersection that was starting to come, and then the car very safely stopped and is now continuing. It looks like the car was about to pull out, and then at the last second it decided to wait. Here we got a tight road, and it pulls over for this car, and the car goes through no problem, so that was handled very nicely. It didn't try to, force itself through this
Hole.
yeah, the hole. So many jokes to be made, but I'm not going to make them because that's inappropriate. And yeah, so now we're at a stop sign, and we have a little bit of a blind left with a tree there, and now the car's peeking out to give itself a nice vantage point, and now we have a spot here, and it should go, and it does, no problem. Yeah. So, any thoughts about the comfort at all, Jordan, as you're in these hardware 4 cars on ROBOTAXI? Do you have anything to say as far as like comfort?
So far, it's been. It hasn't raised any concerns for me. It'll sometimes take like back there. It thought that car was going to pull out in front of us.
Yeah.
So it gave it a few moments. Like if it was a human driver, it'd go faster.
Yeah.
But like, does that really matter? You'd prefer it to be a little bit more cautious as a robot driver.
Real quick, for those that have been asking on X, so far all the RoboTaxis we've been in have been on standard mode, standard FSD mode. One of the questions I was getting asked was, are these on chill, standard, or hurry? And they all seem to be on standard mode, which is sort of like an in-between between chill and hurry. So it still makes confident moves. But it's not as potentially psychotic as hurry is, which is what I use in my Cybertruck. Now, what's interesting about we got some pedestrians here. Let's see how it handles this. So we got people walking around, navigates around them safely. I will say, like, what I really like about this is, like, you can tell it prioritizes comfort and safety. It's not trying to get you to your destination as quickly as possible. We had some pedestrians there as well, and it was able to navigate. And I think overall that gives the best customer experience if it's trying to prioritize comfort and safety. Not all Uber drivers do that, huh?
Yeah. And I wonder, does the app give you any option to change which mode that it uses?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, we looked.
All right.
It's all on standard. Yeah. All right, now we're coming up here on Congress Avenue, and we're going to make a right turn.
And one thing I've noticed is people are really, they're amused by it.
Yeah?
Like people have been friendly. Like when Joe and I were driving around earlier today, there's people taking pictures and they look over at you and smile.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh, that's
like,
cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, so no negative feedback from people. They're just like, well, that's cool.
So they notice that there's nobody in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they look over and they're like, well, hold on a second. And then they look over at you and they're like, they give you a smile like, that's cool.
So funny.
Yeah.
That's awesome. What I've experienced is that nobody seems to be paying attention. A lot of people seem to just be like, oh, that's just a Tesla driving around. So that's very funny to hear.
Oh, and that's another thing is like, I had never seen one of these Waymos before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good God, they're ugly.
They are very ugly.
It looks like they have some sort of tumor.
Yes. And they are everywhere. Like, that's the thing about, like, in South Austin, they're freaking just Austin in general. They've, in the last few months, they've really dumped a bunch of them. But what's interesting is they are everywhere, but I don't think Waymo has any more than 200 of them in Austin. They might even have less than 200. And it's funny, like, you can very quickly, like, cover an entire geography, especially in a city where the square miles is not that much. You can, like Tesla could have 1,000 RoboTaxis in Austin and they would be freaking everywhere. And I think that's something that sometimes gets missed is you don't need that many taxis to match the scale of a Waymo or the scale of an Uber even. Because Uber might have 5 million drivers, but only a fifth to a tenth of them are active at any point in time, right?
Yeah.
So
you have a car that's always on, always out there.
Yeah. Exactly. Nice. How long are you here for?
Just today.
Just today?
And I'm going to leave tomorrow morning at 5 a.m.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Damn, so you're just coming down just to get a real nice experience for this thing. Okay, that's awesome.
And then these little things, make sure you gather your belongings.
Yep. So when we're getting close here, it will say gather your belongings. And then at this point, the app would give us an option to pull over now. But I'm gonna let it finish its ride and see how it does. We are on Congress, so it is a little bit more trafficy. and I'm curious to see how it's going to end the ride. Because like I was telling Jordan earlier, on the first day, this guy's transmission fluid, I think, is leaking, or transmission or oil or something, probably oil. So the Range Rover having a maintenance issue? No way. All right, so we're gonna pull over here. Let's see where it goes. We're in the right lane, so it's pulling into a parking lot. Very nice. So it's pulling into a gas station parking lot, and it's going
Very
around, and it's dropping us right at the door. This is really cool. Perfect.
Sweet.
Okay. It says please exit safely. Very good. Thank you very much. So it's gonna pull in, and it's gonna go stop in front of the. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. It's moving. Let's see. Oh, okay. So it does reverse.
I wonder if he's pushing anything.
I don't think so. All right, that was awesome.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he was touching anything.
That was very good to see. Okay. That's great. All right. In we go. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. You want to see the app?
I recognize you.
Oh, all right, perfect. How you doing, brother?
Pretty good.
All right. So that backup thing, it did it on its own, right? You didn't do anything with the car?
Yeah, I didn't do anything.
Okay, that's
I was
awesome.
just trying to get closer to the pin.
Yeah, that's great. All right, if you don't mind holding for that. Perfect. Very cool. Okay. Shaw, you want to do the honors?
Oh yeah.
Go for it. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. So now we're heading to Two Hands on Congress. This is going to be a short ride-ish. It's about 10 minutes. But the 10 minutes is probably because we got a bunch of traffic and traffic lights and stuff. So it's going to make a right out of here. And it looks like it's going to be... Okay, so on the navigation, it's going to do... not a UE, but it's going to go around the block and get back on Congress and head south. So that's interesting. So what I would have done, my psychotic ass, is I would have gotten in the suicide lane, and then I would have just U-turned it. But of course, the ROBOTAXI's like, I'm not a lunatic. I'm gonna do it the proper way. I'm gonna go around this cul-de-sac or neighborhoods, and then turn around. So we got some speed bumps over here, which it slows down for. Fantastic.
That's one of the big differences between my version of FSD and this, like my Hardware 3. Like when I was on my way up to Michigan the other day, it flew over a speed bump, and everything that I had in the trunk just smacked against the trunk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you catch some there?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. The hell yeah.
I was like, let's see what it does. It didn't do very well.
I see. Okay. So here we got another set of these very strange Austin speed bumps. Bike friendly, I guess.
One thing I've never seen it have an issue with is dealing with people. Like it's always
Yeah.
very hyper. It seems like it's been tuned to be more aware of.
Yeah, hyper aware of pedestrians.
Yeah.
Which I think is definitely the right mode for this. Like if there's one thing you want to overfit for is pedestrians and cyclists too.
Overfit. Yeah, that's
yeah.
the word I was looking for.
I've noticed that with the things. Okay, so here we have an unprotected left coming up. So this is going to be very, very interesting. So let me go ahead and put this on handheld mode so y'all can see what we see. So we got a stop sign, we got some cross traffic, and we have traffic coming from that side as well. So it's going to peak. There's a bike lane as well. So there's nothing coming from the left. And it should have a spot right here that I can hit, and it does, no problem. Okay, not bad. Pretty damn good. So it's going to go in the middle lane now. Let's see if there's any cars coming here. So it's using the middle lane. Yeah, that's very good.
Like a zip.
That's exactly what I would have done too. That was really, really good. Now, it did have an easier time with the traffic going south. So it could have entered the middle lane no problem, but it negotiated that very, very well. Awesome. And then I don't know if you all can see on the camera, but there's downtown Austin, the city skyline right there. Very, very cool. Can you believe it's here, Jordan?
It's been a long road.
A long, long road.
I can remember all the years, like 2022, Galley taking for a spin and going, man, this is years away.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's like, oh, nah, it can't be years away. Or a lot of people were like that. But yeah, and then I took it for a ride. I think it was the same year in 2022. It was like, yeah, this thing is, man, it could be 2026 or 2027. It's making so many noob mistakes. But like, as we saw, once they went end to end with the neural network early last year, it's just taken off. It's gone exponential.
Yeah.
And there's more to come. They're cooking a new version right now with Cortex as we speak.
I think that's one piece that maybe the general public's not aware of is like the improvements for the software, the compute they're throwing at it to fix whatever last things are needed to be fixed. The compute is accelerating, so they're not slowing down in bringing in chips. They're trying to. It's almost like they're trying to double their compute every year. That's what it feels like to me. Cortex is what, 1 million GPUs that they're trying to do in there, or a couple 100,000. I think they're trying to double
like
it, right?
100,000.
I'm thinking of XAI.
Colossus. I think that's like up at the 300,000 now, something like that. Maybe I'm getting them confused.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's the inference hardware is getting more powerful.
Yeah.
The training hardware is getting more powerful, and then they're getting more intelligent about how they train. Like, you have to remember, like 18 months ago, this technology to do these end-to-end networks didn't exist.
Right.
Like, it was just somebody on the team wanted to try it out.
It didn't exist in the physical world, so they were using it in LLMs and all that stuff, right? Yeah. But that's a completely different use case.
Well, I mean, as far as I think it was several years ago, people came up with the theory of how you might train like a ROBOTAXI, something like this, fully end to end. But it was somebody in the team at Tesla, from what I recall, it was like 18 months, well, probably more like 2 years ago now. Somebody said, hey, let's try it out. They tried it, and it's like, oh my God, this solves all of our like corner case problems.
Yeah.
And then they heavily invested into it about like 18 months ago, something like that.
Yeah. Got it.
But I'm interested to see if they can. To me, it really doesn't matter. They're going to solve it one way or another. But the hardware 3, whether they're going to be able to refine the software enough to make it work on there, or whether they're just going to upgrade the hardware. But I think that's my perspective. That's just going to be. It's going to come down to what's the best cost-benefit way. I think they can definitely do full self-driving on hardware 3 based on the new things they're learning about how to distill models instead of using, what's the word I'm looking for? Quantize it?
Yeah.
There's different ways they can do it.
But is it going to be, would they rather do that, or would it just rather be like, okay, we'll just incentivize people to just buy a new car? Right? Or like buy a hardware 4.
There's, as I was saying, there's so many different ways they can solve that problem if hardware 3 can't do it, or if they decide it's too much work to make the software work on it. Because do you really want that many versions floating around?
Right, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I do think, I mean, if I were Tesla, I would just try to, number one, I would make it right with the hardware 3 guys, like the people that have bought hardware 3 with FSD. I would give them every carrot imaginable, and every like give them lifetime FSD transfer, right? And maybe give them an extra few bucks that says, hey, because there's going to be an upgrade cycle to your car, we will give you an additional $2,000 on top of free FSD transfer for you to just bring in your hardware 3 and trade it in for a hardware 4 or hardware 5, and then that way they can pool all the hardware 3s together. And then run it through an assembly process to swap them out with the hardware.
I didn't think about that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because they can just, they could pay for those vehicles, get them into their fleet, and then just, they
just pay people to bring it to them instead of them going to those guys and doing one-off upgrades.
And then and that solves the problem, because what the problem you might run into if people want to get their computer upgrade, they might not put it on the fleet. They might just I want the new hardware. But with that, if Tesla actually buys them back, then they know that they're going to be making that money back off of the vehicles.
Exactly.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is the ideal solution.
The economic forcing function is too strong for them to leave the hardware 3 cars be hardware 3 if there is an upgrade path, because they already manufacture the self-driving unit. They just have to upgrade the hardware. Like the car itself, the battery, the controls, the cameras, etc., whatever you need to upgrade for that car to start generating $50,000 of revenue per year, you're going to go out of your way, even if it costs $50,000 to upgrade, which it won't. Whatever it costs, you do it because you already have a manufacturing unit that you've a transportation unit that you've created that has a pathway to become a robotaxi. You know?
I'm jealous I didn't think of that now.
Why?
You're not just a pretty face.
Well,
are
you got to give me. I don't even think I'm a pretty face. I'm just a hot mess, bro. Across every vector.
We aren't getting that little daddy belly on you.
Oh no! You know what's hilarious? This is actually the smallest it's ever been.
Yeah?
So I've had a
Okay.
daddy belly my whole life, basically. It's actually going down, believe it or not. But yeah, I think. So if that happens, then we will know that hardware 3 can be upgraded. You know, and it. If this robotaxi dream is real, which I mean, so far it's very, very real.
Yeah.
Then Tesla is incentivized to make every possible unit into a robotaxi that they can, right? That they can make into a robotaxi.
Yeah, if you're going to be making like 50,000 a year off these, and
Yeah.
lower end estimates are like 30 after all the other costs, but
Yeah.
yeah, it'll, even if you have a vehicle that's 5 or 6 years old,
Yes.
put like a couple $1,000s into it.
Yep.
It's a cash machine.
I was looking at some some data from rideshare. So looks like Uber and Waymo and Lyft average out it's about $20 a fare that they do, and the average distance is like 5.2 miles or something. And they ride. Uber rides, I think, 45 or 40% of the time it rides empty. So there is a way to sort of sit down and do the math to see, okay, how is this going to function? Okay, so this is dropping us off over here on a side street. I typed 2 hands, and it looks like 2 hands is a little bit up the street over there. So it looks like it picked a sort of like a safe spot for us to get dropped off. It didn't want to drop us off on Congress, and so it's going to drop us off in one of these side streets here, and then we're going to walk up to our destination. Let's see what it does here. So I think it's just going to pull over here next to these cars. Yeah, so it's just going to pull us over. But we are a little bit of walking distance from our final destination. So, oh,
It doesn't
so
like-
you pulled it out a little early.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Happens.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Man, the jokes are unstoppable today. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate you.
Have a good day.
Yep, thank you. Congratulations. All right.
Hello.
Taxi.
He's gonna get his
There it is.
app out. Yeah.
How's it going, boss? Oh, need to see the app? Yes, sir. All right. Okay. There we go. Thank you very much. And just for the people that are watching, the reason why I have to stop the feed is because we need to show the app to the safety rider. Would you like to do the honors?
Yep. Let's go.
There we go. Off we go. Do you know how long the car will wait if we hail it and we're not close?
I can't answer any questions, guys.
Okay.
I'm just your safety monitor. If
Okay.
you guys do have questions, though, you guys can go to tesla.com/robotaxi.
I love it. That is about as good of an answer I could have possibly hoped.
Yeah.
Thank you. Very professional. I love it.
Don't want to interfere with the test subjects.
Yes. Yeah, but I do wonder, because that could be one of the benefits of like having a robotaxi, is like with a regular Uber, you have a driver you're gonna piss off if you're taking too long. Not to mention that a lot of times drivers will just straight up cancel rides on you.
Yeah.
And I've had that happen a lot, where it's like, you're kind of far, I'm not gonna come. Like they'll accept the ride, and then when they realize that, here we got a right turn, we got some cars there, and it was able to navigate this no problem.
One benefit of these robotaxis is they're going to start flooding small towns like mine.
Oh yeah,
Because
for sure.
it's not economic or not worth your time, or it'd just be boring.
Yeah,
If you're like trying to be an Uber driver in a small town, because you get like one ride a day maybe.
Yeah,
But if
yeah.
it gets cheaper and people know it's available, it's kind of like this flywheel effect.
yeah.
So yeah, I think there's going to be, the market is going to be several times larger, even at the same price.
I agree. And again, it goes back to that discussion where we're having is, Tesla doesn't have to manufacture drivers; they just have to manufacture cars, and that like those smaller communities are going to benefit so much, and the driving is not going to be nearly as complex either, right? Whereas in Austin, New York, LA, SF, you're going to have some crazy situations on the road when it comes to some of these more smaller communities. The variables you're going to have to face are much less, you know. So we got a white car up there. Are they parking or pulling over? I think they're parking. Or maybe they're pulling over for us. Oh, I think they pulled over for us. But yeah, so this should be the last leg that we're going to do here. We're going to get dropped off at our starting location. This is how many? We took 4 rides, I guess.
No, I don't even remember.
3, 4, something like that. And then we got make sure you gather your belongings message, and we put in the address of our Airbnb. So I'm curious to see how close it drops us off to our destination. Got a 4-way stop, no problem. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I love the little flowers these people got in there.
Yeah,
That's nice.
Austin is a beautiful town.
It really is. It's hot as hell right now,
Oh yeah.
but
Well, actually, it's about the same temperature here right now as it is in like up in Ohio, which
Okay.
is crazy. Yeah, but I think it might be a bit of drier heat.
is it more humid up there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like PA. PA is crazy humid.
At least the past couple of days it was.
Okay. Here we got a little roundabout that it navigates through no problem. And then our destination will be on the right. We got some pedestrians here. Let's see how it negotiates this. There's my car. So this is our destination right here. Right there. So it's going to pull over around the corner. And it's going to...
I don't know if it was on purpose, but it avoids the tree branches.
Okay. Yeah,
Those-
that was
those tree
interesting.
those are like 3 or 4
Yeah.
feet out in the road.
Awesome. And then we have arrived. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Have a good day, guys.
You too. Thank you. All right. Off we go. How's it going, boss?
How you doing?
Good. You need to see the app?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. All right. And then HEB Plus arriving at 11:05, which is in 10 minutes. Start ride. And so this is the 11th ROBOTAXI ride we're doing today. So you can see we have a safety rider in here as well. So those that have been following the channel, y'all should be pretty used to the sort of what you're looking for here. We have a right turn coming up here on Congress, which is one of the more heavily trafficked roads. But yeah, so far, been really enjoying my time here, testing out ROBOTAXI. We got a right turn here, which it performs no problem. Observations so far after 10 rides, super comfortable. Very, very smooth driving in almost all situations. There we got 2 back-to-back Zeuxes coming through. Looks like they have safety drivers in there. I'm sure they're still testing a bunch of stuff. We just went over a couple speed bumps and they felt pretty good. The UI is easy to use. There are a couple things I think they could do a little bit better. You can't click on a destination as we go over another speed bump here. You can't click on a destination in the app. You have to type it in, or you can't drop a pin as well. You have to type in your destination, which is okay. Just kind of a nitpicky thing. There were a couple situations that I saw online, and one that I experienced as we go over another speed bump here, where the drop-offs in some situations, at least one that we face, you've probably seen it on one of the videos. It's titled, the one that I have titled, it says, and it's navigating complex urban environment or something like that. I forget exactly what I named it, but I think that was it. It dropped us off at an intersection, and it encroached in the intersection a little too much. It was blocking the one right turning lane on the adjacent road, and then when we got out of the car, we were stopped behind a bus and a car, but the car should have waited for that to clear before it stopped and dropped us off. It kind of created this weird situation where it was blocking traffic at an intersection. I mean, 95 to 90% of the intersection was clear, but it was still not a good place to do a drop off. Probably considered unsafe, especially if there is traffic coming through. So I am going to try to test that a little bit today and tomorrow as well, and in the coming days. Is sort of curious to see how it performs dropping us off in more difficult situations, because you don't have a person driving the car, so the car has to make a good decision on where to drop you off. And it does seem like there's a little bit of a lag. It's either probably on purpose. The more I think about it, after the car drops you off, the car kind of waits for about, I don't know, between 10 to 30 seconds to get going to its next destination, which I wonder if they do that to like make sure, like if somebody forgets something in their car. So we got another speed bump here. If they forget something in the car, they have enough time to go like, oh my God, I forgot my purse in the car, or my wallet, whatever. They can run back and get it. In those situations where maybe it's like a drop off in a pinch and it's sort of, here's another speed bump, too hard to see, honestly. I'm kind of surprised it saw that speed bump, which was really good to see there. I'm wondering if they do that by design, but it does create awkward situations that if you are trying to get out of the car in a pinch and it's dropping you off in kind of a situation where if the car doesn't get going right away, it could cause an issue. Because of that delay in getting going, that could pose a problem as far as an awkward situation or blocking traffic, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm gonna try those today. I'm gonna try doing some drop-offs at the corner of Congress, corner of some of the more heavily trafficked areas, over where Terry Black's is at. I know there's some spots there that we could test where at the traffic lights, I'm going to try to pick a spot that's as close to the intersection as possible and then see how it performs. Like I said earlier with this one, we are going to H-E-B. H-E-B is a grocery store chain here in Texas. Texans are very proud of H-E-B. Being from the Northeast, I still think Wegmans is better. Shout out Wegmans, but H-E-B is pretty good too. For those that are from Pennsylvania, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But very curious to see what kind of traffic conditions we're going to get in there. There should be a bunch of pedestrians walking around. I am curious to see if it's going to enter the H-E-B parking lot and drop me off at the store. Maybe I'll grab a bottle of water while I'm in there. Who knows? It's pretty hot today, as it's been in the last couple of weeks. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how that goes. Here we have a stop sign with a blinking red, and it should treat it as a four-way stop, which it does, no problem. And we continue onwards. Yeah, I mean, I really do think from the rides I've taken so far, the 10 rides I've taken so far, the driving performance itself it feels like it's solved. Like navigating all the different conditions, slowing down, speeding up, making turns, being safe around pedestrians, going around these parked vehicles, like for example, this box truck here goes around it no problem. Where it gets hairy, where it could get hairy, it's these sort of drop-off locations is what I've noticed. And then also when it comes to pick you up, it sometimes parks kind of far. I mean, not really far, but there are spots for it to just stop and pick you up, but it seems to go further than it should to park and sort of pick up a rider. So that's been interesting to see. And actually, now that I remember, there was also one situation in one of the videos where there was a left bend coming up, and it decided to make a left into a. Actually, I didn't get to record this. This was something that I actually observed when I wasn't recording, and I wish I was recording it. Instead of going straight and making a left turn with the road, just the bend, it made a left into a gated community, and the safety rider had to press a button on the screen. I think he pressed either the pullover button or the stop and lane button, and then he phoned the support line, and somebody picked up right away, and he was like, hey, this thing was about to turn into a gated community. I think, and the car was stopped at the time, just in the middle lane, sort of in the middle suicide lane where people can make left and rights depending on where they're going. And he was like, yeah, it looks like it was about to turn into a gated community. Can you, you should be able to just tell the car to keep going straight. And then the person at the headquarters sent a command to the car, and the car continued on its way. It just had like a forward arrow came up on the screen, and then the car continued onwards. Here we have a little bit of a tight squeeze into the left lane. Looks like it's going to just wait for the traffic to move, which is the smart move here. Let's see what happens here. I think once the traffic starts going, it's going to go. Yeah. So it doesn't look like, I mean, I think Tesla probably has the ability to go in and here, so okay, interestingly here, the map was saying to go up to the light and make a left and make another left. The car just decided to take the, okay, so very interesting. So it took the U-turn lane, but now to get into the parking lot, we sort of have missed our turn. So now it's gonna have to figure out how to get to HEB. So technically it navigated incorrectly at that spot. So now I'm curious to see what it's gonna do here. Now looks like it's gonna attempt to do that again. And we have a U-turn coming up. This is actually great. We get to see a lot of interesting situations. So just to recap what just happened there, it shouldn't have been in the leftmost lane technically. It should have been in the second to left lane, so it can make a left turn because the leftmost lane was a U-turn lane, and the U-turn lane blocked. We were blocked to go into the rightmost lane once we made the U-turn to go into the HEB parking lot. You probably saw in the video they had a curb and some bollards blocking our ability to do that. So now the car looks like on the navigation is going to try to do a U-turn right here at the light, and then it's going to go back and try that again, I guess. I'm curious to see if we're going to be stuck in a loop. There's a possibility we might get stuck in a loop here. So, and this is one of the things about it technically should have followed the navigation, and the car was trying to make a decision on its own to try to get there, and it looks like it just picked the wrong lane, so to the turning lane. So now let's see if it does it correctly. This is very fascinating. Here, I'm going to show you the map here as well, so you can see we're about to make a U-turn at this light, and then this thing right here, as you can see right there, the path we took was, where's my finger here? The path we took was that one. We should have taken this one, right? We took this U-turn path and we were blocked here to make the right in here. It should have gone a little bit more straight, then make a left and make another left instead of taking the U-turn lane. All right, so here we got a U-turn coming up. We got a green arrow, so it should do this no problem. Piece of cake. Oh, this is cool. We get to see some unique behavior here. And now, what it needs to do is it needs to stay in this lane and not take the leftmost lane. So let's see if it does that. Dun, dun, dun. And okay, this is correct. Okay, cool. This is correct. As you can see, we took that road, and that road, I don't know if you can probably see it from here. I'll show you once we make the left in. That was a U-turn road. Now, what's funny is that this is actually, I've made this mistake before where I'll get myself stuck in a U-turn lane instead of a left turning lane. And then I find that I find it's a U-turn lane too late, and then I end up making the U-turn. But oftentimes you can make it over to the right lane. But in this situation, it looks like the road planners blocked off any ability from people to actually get over to the right lane, probably because of safety reasons, because probably people tried doing that when they they end up in the U-turn by accident or on purpose, and then they end up causing an accident because they're merging into a lot of traffic. So I'm really happy we got to see this, a very unique situation. So yeah, so now we're in the right spot, and instead of taking that U-turn lane, we're gonna take the left turn. So, and I'm curious too, like when we did the U-turn, I wonder if it did that because there were cars in front of it, and somehow maybe the neural net behaves differently when it sees the cars versus when it doesn't. Maybe the sign was blocked and it couldn't see the sign up front that was a U-turn lane, but if that was the case, then it should have had enough mapping data to be in the right lane. So these little nuances here are the sort of corner cases that the Tesla team's going to have to work through. We probably added about, let me see, so we would have arrived at 11:05. It's currently 11:07. We're going to get there 11:09. So it added 4 minutes to the trip from that little navigation error. So now we're going to go into the parking lot here once we make a left. Oh, and here, let me show you what I was talking about before in case that wasn't clear. Here, so we were in this lane, and then you can see right there we were blocked from getting into the right lane. That would have been our entrance right there where the Priuses right there. But because we had these bollards in the way, we couldn't have made, oh, this guy's gonna do it anyway. So that gray car did what we could have done, but that was pretty unsafe because the guy was basically perpendicular with the road at that point, right? Very happy we got to see that actually. So there you go. Who would have thunk there would be so much detail in driving around? This is why this problem is so difficult to solve. And why Tesla's approach is so interesting, because they're solving for the intelligence part versus the sensor part, because Tesla feels confident that the sensor stuff, all you really need is the cameras. You don't need the LiDARs, et cetera, to make that kind of decision. I mean, and that makes total sense, because it doesn't matter how much LiDAR you have. That was an intelligence decision, not a sensor decision, right? No amount of sensors could have fixed that for you. Especially if you have mapping data. And mapping data, you don't need additional sensors. You just need the data loaded into the car somehow, right? So navigating through the parking lot, it does look like it's going to drop us off at the curb of HEB. And I'm very curious to see how this goes. I'm curious to see how it exits the parking lot. Let me go ahead in handheld mode here so you guys can see the surroundings here. So we got a car here that's crossing, and the car's being very polite for it. We have a stop sign. We have some pedestrians as well on the right side here. This is a two-lane? Yeah, this is a two-lane. Sometimes these parking lots have like single, one ways and two ways. That was a two-way. Nobody coming there, nobody coming there. And it's going to drop us off right at the curb. That was very good. We got some pedestrians there as well coming. A couple more pedestrians coming up here. Trying to find a good spot here to drop us off. Looks like it's going right to the pin. Awesome. Fantastic. All right, that was great. Thank you very much. There you go. So it stopped a little bit earlier than the other one. Hello.
Hello, do you have your app?
I do.
Awesome.
Perfect. All right, off we go to Broken Spoke. Okay, so we got to HEB. There was a car coming right around us. Perfect. Used the restroom. Should have gotten some water. Oh well. And now we are on the way to Broken Spoke, which is a restaurant off of Lamar. Now, what's interesting here now, what I'm noticing is arrive in 17 minutes at 11:43 a.m. The app was saying we were going to get there at 11:37. So it does look like maybe the traffic data on the app might not be as up to date as the traffic data in the car. So that's interesting. It's telling us we're going to get there about 5 minutes later, 6 minutes later than the app was saying. So that's something to note. And the route should be relatively straightforward. It shouldn't be too bad. And getting to the location is going to be interesting because we will be in another sort of like traffic-y parking lot type situation. So here, I want to show you guys here what it looks like on the left side. We got some traffic coming through. We're going to try to get into the right lane, and I'm curious to see what spot it chooses to take here. So the right lane is vacant, and it's going to go. Awesome. There you go. Very nice. Very, very nice. So this is now ride number 12. I'm meeting up with Gally right after this. I'm going to get dropped off at this location, and I'm going to meet him at a spot on Congress, and we're going to do a couple videos together for his channel, which I'm very much looking forward to. Yeah. One thing I wanted to talk about was I was trying to hail Waymos in Austin. I downloaded the Waymo One app, and it turns out that in Austin you can't hail a Waymo unless you go through the Uber app. And on the Uber app, you can't hail a Waymo specifically. You have to be assigned one when you're hailing a regular car, like a UberX or an Uber or Uber whatever. And that's very interesting to me, because if I think about the benefit of a self-driving car, now of course, if you with Tesla right now, they have safety riders in the car, so you're not going to have the car to yourself. But at some point, you would think that as they get more data and they prove out the safety and the effectiveness of the platform, they're going to get to a point where safety riders will no longer be needed, and so you would have, in theory, a private car with that should cost less per mile to operate than an Uber, because you're not paying for a driver. And on the Uber app, I cannot pick a Waymo specifically. I have to hail a regular car, and I may be assigned one with a driver, or I may be assigned a Waymo. I think that really highlights the pickle that Waymo is in and the pickle that Uber is in. And the reason why is, if you really think about it here, the economics of a self-driving car long term is going to allow it to be significantly cheaper per mile than a car with a driver, because you're not paying a driver an hourly wage, right? You don't have that anymore. On top of that, the insurance for a self-driving vehicle long term is going to be significantly cheaper than the insurance for one where a human is driving it, because over time these self-driving cars are going to be significantly safer than a human, to the point where you might get into 10 times less accidents, 100 times less accidents, 10 times less deaths, 100 times less deaths, which is going to dramatically bring the liability down for insuring the vehicle. The liability for insurance for vehicles, most of it is not because of property damage or damage to the car. It's because of injury or death to the person in the car. And so what that's going to do is, over time, make self-driving cars significantly cheaper to operate than cars with drivers. If Uber wants to be competitive long term, they will need to offer lots of self-driving cars so that they can compete with a player like Tesla. Because Tesla, over time, since they're going to have a scale advantage, the ROBOTAXI app is going to have hundreds, thousands of these Model Y, Cybercabs, etc., available for somebody to hail on the app for potentially 30%, 50%, 60% less than an Uber today. The problem is that no other car company out there, or no other manufacturer out there, is anywhere close to the scale that Tesla has today when it comes to manufacturing self-driving vehicles, right? Now, obviously, Tesla's currently testing this, right? There's no driver behind the steering wheel and pedal, but we still have safety riders riding with us and making sure that the system's working appropriately and intervening when necessary. But that's not going to be here forever. It's very obviously not going to be here forever as the system gets better. And so what that means then is that Uber is not going to have enough self-driving vehicles on its platform, because no other car company out there or manufacturer out there is anywhere remotely close to the scale that Tesla has when it comes to manufacturing vehicles. Tesla can manufacture 1 million plus of these Model Ys that are driving themselves per year out of their factories globally. The closest competitor is, I believe, Zeekr. It's Waymo's new partner that they're partnering with to manufacture their Waymos. So the Jaguar I-Pace that they've been using, there's actually a Waymo 2 cars down from us. I don't know if you can see the sensors. You might be able to see it through the pickup truck there. Waymo is going to hope to produce 2,000 vehicles next year, and then their new partner is hoping to produce, or I think it was Zoox. I forget exactly which player it was. Forgive me. But the closest competitor is going to be 10,000 self-driving cars per year. So Tesla is going to be making 100 times more self-driving cars per year. So 1 million at least, just with the Model Y. We're not even talking about Cybercab. So it could be upwards of 200, 300 times more than the closest competitor. So what that means then is, because there's not going to be as many self-driving cars on Uber's platform, because they're going to be limited by the number of manufacturers that are out there to actually produce enough self-driving vehicles to be competitive with Tesla, that means that the prices they're going to have on the network are going to be artificially higher, because for the network to work to keep wait times down so that people, when they hail a ride, a car shows up in time, they're going to have to keep human drivers on their network. The problem is, if they want to add human drivers to the network, they have to raise prices. And the reason why is because if Uber tries to offer a price that's, say, competitive with what a self-driving car should cost, which is, let's say, between 20 to 50% cheaper than an Uber with a driver behind the steering wheel and pedal, you're not going to entice enough drivers to come to your network to drive, because they're not going to be paid enough, because their time is more valuable than getting paid half potentially of what they would be getting paid now, which means that the number of cars Ubers would have available on their platform would plummet, because most of their cars are going to be driven, not self-driving. And so for Uber to have a network that actually operates, they have to artificially keep the prices higher so that they can have enough cars on their network. Whereas a company like Tesla can just manufacture more cars. And this is like something that's becoming so obvious to me, and a lot of people that are following this story closely. The mechanism that Tesla now has with their factories that they've built, they essentially can manufacture quote-unquote drivers at will. Now that they've solved for the software, now that they're working out sort of like the kinks around the edges for some of these unique scenarios for the self-driving car to truly operate anywhere, Tesla can just manufacture cars at will. And they'll do so at an even higher rate with products like the Cybercab, where it's going to be designed to be built in the millions of units per year, 2, 3, 4 million units per year. Whereas the Model Y, which is what the company has launched the ROBOTAXI network with, they're limited to about 1.2, 1.4 million units per year, and potentially higher with maybe cheaper variants that they're going to be coming out here in the next 5 days, supposedly. What is it, to the 25th? Supposedly Tesla's going to come out with a cheaper car by the end of the month, by the end of this quarter, so they only got 5 days to do that, so we'll see if that's actually going to happen or not. And so it doesn't look good for Uber at all. And for Uber to survive, and by default for the other self-driving car manufacturers to survive, they're going to need to figure out how to scale up their operation so that they can manufacture hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of self-driving units per year. And they're nowhere close. The only way they can do that realistically is by employing a similar system, if not the exact same system that Tesla has employed to solve for self-driving, which is artificial intelligence and end-to-end neural nets. And the reason why that's so important is because the cost to actually manufacture the car with just cameras and a computer allows a company to manufacture hundreds of thousands, if not millions of units per year of these things, because you're not bottlenecked by the cost of LiDAR. Like you see all these Waymos, right? All those, that sensor suite on the car, on the existing Waymos right now, I've seen reports that they say it's anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000. Whereas in this Tesla, you have 3 cameras up there, you got 1 camera on each B pillar, you got side blinker cameras that you can't quite see from where we are. I'll show you on the outside. And then there's 1 camera in the back. The cameras total might cost, I don't know, $50, not even. The harnesses to hook up everything, the cameras to the computer might cost, I don't know, a couple $100, probably not even that. And then the computer, the onboard computer, is probably $1,000, $2,000 tops. And on top of that, that sensor suite goes on the best-selling car in the world, which is being made in million-plus units per year, which gives them a ton of economies of scale. And so they have really high numbers being cranked out at very low costs for the hardware suite, to the point where it costs Tesla roughly, I don't know, like probably at closer to $30,000, $35,000, $30,000 to manufacture this car that we're in right now that's driving itself, versus a Waymo right now that costs significantly above $100,000 per unit. So the only way to bring that cost down is to remove all those sensors so that it's easier to build and more cost effective to source those parts, and you're not bottlenecked by a LiDAR manufacturer or an ultrasonic manufacturer or et cetera, right? Cameras are plentiful. They exist. there's what, 1 billion cameras being made each year, maybe more. So the supply chain already exists, right? And then the computer is just I don't want to trivialize it, but it's a chip. It's a chip, and chip manufacturing has been state of the art at extremely high numbers for a really long time, right? And so for Waymo and Zoox and all these other players to survive, they need to get to a point where they can manufacture hundreds of thousands of units per year. But then the question becomes, if you're a manufacturer that's manufacturing that many cars per year, why would you partner with Uber? You already would have enough units on the road to control your own network. You don't have to leverage Uber's network to get rides. And that's Waymo's problem. They don't have enough cars in a big enough area to successfully use an app in Austin because they don't have enough cars to offer to customers to create a network effect where the wait times are lower, in addition to the complexity of having HD maps, which makes it hard to go beyond a certain geography or a certain geofence area. But if they were able to do that, if they were able to get enough cars on the road so that they are able to potentially have their own app, they would be heavily incentivized to do their own thing and not partner with Uber, because if you're partnering with Uber, by default, your prices have to go higher so that their network effects don't collapse, because they need drivers on the app to actually create rides and to have enough of a network to be able to offer rides. It's a very, 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 very interesting and, in my opinion, a very dire situation for players like Uber and Waymo. Given that this works, right? Given that this technology here works and it can actually go anywhere. But if you're a Tesla owner, you've been using FSD for a long time, you know that you've been taking a ton of self-driving rides in suburban areas, on highways, all over the place, that are well outside of Waymo's or any other self-driving car's area of operation. And there are countless instances of people being able to complete those drives without any interventions. So in a way, Tesla is already operating a self-driving fleet domestically in the United States, all over the country. It's just doing so with a driver behind the steering wheel and pedal, because Tesla's not yet confident that it can yank the driver in almost all regions. But it's, in my opinion, it's very obvious that they're going to get there. Timelines are still kind of hazy. So I've been flipping back and forth if, initially, like the first day I was like, oh, safety rider, they could probably yank it in a couple weeks. After seeing a couple of the videos that are coming out and some of sort of the corner cases, not that there's any sort of critically dangerous situations. There are some unsafe maneuvers that it has performed, but I don't think it's anything that is a showstopper anywhere close to. Unless they have some sort of update up their sleeve that they can release in the next couple weeks that would virtually eliminate those situations where the safety riders have to intervene. We're probably going to have safety riders in the car probably for the rest of the year. I think that's a potential. But it's heavily dependent on the compute cluster that Tesla's throwing up for training, and the more advanced inference computer that they're going to put in the car to do all these calculations to drive the car. Those could potentially get the vehicle to a point where maybe they can yank the safety driver sooner, but again, I don't think that's really going to come out until next year anyway. So it's going to be very fascinating to see how Tesla approaches this. To me, it feels like any of the issues they have are not related to the sensor suite at all. It's just related to making decisions in certain situations. And I don't think it doesn't seem like it's a compute problem. I just think they don't have enough data around those very odd corner cases they have to account for, that even Waymos get themselves into trouble with, that even people in cars get themselves into trouble with. How many times have you been trying to make a maneuver and somebody's in your way and is completely unaware of what's going on, and all of a sudden you're stuck. You can't do anything. Happens a lot. you guys. That happens a lot with human drivers, right? And so I don't think ensuring that this system is perfect in every single situation is the right threshold to see if this thing's actually going to go wider. But I am glad that there's so much scrutiny on the company, because that's ultimately going to lead them to have an extremely good product. Okay, so here we're going to make a left into a parking lot. We have cross traffic coming through. We're going to be going right through here. So we're going to wait and see how much traffic passes here. So we have a truck in the middle lane there that's kind of blocking our vantage point a little bit. There are some cars coming from here. It looks like we can't quite go yet. There's another car down there that's going to... Okay, so after that white SUV, and this truck is getting out of the way, so it's going to be very easy to see what's going on. Okay, that was perfect. Yeah, that was a piece of cake for the car. That was no problem. So right through the entrance here. And then it's going to navigate right to the pin of where it's going to drop us off. And it's going to drop us off right here in the parking lot. Cool. All right. Thank you very much. So exactly what happened last time too, right in this spot. That's where it dropped us off, and this is where it's going to pick us up. How's it going, boss? You to see the app?
Yes.
Okay. And Tacovas on Congress. Off we go. Okay. Ride number 13. We're just knocking these out. We're just knocking these out one after another. I'm probably going to do, I don't know, probably like 6 more today. If I were to guess, Gally and I are going to do 3 here. So this is interesting. So there's some parked cars right here. Not parked. They're waiting to make a right on this intersection, and the car sort of aligned itself to be lined up with these cars. But it does look like it's sort of blocking this intersection a little bit here. If a car were to make a left or a right into this parking lot, I mean, they could squeeze through, but this is not the most polite maneuver, honestly, by the car. I would have probably just waited, if it was me, and just waited for the intersection, or yeah, just the cars to clear, but nobody came, so no harm, no foul. Here's a cross traffic. Nobody's coming through right now, so it made the right. Perfect. And now we're on our way to our destination. We'll be there in 10 minutes, arriving at 12:04 p.m. It is a Wednesday, and there's a little bit of a drizzle right now. It's not really raining. It's just a couple of drops dropped on me, but yeah. I think for this one, you guys, I probably talked enough in the last 2 rides. I'm just gonna let this thing go. We'll travel in silence. You're probably like, thank God, he's finally gonna shut up. So I'll let you guys enjoy the sights and sounds of Tesla ROBOTAXI in downtown Austin. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good one, man. All right. You need to see the app?
Just a quick glance.
And it goes. Thank you very much. Would you like to do the honors?
Press the button.
Yeah, bro.
My favorite part. Ooh.
Hell yeah. Boom. Look at that.
That's
What a professional.
right.
I love it.
Pro RoboTaxi rider at this point.
One thing I've noticed, this time that it says that we're going to arrive by, 1:08, it's consistently, from what I've seen, it's consistently like 3 to 5 minutes after, like past the time that the app says it's going to arrive at.
Interesting.
So I don't know if the app is not working off of the latest traffic data when it's giving an estimate. Here we got a left turn, and we have traffic coming, and it was about to go, but then it stopped. And then we have these bike lanes too. I think it ends over
Hey,
here.
this is an interesting one.
Yeah,
Nice.
there we go. And off we go on our merry way. We're going to June's on Congress. Shout out June's, great restaurant. I had their, what did I have over there? I had like a chicken arugula salad thing a couple of days ago. So make sure you go check them out. Yeah, so you were saying like just so far, you don't think it's quite ready for prime time. So how many rides do you think you need to be in that are flawless? Or like how do you gauge when it's ready from your perspective?
That was funny. That I just I look at the car. There's
Oh, really?
People are all doing
Yeah.
like double takes at the car, which is
the
funny.
hell?
People notice. I don't know. It's I'm not an expert in what metrics they're looking at, but I just feel like there's a little bit of a lack of confidence and just certain situations where I wouldn't trust RoboTaxi. Like I feel like, okay, now we have at least one human monitoring every single car, 1-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
Probably more back at HQ.
Yeah, probably
And
more.
I think even if we expand that ratio 1 human to 10 cars, like beyond that, I think I would start to get stressed out, being like, well, what if, what kind of situations they run into, and how do you manually intervene? So I feel like that's going to be, and there's been a couple points like you told me and Dave Lee where we've already seen some sort of minor intervention. So I feel like those minor interventions have to go from like, a few times a day on the network to like not happening for at least a week straight
Got it.
before. I don't know though. I'm very curious to know like what kind of video game level controls they have, even with the Waymo, like
Yeah.
back at HQ, like who, because they're monitoring that like crazy. Is it one person is monitoring 5? They can like touch and control the car with a moment's notice. Like,
Yeah.
like maybe that technology scales super well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't think it's ready for them to turn it on and have no one monitoring it yet. So I
Gotcha.
think that's the point where it actually becomes super profitable and makes a ton of money, is when like literally nobody's monitoring,
Yeah.
basically.
Or like 1 to 1,000 cars, or like 1 to 10,000 cars, or something, right? Like,
Exactly.
yeah.
Something like that. 'Cause
How far away do you think we are from that? If you were to just take a wild guess, like what, like gut feel based on the trend of the progress of the technology so far, do you feel like you're in a position to make some sort of educated guess?
I feel like by 2027, it will be in multiple cities and be like very, very normal, and people will be like hailing robotaxis.
Yeah.
And it will be like maybe a couple $1 billion business for Tesla and start to really move the needle. That's kind of my high level like pace of how I think it's going to go. Like I think Austin stays for a while, then they go SF, then I don't know. It'll just be interesting to see. The launch has been so low key and chill.
Yeah.
Part of me feels like that can't continue. I don't know why. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I feel like it'll either like get way more hype, become way more cool, become more controversial, or some video is going to go viral. Like, you know that some crazy video is going to go viral.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to deal with it. That's a given. So that'll set, I don't know. But I like to come back to my analogy of like, it's a little seed that Tesla's planted that's going to become this big tree.
Yeah.
And that feels inevitable over this like next 10-year plan.
Yeah.
But it could be a year of just dinking around in Austin with safety drivers. Like that wouldn't also surprise me, you know? Or it could be like in 3 weeks they're like, it's all of Austin, no safety drivers. That would also not surprise me. So.
Yeah. To me, I feel like the likeliest scenario for this thing to be a giant hit is they're going to, they will be very cautious with the rollout. The drama will be kept at a minimum. Tesla Q and legacy media will be grasping at straws to try to find some sort of like bad situation where it's like a deal breaker. They're going to be very few and far between. All of us that are capturing the rides and I'm going to continue to post them in full. I'm not going to hide anything. Literally everything that I record, I'm going to post, good and bad. But I think a successful rollout will be, it kind of like disappears to the background. People kind of forget this is even happening. Tesla continues to expand into more and more regions, and then at some point, to your point, it's going to start showing up in the P&L, and it's going to start showing up as a separate revenue line item, and then you're going to have a separate profit line item for it, and it's going to start stacking, millions into hundreds of millions, into billions of dollars of profit. And then at that point, people are going to be like, wait a second, we can't ignore this anymore. We have to put some sort of multiple on this. Oh, and we got a Waymo dropping off right in front of us too. This is the war of the self-driving cars. Here we go.
Which it really is just good for consumers.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Like having Waymo and RoboTaxi, like basically who's really toast is Uber.
Yeah. Big time. And the Waymo stopped right now. It has, okay, now it's going.
We're being held up by a Waymo. God, classic.
It's probably doing it on purpose.
Right.
Just kidding. And then now it's going to pull over here, and now it's going to drop us off. That was actually very good to see. That was fun.
That was
okay,
cool.
Please exit safely. Thank you very much, brother.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Can't get enough of the logo. Hey, what's up?
Don Juan.
Favorite part right here. Don Juan. So I'm trying to go to the kind of across town.
Yeah.
Sort of a little bit more.
Yeah.
A little bit more. I haven't really been able to like test it in any like crazy situations.
Yeah, there's a lot of like what I found is the biggest challenge we had so far was when we tried to do a drop off at an intersection, and then I was riding with Hans. Hans held it on his phone, and then he about a block away from our destination, he said, "Drop me off now," because you can do a "drop me off now" thing on the app and on the screen.
Ooh, yeah.
And that, I think him doing that, like, forced the RoboTaxi in an awkward situation. Yeah, there's a couple pedestrians walking right now.
Nice, crushing.
Yeah.
And so that what happened when he did that?
So there was a
malfunction or something.
There was a bus stopped at the bus stop, and then there was another car behind it, and this was like, and then that car behind it was basically at the edge of the intersection. And then our RoboTaxi pulled up behind that car, but then it ended up like stopping at the crosswalk, and it was encroaching onto the right turning lane that was coming from the perpendicular lane, the road. And what ended up happening was it stopped. It's like, pick up your belongings, get out of the car. We got out of the car, and then the car just like waited there for like 30 seconds, and it was blocking traffic.
Oh, yeah. No way. So you would call that maybe a slight error?
Oh yeah, for sure.
or a slight traffic holdup, which,
Well,
to be fair, normal Ubers do too.
For sure.
When they drop off and pick up passengers, it's not really like illegal. I don't know. It's kind of like a little bit of chaos in a gray area.
It made for a very awkward situation. What it should have done, it should have just waited for the bus to clear, and then pull up to its drop-off spot and then drop us off. But instead, it sort of like perceived the traffic in front of us as stopped, and then it just decided to say, okay, I'm just gonna drop you guys off here, and y'all can fend for yourselves, kind of thing. So that was awkward. That was definitely an awkward situation. And then there was also another situation we had where I actually wasn't filming, and the car was about to make a left, like a bend, like a left bend, and then about 100 feet from the bend, it decided to get in the middle lane and then try to make a left turn into a gated community, and then the safety rider actually stopped it.
Wow!
He had either pulled over or stopped in lane. I forget which one he hit, but he hit one. And that was almost fun at the time. And then I noticed the car stopped, and I'm like, what just happened? It like stopped in the middle of the road in one of those middle lanes where you can make a left from, like one of these.
Oh yeah, in the yellow kind of in the middle.
Area.
Yeah.
And then he phoned home. He phoned support. Yeah.
No way.
And the support lady was like, hey, what's going on? How can I help you?
Wait, this is crazy.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, it looks like the car was about to make a left into a gated community, but you should just be able to give a signal you should just be able to tell it to keep going straight. He's like, okay, no problem. And then she sent a command to the car to just keep going straight, and then the car went.
Wow.
Yeah,
so it wasn't like, basically teleoperator called in help, and then the help controlled it almost?
I don't know, and that's the interesting part. I don't know if Tesla actually like actively beamed in and like used the steering wheel and pedal to drive the car. I think what happened is they gave a command to the car that said, hey, continue onwards, and then the car decided how to continue
almost
onwards.
Like pressing the accelerator when you're on FSD, and you're kind of just like encouraging it.
Exactly,
like that kind of intervention.
I think that's why they did. They just gave it like a general command that says continue onwards.
Interesting.
And the car,
oh look, this guy's making a left.
Yeah.
Nice.
Do that, no problem.
Wow, so you've seen a couple, because I was just checking X, and there was a clip of like disengagement that Dave Lee had or something.
Yeah,
it was one of the first ones caught on video of like them kind of tapping some sort of thing. So
it was the UPS truck trying to back up. I think it was, right? There was a UPS truck that was trying to back up.
The famous UPS truck.
Yeah. And then the safety rider told the car to stop. I think he hit stop the lane. And then, but that was weird too, because I think the UPS truck was trying to go on the curb. So it's like, it was a very, very unique situation where you wouldn't typically see a UPS truck go on the curb in that location, but maybe he does, and that's just where he drops off, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know how legal it is for a UPS truck to ride the curb and park on the curb of like a sidewalk, I don't know. So, but those are the kinds of things that ROBOTAXI has to account for, It's like
there's going to be a lot of things like that.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's cool that these.
Oh boy.
Whoa. This guy.
What the hell was he doing?
And that guy's car already's got he's already got like 3 dents on his car. That guy.
What a lunatic.
Nice. And wait, so we were gonna go right there, but I think now no,
I think we're going straight.
Oh, I meant, sorry, I got confused with the turn signal.
This person is crazy.
Yeah, that guy almost got in a crash right there, but.
So I'm sure we caught it on camera. So the guy was trying to make a U-turn, and then he just stopped. He
gave up mid U-turn. Honestly, pulling like a Waymo kind of move.
Yeah. That was. I'm glad we caught that on camera, and the car handled that. I mean, flawlessly. Like, it did exactly what it was supposed to do. Just slow down and be like, "What the hell just happened?"
Yep.
And kind of just like wait for that to clear. That was wild. I'm glad you caught that on camera. Holy moly! I see stuff like that here all the time.
And I feel like it's cool that even in these minor kind of like where the car needs intervention, it's not like a crash or something. Like, I don't know. I wasn't really thinking that through, but it's like, oh, there's all these systems in place for when the car doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
To kind of like see, look, there's some buttons on the touchscreen there that are new to this interface.
Yeah.
But so there's a way to kind of get us out of trouble without even noticing it.
Yeah.
Like, so I feel like that's kind of a cool safety feature. And obviously,
100%.
like, I feel like they got to be building the safety track record of this, like, right now.
Yeah.
You know, like, safety resume. Like,
Yeah.
how many rides are perfect, building that data, sending it to regulators. That seems to be
For sure.
super important, probably.
For sure. Yeah, I think we'll have an idea of when Tesla's at a point where they can really execute on that at a very high level. As far as like expanding the network and adding cars and adding cities and adding more areas to the geofence area. I think once we start seeing the safety riders not being in the car anymore, I think that's the signal that says, okay, Tesla's ready to start expanding.
Yep. And that was actually one of my questions is, what do you think about the next kind of phase of the rollout? Like, how do you think the rollout kind of goes in your mind?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I go back and forth on this. I think it's one of two. It's either expanding the existing region in Austin and going into North Austin and starting, pulling that part of the city, pulling UT and sort of North Congress and 6th Street and all those areas. Start pulling that in, and or yanking the safety rider. One of those two things would probably be the next logical step. Now, expanding the region by default means adding cars to the network. And adding cars to the network, if you're not yanking the safety rider, by default means adding safety riders.
Yeah.
And my guess is, I think Tesla's got about 12 or 13 cars in operation right now. I think
that's what the rumors are saying. Some people saying 30, but that seems crazy.
That seems crazy. I don't think that's right. I saw that there was a Bradford and Matt and Sawyer and a bunch of others are trying to keep an Excel spreadsheet of all this license plates.
Oh yeah. Saw that.
I think there was 13 or 15 of them on that list.
And some are out of service at certain times.
Yeah.
They got to be charging. They got to be cleaning. We're not really seeing any of that. So
Exactly.
that's a very interesting point though, that them expanding with the safety driver in the front seat seems like a premature move. Like it seems like that would kind of, because I mean,
I think it bogs
not rocket
down.
science, but they're probably losing money on each ride.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, these guys are probably getting paid $1 million a day.
Yeah.
They deserve it. But it would, even if like this thing does, I don't know, like 20 rides a day, that's only like $90 at the current rate with 420, right? Whatever it is. And I'm sure these guys are getting paid, well above that. I mean, well, significantly above that on a daily basis. Plus you have charging, plus you have, your wear and tear and depreciation and insurance.
The cost of the car itself.
Yeah. So,
it's not going to be, that's what I'm curious of. I don't think it's going to be as much of a profitability cakewalk as some people are saying. Like, I think it is kind of this idea that you go from selling the asset outright and just making money to like operating it yourself.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be some growing pains, like learning that cycle and that kind of stuff.
There will definitely be growing pains, but I do think the economics of it will just prove itself out, because yanking the driver is going to be such a huge cost savings for this thing. So like relative to everybody else, this thing's going to have so much market share that they're just going to get majority rides, because they're going to be able to operate at a lower cost than everybody else, because their cost per mile is going to be so much lower than everybody else.
Totally.
But it will take a little bit of time for sure. Okay.
Perfect.
We are at
Wow.
location.
Another flawless drive here.
That's ride 11 for you?
Yep, ride 11.
Right.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You too. There we go. Never gets old stepping out of the ROBOTAXI. Never gets old.
Really sick.
Awesome.
All right, well, I guess what else is there to do besides just call another ride, I guess?
Just call another one. Should I call the next one? Or you...
ROBOTAXI pulling away. Ooh, that was a tight turn. It looked like he almost was going to hit that guy, but... Oh, it's got an unprotected left here. This is interesting. Unprotected left, ROBOTAXI just doing its thing. Doing its thing. Wow. Farzad talking about first factory delivery on June 28th, where the Tesla drives itself to a customer. Next big milestone.
I do think they'll do that with a safety rider. I don't think it's going to be like, the car will fully deliver itself without anybody in the car. I think it's going to be very similar to what we're seeing here with the ROBOTAXI launch. But what's interesting about that is that the factory is outside of the existing geofence area. So the factory is about, I don't know, like probably 5 miles east of the edge of the geofence. And so what that means is that car's going to drive itself outside of the geofence area that we have. And I wonder if the delivery of that car will be within the geofence area or if it's going to be outside of it.
Yeah.
I've seen pictures and images and videos of the ROBOTAXIs driving around outside of the geofence area on highways already without a driver.
Wow.
So,
I didn't realize that. That's
yeah,
cool.
but they do have the safety riders in there. So I do wonder, now that I think about it more and more, I do wonder if the next step for Tesla is to expand the geofence versus yanking the safety rider.
Yep.
Because they can afford to take a hit on ROBOTAXI for the short to medium term until they get sort of all the kinks worked out. Because for them, like, even if they have 1,000 ROBOTAXIs and 1,000 safety riders, they're gonna have to eat a significant cost. But relative to the rest of the business, it's a drop in the bucket.
Yep. Good point.
So they can afford to do that. That's why Waymo is doing that too. Like with their program, they have tens of billions of dollars of surplus cash flow every year. They can just dump into whatever pet project they have. And Waymo is far from being a money making business. And so the question becomes, how quickly can Tesla go from a money losing business to a money making business with ROBOTAXI?
Yeah.
And that's going to be purely dictated by the removal of the safety rider and then the expansion of the area so that they can get enough cars in the area so people can actually hail the cars. So who knows? I mean, when do you think that's, like, how far away are we from that, you think, where Tesla can show a profit on this thing?
Ooh, I was trying to crunch the numbers the other day because I feel like it's at least, like, there's some angle of depreciation that they're going to do with the ROBOTAXI, so depreciate the asset over time. So it's not like they have to make 30 grand in the first year to be profitable on it.
Yeah.
From an accounting perspective.
Yeah.
But that would be from a cash flow perspective, I think. But I don't know. I think it's super up in the air how it kind of goes. My guess is they're going to be putting so many new cars in the fleet that it actually kind of is either flat or like a negative cash burn for a while, because even if like these first 100 cars start to get profitable, let's say, then they're going to add another 100, then another 1,000, then 10,000, then 50,000. So there's going to be in this kind of like flywheel of like constant fleet expansion.
Yeah.
And just putting capital into that. I want to say I heard somewhere Elon said something about keeping it cash flow break even though. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe that'll be like Tesla's core business pumps out $500 million, $1.25 billion in cash flow. That's like the max they want to spend on ROBOTAXI, and then keep their cash position at $30 billion. I'm thinking about it kind of like that,
Yeah.
And like you said, it's a drop in the bucket. Like as an investor, I'm like, Tesla has so much money. Like there's no reason to be concerned or thinking this is really going to impact the business model unless we start to see their cash like start dipping way below 30 billion into the 20, below 20 billion.
Or if the cash
but that's
flow
like
goes
would never
negative.
even, yeah. But that would never happen, at least for now. I think.
Well, so I think that's part of the interesting discussion, because Q2 deliveries are not going to be good. They're going to be worse than Q1 from the looks of it.
And no one cares, which I think is fascinating.
I agree.
It looks like it just people forgot about the delivery.
Yeah. Which is kind of wild. I really think it backs up the thesis that the Wall Street is starting to price in ROBOTAXI heavily.
Yep.
A significant, for sure, a significant percentage of Tesla's current valuation is ROBOTAXI, and some part of it is also Optimus, for sure. Because otherwise, the current price action doesn't make sense. Like the stock is up how much since Q1 deliveries, and Q1 deliveries were awful. It's up like what is it, like $80-$100 or something a share? That makes no sense. Q2 is going to be worse than Q1, which is a very unfortunate situation. And there's a lot of theories about why that is. But if you look at the broader auto market, the auto market is in pain. I just saw a news report from this morning. BYD they're pausing night shift production at their factories. BYD, so they're cutting down their production by a third.
Wow.
And they have something like their days to pay suppliers is like 270 days. So it's taking them 9 quarters to pay suppliers. because of how much like surplus inventory they have out there.
Interesting. I just
Yeah.
read an interesting Twitter thread about a potential kind of accounting scandal at BYD,
Yeah.
which is, I think, kind of similar to what you're saying about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how true that is, though.
That's the challenge with these Chinese companies, is that they're so opaque when it comes to their accounting. Nobody really knows what the hell is going on, and the government backstops the hell out of them too.
Yep.
You know, so it's like and BYD has this thing where they can, like similar to legacy automakers here in the States, but it's a lot more opaque in China. They can just dump cars on dealers, like willy-nilly, call that a sale, and then all these dealers are stuck with there's a ROBOTAXI with a LiDAR thing. I've been seeing a bunch of them here. So they're,
It's gonna drive. Oh, there it goes.
yeah, they're mapping something.
So
with
look,
that.
that's a Tesla with a something on it.
Yeah.
Great spot.
Yeah, they're mapping.
Great spot.
I've seen a few of those driving around in the last few days. I don't know what they're doing. I think that's just for some sort of like some level of mapping or some level of like validation of mapping potentially.
Interesting.
I think they have the mapping data from all the cameras, and maybe they're sending this thing to do a final validation to make sure, okay, yeah, that's the thing that you, it's confirmed. Just as a second layer of validation for them. Versus like what the other companies have to do, which is like do some heavy duty HD mapping. It looks like Tesla's just going through and doing one pass to just like validate what they've seen on the cameras.
Oh.
Is my guess. I don't know for sure what that is, but we'll see. We'll see what the situation is with the auto market, because it does look like the broader auto segment is very soft. And Tesla's going to suffer from that too. But then the question becomes, if they are able to successfully release unsupervised, where people no longer have to pay attention to drive 99% of the time, like with their own personal own cars, is that going to be a demand lever for them? And it should be.
Yes.
Right? I don't see why that wouldn't be. Like why pay for a RAV4 that you're going to pay more for per mile and it can't drive itself, when you can buy a Tesla for the same or lower price and it can drive itself without you having to pay attention.
Yeah.
You know, and how heavily will Tesla market that and push that?
Yeah, I think you brought up two great points, which I was thinking. The demand lever, like the viralness of people seeing robotaxis around, talking about robotaxi rides, and then I was in the ride robotaxi and like, damn, like my friend Julian literally has one of these. Like he owns a robotaxi. Like you start thinking of it as, oh, it's not a Model Y. He owns a robotaxi. Like that's so. I do feel like that'll be a huge. Like even if these sales trough a little bit, this might last very quick, might kind of pick back up quickly once people realize the viralness of self-driving.
Yeah.
And then I thought it was so interesting again how it feels like we're talking about this new business model. Tesla's reinventing its business model again.
Yeah.
Like it feels like so many times they like all in the company on Model 3, you know, cash flow break even or negative, but this is the next product that takes our financials to this next level.
Yeah.
And so that's why Tesla to me is still kind of a startup, even though they're worth $1 trillion. Because their business model is not at maturity. Like this idea, we're not seeing not profitability from robotaxi rides. You know, you can say it's the PE is crazy, but there's really no earnings from the businesses people are buying it for, like you said, which is Optimus and robotaxi. Right. So it's fascinating to see Tesla at this size once again kind of bet its company on the next business model, like kind of disrupt itself, like Steve Jobs style, like, you know, pace of innovation, and leaving on the table the easy minivan or the easy, you know, $20,000 two-seater car. Yeah. They don't even want to deal with that. It's just all in on robotaxi. So
I agree 100%. And they're doing it from a position of strength.
I think this is us. Let's go. Yeah.
You're about to step in.
Shout out to Pitch and Putt.
Pitch and Putt.
I'm gonna turn this up a little so it's not too loud. Let's see if that works.
Yes.
Oh, this is that unprotected left.
Yeah. Piece of cake.
Piece of cake. Wow. There's a car coming too, but no problem.
Easy. You guys, it is hot today in Austin, y'all.
Yeah.
We got some heat.
Dude, it is so hot. It's like, it's West Coast people not used to this.
Yeah.
The Texas.
91 with like 70% humidity or something. My back is completely and utterly drenched in sweat, so RIP to the person that's going to sit in the seat after me. Hopefully it dries up by then. My apologies. I showered this morning, you guys. There's another one.
Me too.
Of us.
I showered
pre-robotaxi.
Ooh. Yep. Nice.
So they're doing something.
No, see, we're in the arena, in the trenches here. Grinding.
We're in there, bro.
Grinding.
We're in there. So yeah, it's what you like the thought process you were going down on is like, I think thinking of Tesla as a startup company is the correct framing. It's a startup company that has a startup leader that is operating from a position of financial security. Usually when you have a startup, they are in a dire cash position, right? It's rare that you have a startup that has more than a couple years of runway, if that. Usually they're like operating on 6 months to a year runway.
Yeah.
And that usually is the mechanism that like lights a fire under the leadership's ass to like make the thing work, because otherwise they go bankrupt, right? And like, you know, the culture is enveloped around that. It's like, guys, we gotta make this work, we gotta make this work, we gotta make this work. Tesla somehow, like with Elon at the helm, they don't have that financial situation, but the company operates as if they have that financial situation, right? There's always this existential like culture in the company. It doesn't matter how big they are or what they're working on, because Elon is riddled with so much existential anxiety that permeates through the company, right? And then that's why you can take risks like this, where you are where you are taking the best-selling car in the world, and for the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years you've been working to get the best-selling car in the world to drive itself. There, like that is a categorically insane thing to do. And the reason why a lot of people don't think it's going to happen, it's because it sounds insane, and it is insane. Because when people think of self-driving, they think you need the maximum number of sensors to maximize safety. Elon's like, no, 9 cameras, 8 cameras on a computer, we just have to get really good at AI. And then most people are like, that's crazy, like no way. And he's like, yeah, well, we have to do that because otherwise we won't be able to get millions of self-driving cars per year, because it's going to be too expensive to make self-driving cars, because you're going to need all these sensors and all this complexity in the car. It's going to be almost impossible to do. So it's like, it's that first principles approach of like, if you want self-driving cars to be ubiquitous, you need millions of them, and the only way to make millions of them is by having a sensor suite that is very affordable and cheap to make. And for that thing to work, you need artificial intelligence. That requires an insane person. Like this, that is not a normal thing to do, right?
Yeah. And it's like no company at this scale, this success, operates with the level of risk tolerance and startup DNA that I would say Elon and Tesla have, which is so cool. And I even feel like there was a few like tension in the executive ranks about going all in on ROBOTAXI. That was something I heard. I don't know. It's always like, is it how true are these rumors or not? Yeah. But like, I feel like I thought that was interesting. Like, people wanted the $20,000 car and like the cheaper thing, but it feels like that's just out the window and all the focus is on autonomy, which is.
Yeah, I'm still very like conflicted about that. I still feel like I don't know if this could be like just Elon working his magic, and it could be part of like him getting involved in politics, was getting a clear runway for self-driving regulation, so that he doesn't have to make a cheaper vehicle that drives it that has a steering wheel and pedal, because he just wanted to go all in on autonomy and say, screw creating a new, more affordable car from the ground up. We're just going to make the Cybercab, no steering wheel and pedal, and for that to work, I need to get regulation to catch up with where I want to be. Because the problem is, if the regulation doesn't catch up with Tesla's going to have idle capacity to the tune of millions of units per year, because Elon has said and has made the decision that they will not make more affordable vehicles in the millions of units per year with a steering wheel and pedal. Like, he's essentially going to cap that at 3 million units per year. That's what it looks like to me.
You're right.
The surplus capacity is all Cybercab or transportation units without steering wheel and pedals. But for that to work, you need the regulation to catch up. So Elon's like, okay, well, instead of catering to the market, I'm going to bring the future forward by influencing policy. Right?
And I wonder how much has the self-driving policy changed, like the rules and regulations? Because even this with Austin, it's like, it's crazy that they allow this to be legal. You know, like, so. Well, that's been the case for a while. It enough, but
so this regulation here in Austin is actually very unique, because regulation, self-driving autonomous vehicle regulation in Texas is at the state level. It's not the local jurisdiction level. And the reason why it's at the state level was because the state thought that having it at their local jurisdiction level would limit the technology's ability to go city to city, or suburb to airport, or suburb to suburb, right? Because if you leave it up to the jurisdictions, maybe it's like, okay, you can drive within Austin, but you can't go to Cedar Park, you can't go to Georgetown, you can't go to San Marcos, you can't go to San Antonio.
Yeah.
And so the state said, nope, it's going to be state level. We're going to regulate it at the state level, and then we're going to let the company dictate how safe they are. So they have to, instead of them proving to us that they're safe, we're going to allow them to operate and then shut them down if they are unsafe.
Oh.
That's how the regulation works in Texas.
Innocent until proven guilty, almost.
Exactly. And that's why Texas is considered to be so business friendly, is because the regulations bias towards risk taking versus proving that you're safe. Like,
interesting.
Like California is kind of the opposite. California is a little bit. They still have. I mean, obviously you have self-driving cars in a lot of parts of the state, but they require safety drivers, right? You have to have someone behind the steering wheel and pedal. Each jurisdiction dictates a lot of rules and regulations to the point where maybe SF has a certain rule set, but for you to be able to go from SF to LA, you're going to have to work with all the jurisdictions in the middle to make it happen. Whereas here in Texas, it's like tomorrow Elon could say, fuck it, Texas wide open, you can operate a ROBOTAXI anywhere. In theory, he could do that.
Wow.
Without the regulators slapping his hand, because the environment here has allowed for that. And then at the federal level, with this new Secretary of Transportation, Duffy, he took that tour of the Tesla facility, the Giga Texas, and he's very open about creating a federal framework for self-driving vehicles so that you can have state-to-state travel, or you can have a unified framework where Texas can have self-driving vehicles, and so can Oklahoma, and so can Louisiana, and so can Pennsylvania, and New York, and New Jersey, and like all the states, right? And that's going to be massively important for Tesla, because again, if they are going down the path of cybercab and just going all in on autonomy, and you're building capacity to go all in on autonomy, you need that regulation to catch up so you can dump your car somewhere. Otherwise, you're stuck. You're stuck with idle capacity, right? So it's such a fascinating time in the company's history, because Elon is betting on the regulation catching up to his capacity. Yep. And he's going all in on the capacity. He doesn't care about the cash flow impact. He doesn't care about the cash balance impact. His position is self-driving will work the way we're doing it. We're going to have an outsized advantage because of our scale, and we're going to just start building them. And when the regulation turns on, it turns on, and then when it turns on, we're going to flood the freaking streets with self-driving cars everywhere. That's his strategy.
And I like what you said about Texas being like ready to expand right now. Like the Austin metro area is a huge, 2.5 million, quickly growing. So I think just in Austin alone, there's such a big potential.
Oh yeah.
The Austin metro area. So I feel like that, I don't know, I'm kind of excited for what that means for Austin. And then you think about expanding within Texas. It's like, well, in some ways the regulatory risk is actually like not the biggest risk. It's trying to, have less safety drivers to improve your costs.
Correct.
Is the biggest thing holding it back versus regulation at this point.
In the self-driving friendly states, like your Texas, like your Floridas, like your Nevadas, like your Californias to an extent. But a significant number of states don't really have autonomous vehicle framework at all, right? So, yeah, you're 100% right.
And it's funny that you mentioned California as something different, because that's what it sounds like. The second spot they want to expand to is California, or somewhere in California.
Yeah, I think SF.
Yeah.
Silicon Valley. SF. Yeah.
I feel like this was a big moment for Austin to leap ahead of Silicon Valley,
so
to get
sick.
the ROBOTAXI ahead of Silicon. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like this has been the new Silicon Valley in my eyes, but I feel like it's just
like baby. It's like baby Silicon Valley.
Baby Silicon Valley, but I feel like Tesla manifested that Texas became the tech capital.
Yeah.
And then the whole Delaware thing, like, I don't know, I see a big movement towards Texas becoming very important. And
Texas is going to start its own
the Texas Stock Exchange. That's going to be huge.
I think the state is capitalizing on the momentum of bringing as much business here as possible to try and just capitalize on the trend and bring tax revenue into the state. which is such a smart move. It's such a brilliant move to really cater to your Teslas and your tech companies and your battery manufacturers, your manufacturing companies. You know, Samsung's putting in a plant. I think it's about like 45 minutes northeast of Austin downtown. They're going to be making, I believe, batteries or chips or something. One of those. There's so many new freaking projects here. I like lose track of them.
There's like a new factory like every day. I feel like it's like Oracle is doing this. Like
there's a rumor that Disney's going to put in a park
near Austin.
Near Austin.
No
like
way.
Between Waco and Austin, between Dallas and Austin.
Wow. Wait,
it's a rumor.
Like a theme park?
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know how accurate that is. That's, you know, like the
gossip.
The scuttlebutt.
Love some scuttlebutt.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if that becomes the case or not. But yeah, dude, it's very, very exciting. It's so exciting. We hope to expand. We need to see very quick expansion
of the RoboTaxi.
Of the RoboTaxi, yeah, because that's going to prove out the thesis. If it's, you know, I think it's probably normal if Austin's kind of like in this state for the next, I don't know, 3 to 6 months while they iron out the kinks and they collect the data and they do everything they need to do. But I wouldn't be surprised either, like at an extreme scenario, like within a couple weeks, they're like, okay, we're going to North Austin now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all.
No, I think,
you know?
people, dude, nothing about Tesla and Elon moves slow.
No.
Like, they're super efficient.
Except for getting to RoboTaxi.
Except for getting RoboTaxi. I guess so. But even that, like, was quick. It just wasn't as quick as promised.
Correct.
But, like, the whole idea of, like, them, like, nothing stays the same year over year. Like, every time I come back to the Tesla factory, like, it's, like, it's totally changed. I can't believe how, like, advanced and cutting edge it is.
Yeah.
And so I feel like it's going to be like that with self-driving. Like, if I come, you know, I'm in Austin now, leaving tomorrow. If I come back in 3 months, I'm sure it'll be expanded and bigger. It's just, like,
100%.
Takes a minute to, like, zoom out and be like, you know, well, it's been open for 3 days and there's still safety drivers.
Yeah.
But it's like, that's such a short-term way to look at it. And I feel like it's gonna, like, I don't know. Tesla does nothing slow.
No. The speed of the rollout and the expansion of this program should mirror the speed of that Tesla experience after they went to end-to-end neural nets. Where it was really fast improvements, really drastic improvements very quickly. You know, like when version 12 dropped to the current version 13, like we saw incredible step changes that happened very, very quickly where all those like issues around the edges were addressed. In theory, we should see a similar pace of expansion with the geographies that they operate in. So we'll see if that's the case. Now we got people parked here on the right with their doors wide open. They're unloading their car, and we're pulling right over
to an iconic spot, by the way. Pitch
yeah?
and putt.
Oh, dude.
This is a damn. There's no line right now, too.
This
is crazy.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Wow.
By the way.
Oh, I gotta show them.
Oh, yep.
Are you?
Wow.
I'm filming, but is that okay?
I'm Gallon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's go. First RoboTaxi ride. No one in the driver's seat. This is absolutely bananas.
I feel honored.
We got the smart glasses recording with Omar Beck. So it took us about 20 minutes to get the first ride, but it's rush hour right now. June 23rd, day 2 of the RoboTaxi launch. Just got off the plane.
The FOMO
this
is real.
Wild.
He was messaging me all day yesterday.
Yeah, I got my invite yesterday and immediately booked a flight. All right, so let's see actually how the drive. I got too excited. I forgot we're supposed to be filming the driving. And you know what's crazy is I FSD'd to the airport today. Like I had a Tesla rental car and I drove on FSD to the airport in Boston.
That's awesome.
All right, so we got a right turn here. A lot going on. Car's doing great. Also, it's crazy that it just like works. Like it's so chill. It just works. It's rush hour. We're actually going to get food at this smokehouse. Loro. Real use case for the ROBOTAXI. Wow, this is cool. I like how we got it nice and comfy with the temperature.
And apparently, Chuck Cook was telling me all this you can control from your phone too. I know
Oh,
you're
really?
recording right
Yeah,
now, but
if I
all
wasn't
this
recording.
all this is in your native app, so you don't have to touch this at all.
Wow.
You could have hit start and controlled the media. Yeah.
This is super
And
cool.
apparently, I think the Apple Music and all this is like logged into your. That's how I understood it.
It's crazy how it feels so familiar because it's like new, but it's like, you know, if I have FSD, so I feel like this isn't even that crazy. Like it's kind of just like FSD, except we're all choosing not to sit in the front seat.
Yeah.
This is wild. I love how well it integrates with the city too. Like you barely notice them driving around except for the subtle like little logo.
Yeah. Stealth mode a little bit.
Wow, I cannot believe this. So $420 a ride. They've probably done over 1,000 rides by now, but we're still, I feel like, early in it. All right, now we're taking the left. Wow. Super chill. Oh, so this is good. This guy's turning. Super smooth. Very quiet and relaxing with the new Model Y interior too.
Oh yeah. I took one of these out for a loader. Massive difference between the old Model Y.
Yeah.
Noise and suspension wise. It's like a
Ooh.
different car altogether.
Right? It makes a big difference, the insulation and stuff.
It feels luxury back here, right?
Totally. Very luxury. Ooh, okay, now we're gonna go on some back roads, I guess. That's cool.
So it's a little unusual. I'm a native Texan, so I know the roads.
Uh-huh.
There was like a 5-minute direct road, but it chose to go all these back ways. I don't know what.
Oh yeah, because I saw we turned and we're off the big road, and then it like came up with a back way.
Maybe traffic,
Which is
kind
kinda
of
cooler,
time
though.
right now. Yeah,
I feel like it's yeah.
they're definitely giving you an experience.
See, it's 6:08, so we're in the middle of rush hour right now. RoboTaxi working flawlessly on day 2. Wow. Going a little slow and cautious. Ooh, then we got this left coming up. It's definitely taking like the back shortcut way, which is kind of interesting. Ooh, here we got this unprotected left, it looks like. This is pretty crazy. This is hard to see right there.
Oh, it's doing it.
Nice. Unprotected left turn. That was pretty good. Right?
Yeah.
Has it been doing like crazy stuff like that? Like you've been on a few rides?
Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, we just drove.
Class.
I mean, we just drove through a neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
Like super low key. It seemed somewhat cautious, but
It was a little cautious, but I feel like that's good. Super chill so far. It's crazy that the biggest thing is it seems like a little boring, honestly. That's how good it is. Like, literally, I'm like, damn, this video's about to be boring.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. People are gonna get used to this so quick.
Oh yeah.
People are gonna get like insanely quick.
Yeah.
Like, this is crazy. Wow. It's definitely like how familiar it feels versus the Waymo, because you know, if you're already a Tesla driver, like even if you ride Uber, you might probably have already been in a Tesla, so you've already like seen the UI and the touchscreen and everything, so it feels super like natural and like, you know, not that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm. It's like swear.
Wow.
You tweeted another left here.
This is insane. I'm so curious how this goes into like, unprotected left on the stop sign. I'm so curious how this like expands. Like, does it expand inch by inch? Do they really take over Austin? Like, you know, when is it available to the public? Like, I feel like everyone's so curious. Like, and no one really knows how it's gotta go. They gotta like test it.
Some of the beta testers yesterday were telling me they think there's roughly 30 of these out right now.
Wow. Oh, I actually saw that on a post on X that people were saying they think there's like 30. They think there's 30 cars driving around already right now.
I don't know where they saw that.
And there was that leaked screenshot that said they'd already done 100 rides. So I thought that was crazy. Wow. I like how it picked the back way. This is super cool. Also, I gotta say, it's perfect temperature in here.
Yeah.
It's like 100 degrees outside in Austin, and it's you can probably hear the air in the video, but we got the AC going, and right when we got in, it was perfect temperature. So I feel like that's another added vibe. And apparently, all your like apps, like Spotify and stuff, are like working and kind of like already logged into your accounts. I don't have mine logged in though, so but that's a cool feature.
Do you think it automatically logs you in? Let's try it.
That's what I heard, but I don't have premium connectivity, so.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, so you connect with the QR code, kind of. Nice, that's cool. Wow, first ROBOTAXI ride. This is crazy. Left, we got another unprotected left. This on a much bigger intersection here. Much bigger intersection. Oh, no, we're gonna have a protected left because I don't know what the arrow. But it's all good. Just looking at that arrow. Definitely maybe a little bit slow and cautious, but kind of just like a slow, cautious human driver, I would say. Definitely not in hurry mode, which I think is a good thing. This is crazy. And it's got actually a pretty big area of service in like downtown Austin, which I feel like is pretty cool. Like it's not just like a super tiny like unknown, like off the beaten path.
It's half of our like what you consider Austin. This is South Austin, like all of it.
All of it is in the first, and this is just V1. That's crazy.
Yep.
And I bet they're gonna like slowly let more and more people do the app. Like, this is nuts. 3 minutes left. Taking a while for the red light, but let's see what we got going on up here. 3 minutes to go. Very clear. Can easily click support button. Got a support button down here as well. We're in good hands. Yeah, so we got temperature control. To all your apps. The coolest thing I feel like would be like to have the game on if you're trying to watch the game or something.
Yeah.
That would be cool. And then I guess you can go. Cool. Oh, now I'm moving. Took an eye left. Oh, and there's Austin, it looks like. That's cool. Austin skyline right there.
Downtown.
Ooh. Wow. Not too much traffic, I gotta say. Thought there was gonna be a lot more traffic. Wow. I mean, what's crazy is how much this is just gonna fit into my daily routine.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm visiting Austin for 3 days and it's like, oh, I'll just call a ROBOTAXI. Like this is gonna become the move so quickly. And it's just cooler than Uber, that's a guarantee. Like even if it was the same price as Uber, this is like definitely a better experience. So man, this is gonna take off so quickly. I'm getting massive FOMO about Tesla stock right now. Like massive FOMO. Like, I mean, I got a ton of Tesla stock, but I'm like, this is like the fact that they actually pulled off launching this in June is so dope.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe it. Like the like war room they have with all the rides and like that must be so badass.
Is that in Austin?
Probably in Austin.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe it could, the AI team might be in like Palo Alto. I feel like that would be so cool. Self-driving era. Wow. Oh, we gotta update. It's telling us to make sure to gather our belongings. Ooh, and I can click drop me off now. That's cool. Ooh, wow. And this was a functional ride. We wanted to get drinks and food. We just took the RoboTaxi. It took us to Laura, which is the trendy spot everyone wants to go. So, wow.
I'm curious where it drops us off.
Yeah, because it says it's supposed to like take a little bit of a right here. Oh, it's signaling. What the signal?
If it goes in here, it's actually the right entrance.
Really?
Yeah, it's perfect.
So this is it's looking like it's gonna be perfect.
Yeah.
Wow, this is such a vibe. Here we go. Let's
That's
go,
sick. That's
Laura,
sick.
right there.
That's sick. Oh,
wow.
Look what's waiting for us.
Oh, Waymo. No way. There's a Waymo.
The
Okay,
future
let's
and the
go.
past. The future and the past.
Okay, and now it says, I think we're ready to get out. We unlocked. Let's go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, mister. Appreciate it. Wow. Tesla RoboTaxi. There we go. I think I'm only going 2 blocks. Just wanted to test it out and squeeze in a ride before it closed. Because I think it's only supposed to go to midnight, so. Another car coming. Already pulling up. Flawless. Oh, thanks. First time I've seen that. Thank you. Have a good night. Wow. Another perfect ride in the RoboTaxi. That was so cool.
Yeah, gonna check it out. Our first ever RoboTaxi ride. See you guys. Bye. Bye. Here it says fasten seatbelt to continue. Okay. Oh wow, that's cool. It recognized I fastened my seatbelt. Oh, start ride. Okay, let's check out this interface up here. Route contains closed roads. Okay. So now I just go down here. I press start ride. Arrive in 12 minutes. Right, we're going to go to Starbucks from Taco Deli in Austin, Texas. All right, here we are. We are navigating out of this place. Super excited to do one of the first ever customer ROBOTAXI rides here. Nice, nice, nice. So check this out. You can do some music options here. Oh, connect once. Okay. Interesting. I guess you could. Oh, pull over. I don't want to pull over. Interesting. So if you need to pull over, it looks like you could pull over. You just press that confirm button. The vehicle will reach out to a support agent for assistance. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's check this out. Let's look at this interface a little more. Let's go like this. This looks like a ROBOTAXI interface. Ah, interesting. There's a pullover button. It says stop in lane, and it says support. And then you have a navigation screen. Yeah, a little bit different navigation screen. All right, I'm at a Starbucks. I'm getting picked up on my second ROBOTAXI ride here.
Before we get going, do you mind if I see your app real quick?
Sure.
We're having small talk, but feel free to explore the UI or take a look around and explore that. Thanks.
Cool, thank you. All right, we know the drill here. Go to Joe's Coffee, South Congress. We're gonna start the ride like this. And we're gonna get there in about 8 minutes. So here's the ride. Again, look, nobody in the driver's seat there, just driving away. Here on the middle screen you have pull over, stop in lane, and support. So I'm guessing the Tesla monitor, if there's some problems, can hit one of those buttons and get the car to stop. Alright, so one question people might be asking is, why do we need a Tesla monitor in the front seat? He's not driving the car, you can see, right? The car is driving itself, but you know, he's there. I think there's a few reasons. One is you could have some bad actors, you know, in the back seat who want to kind of sabotage things and try to like suddenly jump in the front seat, turn the steering wheel, try to get it out of FSD, and you know, cause some problems. It's a bunch of stuff. So I think it's a wise move in the beginning to have a person in the front seat to make sure, right? Yeah, things go smoothly, that things progress as they should, and there's no like bad actors. Another reason for a Tesla monitor would be, you know, in certain situations you might just want to err on the side of caution, have the car pull over or stop, and you'll see you could stop in lane or pull over, or you could call support, I guess, and they could maybe help you out. I'm not sure exactly what that does. Yeah, if somehow, you know, headquarters has a way to take over the car or not, but yeah, it's an interesting extra precaution here. All right, for those wondering, this is just a standard, you know, 2025 Model Y, the Juniper version. I have one I just got a few weeks ago. It's the exact same, you know, interior, the seats, the back, you know, everything. I mean, the UI is slightly different, right, when you're on this ROBOTAXI mode, but otherwise, there's no special equipment, no special anything besides the software. Oh, interesting. So we're getting closer. You got a little sound that says, make sure to gather your belongings. And, okay, it's showing us where we're going to be getting off soon. And you have a button that says drop me off now if you want. That's interesting. So here we are. We're gonna turn here, turn right, and yeah, it's looking for, if you go down here, it's looking for the drop-off spot just kind of at this corner. So we're gonna see, take us to this drop-off spot. Oh, interesting. We're right behind the Waymo. Nice. So here you have it. 2025, Tesla RoboTaxi pulls up behind the Waymo car. Crazy times we live in. All right, it says exit. Please exit safely. Thank you for riding in RoboTaxi. I can open the trunk or contact support. And I'm gonna go ahead and unbuckle my seatbelt, and I'm gonna go ahead and get out of this car. All right, just got out of this Tesla RoboTaxi car here. We're gonna come here. No RoboTaxi sticker on this side either. Interesting. Okay. Anyways, let's get inside. So we're here in this my third RoboTaxi. Okay, I just pressed the side or the start button. We're going about 9 minutes to a coffee shop on Lamar Street, I think. And here we are in this FSD RoboTaxi. You know, it's interesting, having the Tesla monitor in the car, I think actually is a good move by Tesla. It kind of is reassuring a bit, knowing that there's another person in the car kind of looking out after you. I mean, he's not monitoring in a sense of trying to take over instantaneously, but he is looking out for, you know, all the roads and seeing if he does have to, you know, do something. On the screen, you do see a couple options. You can pull over or stop in lane or contact support. I have the option back down here to pull over too, you know, if I just press this button here. So yeah, there's a couple options, right, in case there's trouble. But we're navigating, through some streets. Now, it's not taking, I think, just the easiest streets. It's taking actually some pretty complex streets, just the normal way, right, to get to. Oh, we got a Waymo on the other side. There's been quite a few Waymos I've been seeing around here. Yeah, interesting. But yeah, we're going to take a right onto a busy street up here. I wish I knew what kind of, what software version this was, you know, if I could see the version number, but there's no way to see the version number right now. Actually, let's come down here. I'm wondering, what does this support mean here? You are currently in queue. Your agent will be with you shortly. Interesting. Okay. Whoops. Connected to, oh.
This is Tesla RoboTaxi support.
Sorry, it was just an accident. I accidentally pressed the button, so I don't need support actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, while I have you online, can you explain like the different ways the Tesla monitor can like help, like what their role is in the car?
Well, their role essentially is just to make sure nothing goes wrong with the vehicle. You know, granted, nothing, you know, probably will go wrong. But just in those off chances that it would, that's what he's there for.
Okay, got it. So he has a way to stop the car or pull it over or something?
That is correct.
Okay.
There's a way that we can do that.
Okay, got it.
We can do that.
And you don't have to answer this question, but is there a way that you guys can take over the car as well if needed?
For that, you would have to go to Tesla.com/RoboTaxi. We can find some more information about it there.
Okay.
That's what we disclose that currently.
All right. Okay, cool. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Yeah, no problem. Is there anything else that I can do for you?
No, that's it. Appreciate it.
Alrighty, have a nice rest of your
Okay,
life. Take
you
care.
too. Bye. Okay, interesting. So that was the first experience with a Tesla support agent. You just press the button, there's no confirmation. I noticed with the pullover here, if you touch this, you have to confirm the pullover. The support button, you just press it and then you get connected with an agent. So yeah, we're continuing our ride here. Just got about 4 more minutes left, and I'll go ahead and pause it and get back to it. Hey, we're passing by Terry Black's Barbecue, famous local spot for barbecue. All right, we've got just a couple more minutes left on this ride. I noticed something interesting here. So look, you got pullover and support here, right? And on the screen up, you have pullover, stop and lane, and support. So basically, the monitor just has one more button, which is stop and lane, right? So they're giving the customer in the back almost the same buttons as the person in front, minus the stop and lane. I'm assuming Tesla doesn't want to really use that function. Stop and lane is kind of a hazard. Pulling over, you know, it's fine. Calling support, I'm guessing, my guess is when you call support, that they actually see the cameras of this car and that they are able to take over the car if needed. That's my guess. I mean, I don't have anything substantiated for that, but I would imagine that would be the case, but I don't know, we'll see. Maybe right when you hit support, you know, they're able to get connected to your car. I mean, it could be just audio, but I mean, it doesn't make sense if it's just audio, right? I mean, you want support, and that means like help with your car. Anyways, here I am. I need to get ready to get dropped off at this coffee shop here. Okay, let's check out what's happening here. So we've got this. It has to take a left turn past this car here. It's waiting for people. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's gonna probably drop me off in the parking lot, right, of this coffee shop. Okay, it's pulling around here. Oh wow, this is like is it a dead end or something? Wow, it's gonna have to find a way to navigate out of here, back up. Anyways, I'm out of here. It says, please exit safely, open trunk. You have arrived, that's what my app says. Awesome. I'll go ahead and enter the car. All right, this is our 4th RoboTaxi ride of the day. We know the drill here, to start the ride. We got about 10 minutes of driving here in this RoboTaxi. Now this is a little bit of a tricky parking lot. It's kind of tight. So we're gonna go around this car here. And then, yeah, actually I've got a nice zoomed out view here so you can see kind of more what's going on. Interesting, it's going backwards. Oh, it doesn't want to go around for some reason. Well, I probably wouldn't want to go around either, even though there's a narrow kind of exit. So it's actually going backwards. It's gonna, interesting, drives into an empty parking spot in the back of me here. In the rear, you could see kind of like, actually I don't know what you can see here, but wow, this is a pretty advanced move for RoboTaxi to get out of this driveway. Seeing a multi-point turn here to get out of this tricky, oh, I'm impressed actually. That was a tricky parking lot situation. It could have got stuck, but it figures out how to navigate out of it. Interesting. So check this out here. Down here it says, it has a message here. It says, our team has identified, oh, it disappeared. There was an issue, but it's just disappeared right now. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna be going back to kind of near South Congress area if you look down here. in Austin, Texas here. It's still a geo-fenced area, a little bit south of downtown. I think it's a smart move for Tesla to geo-fence it, because you don't have a lot of riders and a lot of cars initially, so you want decent like time or speed for pickup, right? You don't want to wait 30 minutes for a car to come across town to pick you up, and so just to focus on an area within town, you can get probably anywhere within like 20 minutes or so the car can get to. That's decent. I think it's a good first move until you can add more cars and you have more people and you slowly roll out the service. Yeah, for those familiar with FSD, if you've ridden it yourself, this is basically the same experience. I think it's a newer version. My hunch is, look at, there's a Waymo there, and you've got, oh my gosh, there's a lot of Waymos here. Look, that was one Waymo, here's a number 2 Waymo, and then you've got a number 3 and 4 Waymo here back there. Do you see that? That's 4 Waymos, just like within like, I don't know, within like 10 seconds or 20 seconds. That's crazy. I think I've seen like at least 10 to 15 Waymos today. Yeah, here in this Austin area. Here we are going around a Waymo. Nice. Right, going back into the lane. Here we are in back of a Waymo. Look at all those moving lidars. It's kind of a distraction to me, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Shooting all those, laser lights around. I don't know. I just don't think it's required. I think Tesla's got the right solution. But it is impressive. Waymo has a decent amount of cars running around. Right, so we've got about 5 more minutes left. I'm gonna call support because I've got a question to ask here. So here we are we're in the queue. An agent will be with us shortly. All right.
Tesla RoboTaxi support, how can I help you?
Hi, yeah, I was wondering for the billing, are we actually being charged $4.20 per ride? Is it actually being processed, the billing?
You could probably refer to the privacy policy and the terms and conditions that you originally signed. We're not too privy to that particular information.
So you're not sure if they're actually charging it or not? Probably.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Did you need anything else?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, if you need anything else, I'm right here.
Okay, appreciate it. Bye.
Enjoy your trip.
That was not very helpful. I think that's the standard answer they're giving to people. Like, just refer to the Tesla RoboTaxi terms of service or the RoboTaxi page. But yeah, I mean, it says in the app I'm being charged $4.20 per ride, a flat fee. But I don't know if Tesla's actually processing the billing on this or not. I should look at my credit card statement to see. I'm just curious, to see if they're actually charging or not. They could be. I mean, I think it's a good move if they actually did. But we'll see. Anyways, here I am about to arrive in about 2 minutes. All right, I'm almost at the end of this ride here. I noticed something interesting here. So if you look closely here, actually, I don't know, it doesn't show anymore. But yeah, 49%. This car only has 49% charge left. So I'm guessing at a certain point it's gonna go and charge. But where is this car gonna charge? Does it have some type of place to go to? Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Okay, so here we are driving into this parking lot. Interesting. Okay, it drops me off. Okay, all right. 5th ride so far. We're gonna start the ride here in the RoboTaxi. We're headed back to my original starting location in the beginning. It was a Taco Deli here in South Austin. Yeah, so far almost I think all of the cars I've taken have had white interiors. Interesting. Definitely my favorite. Anyways, yeah, after my last ride, I was just walking in the parking lot and I randomly came across Farzad and Hans and a few other people. And so I just was hanging out with them for about 30 minutes, fun times, and just like talking about our experience. Everyone's pretty upbeat and pretty stoked about Tesla's RoboTaxi. The experience is just very smooth. Yeah, it's exciting regarding what Tesla can do regarding RoboTaxi for the future. My personal thoughts is that I think it's based upon my experience using, the latest FSD on my car, so 13.2.9. I mean, this car might be using like version 14, right? So it might be a better version. It might be a significantly better version, but based upon the version at least I'm using in my car, I think it needs some more time before it gets stable and safe enough, like safer than it is. I mean, it's pretty safe. I rarely ever have an intervention, if any, but it's just, it feels like maybe 6 to 12 months longer, maybe a version 15 or something, I don't know what, but to be at the level where, you could feel comfortable, let's say, sleeping in the car for 30 minutes or so. But I think it's important for Tesla to try it out and to launch it if they can do it with the right safety precautions, like, for example, a safety monitor or remote, surveillance, maybe even remote takeover, I don't know. But I think it's important for them to do that because it allows them to iron out all the kinks and to focus on what they need to get better at in order to roll out their service at scale. And so, for example, just the whole app experience, the pickup, the drop off, coordinating times, knowing how many robotaxis, right, to launch, how long it takes, the role of the monitor. There's so many different things, and I think it's important for Tesla to get experience with that. And so I don't expect Tesla to do this crazy ramp in the next 6 months. I mean, obviously that might be possible if they have if version 14 is so crazy, amazingly better than version 13, which could be, but my expectations are more tapered or more, I guess, held back in a sense where I think, it's probably sometime next year where we're going to see kind of the rapid rollout, across many cities, not just many cities, but without the Tesla monitor in the car, right? That's kind of going to be the big bottleneck, I think, over time, is how do you get the person out of the car completely, have these cars drive around by themselves completely. So yeah, I think next year is going to be a pretty interesting year. I'm very bullish on Tesla's prospects on scaling next year. And yeah, I think they've nailed their app experience. They've nailed, the in-car experience. There's obviously a lot of small details they need to work out and think through, but overall, yeah, great experience. By the way, look at those Waymos. There are so many Waymos around here in South Austin. It's amazing how fast Waymo has expanded here. So yeah, I think the timing is ripe, for Tesla to get involved. It's just a matter of how do they, work out the safety issues to make sure that they could do it in a safe way, right, the rollout. But so far, my experience today has been positive. I've enjoyed my rides. It's given me a glimpse of the future. It's exciting to actually see some other robotaxis on the road as well, and see other people, having a similar positive experience with robotaxi. So yeah, lots of different questions. I was wondering, where do these robotaxis charge? Farzad and Hans, they were thinking maybe at the Gigafactory, maybe they send it back or something, there's a charging setup there, or maybe some secret location, I don't know. They probably don't want everyone to know where these robotaxis are charging, or else people will, go and film and all that stuff. But anyways, overall, been super impressed by what Tesla's been able to do so far. Yeah, software-wise and experience-wise. Okay, we're getting into this Taco Deli parking lot right here, getting dropped off, and then here it's gonna tell me to get off. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead, open the car. How you doing? Hey, Dave. Hey, thanks. Good. We know the drill. Just start the ride, and we are off. So we are in South Austin right now. Sprouts supermarket, and we are gonna go to Merit Coffee in South Austin. Yeah, I'm assuming it's a lot less busy today. Most people have gone home, so I should be getting some faster rides today than yesterday. All right, so we're in the middle of this first ride here. We've got about 7 more minutes, and because this is the early Tesla RoboTaxi launch, we've got to try out all the features here. So I'm just gonna go ahead, and they give me this feature, so I'm gonna use it. It says pull over. Now I pressed this button yesterday. I was scared to press confirm, but I've slept on it. I'm much more confident now in this RoboTaxi. So here it goes. Pull over. Wait, the vehicle reach out to us. So it actually reaches out to a support agent for assistance. So it's probably gonna he's probably gonna ask me why do I want to pull over, and then I don't really have a good reason, so I'll just cancel out, I guess. Okay. All right, I'm back. We're about 5 minutes in. You know, I'm just gonna try it out. What the heck? Pull over. I'm just gonna confirm it. If I get a support agent, that's fine. I'm just gonna say I want to be dropped off. Huh.
Tesla RoboTaxi support. I see you hit the pullover button. Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. Just wanted to end my ride a little early and walk around this area.
Okay, sounds good. So once the car pulls over here, you would like your ride to be completed?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. So I could resume ride and connect it to support agent. Okay. Okay. So it looks like the car is gonna try to pull me over and park somewhere now that I asked it to pull over. So we'll see.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and pull you over here.
Okay, thanks. All right, I'm pulled over. Vehicle stopped. Your ride will end once you exit. Okay, so I could I'm just gonna unbuckle and get out. Okay, thank you.
Yes, have a great day.
Thank you. First time going in this side. I've been always on the other side. So, how's it going?
Welcome to Tesla RoboTaxi.
Hey, thank you.
If you don't mind showing me just your app?
Yeah, sure. All right, press start. You're off on your ride. All right, we're wrapping up our second ride here for the day. Gonna go to Merit Coffee in South Austin here. There it is on the left side. Ah, interesting. All right, let's check it out. Start right. Okay, this is a little bit of a tricky parking lot to get out of. Very, very tight right here. You could barely fit. It's like, I don't know what I would do. Yeah, barely fits. Maybe like we're talking about a couple inches. Yeah, I mean, there's literally a car just parked on the side, but half of it's sticking out. Wow, very impressive. ROBOTAXI makes it with like a couple 2 inches to spare. Yeah, this is a tough one. Okay, so on this ride, we're gonna go from Merit Coffee to Terry Black's, which is a pretty popular barbecue place here in Austin. And I've heard that Terry Black's parking lot is pretty challenging. So we're gonna see what it's like. It's a quick ride, just a few more minutes till we get there. Yeah, we're almost there actually. Okay, here we are. Terry Black's. We need to somehow get between these cones into this parking lot. Well done by Tesla RoboTaxi. Actually, the parking lot's not too busy right now, even though it's it's actually 2:30 actually in the afternoon. That's why a little bit past lunchtime. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. So then RoboTaxi, I notice it's blinking, so I can go ahead and ride the car like this. Let's check it out. All right, so we are in our 4th RoboTaxi of the day. Interesting, there's a car. This car is having a hard time parking in that small parking spot here at Terry Black's. I mean, it's a tiny parking spot. He's got this huge car, and we're all just confused here. So yeah, I would let that black car needs to get out somehow. The black car's gonna try parking there, okay? But the black car is so big, it'll have to reverse. Okay. So the car is reversing, and it made it it's still parking, but I guess RoboTaxi just went around it. Just not bad. It's better than just waiting for like forever for that car to try to park, because that car was trying to park for like 5 minutes already. So we're off to South Congress. It's actually only 4 minutes away. Actually, not bad. So this geo-fenced area by Tesla, I'm actually pretty impressed. I thought it would be a smaller area initially that they would roll out to, and I thought that they would have to like go through every single intersection, make sure, you know, that there's no tricky things going on. But then this geo-fenced area is quite large. It's a little bit south, just across the river from downtown Austin, and it's quite large. It takes, I would say 20-25 minutes to go from one side to the other, left to right, up and down, maybe about 10-15 minutes or so in a car. So it's a decent sized area. I think it's a good size for robotaxis to get anywhere if it gets called within that area. And so within, 15 minutes or so, I've noticed, the wait times today, this is day 2, range between 5 and 10 minutes or so, occasionally longer, but sometimes shorter. So it's, it's hit or miss depending on where an empty robotaxi is at that moment. All right, we're almost at our destination here, about 1 minute left. So it's on our left side. So we're gonna make a left turn up here. Okay, so we got a flashing yellow signal light. That means we can go. And now I'm gonna be dropped off on the right side, I think. Here. Okay, so it gets us right here. This is going to be the 5th ride of the day. Do you mind turning down the AC just a tad, or the wind?
So
It's automatic. I get to do it. Okay. But it's kind of too loud, the AC. Can you turn down the on your end?
I'm not gonna touch anything because I'm supposed to. You just gotta pretend like I'm not here. I'm just a safety monitor.
So okay, but it's like I can't hear anything. Huh. All right, so we're in a situation. This robotaxi. It's a little bit strange. I could. All right. Oh, okay, got it. It was at 67. So when it was at 67, the AC was like on 10 or so loudness. I could barely hear much. I mean, yeah, it's kind of loud. But if it's on 69, it drops to probably like 5. How about we go to 70? Now it drops a lot. Now it's at like 3 or so. Nice. Yeah, this is more like a. Oh, interesting. So it turns out that the Tesla monitor can't even really. I guess they could probably adjust the temperature, but it looks like if you want to turn up or down the fan speed, you just have to play around with the temperature, and that'll automatically turn up and down the fan speed. Interesting. All right, we've got about 1 more minute in this ride. I'm gonna drive into this parking lot here. So my destination is Sprouts Farmers Market. This is kind of where I started this whole day. And it's to the right over here, so it'll navigate there. Okay, interesting situation. We've got this big old truck in front of Sprouts Market, so I can't even get around it. I think probably it'll just drop me off right here, and then it'll figure out how to get around it later or back out. We'll see what happens. Yep. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so it's letting me out. close enough and I'll figure out how to get out. All right, we'll get into this RoboTaxi. All right, so before getting into this RoboTaxi, I discovered in the app you can actually control a few things before getting in. So you tap a button and the RoboTaxi will whistle. So it helps you find where the RoboTaxi is. You tap another button and it will flash the headlights. You can find your RoboTaxi, and then there's another button to open the trunk and another button to lock and unlock the car. I'm guessing probably some of those things will adapt and change over time. And yeah, they might have it where over time, like you have to unlock the car from the app, or it unlocks it automatically as you get near or something, so that strangers, other people don't just like sabotage and take over or take your car, before you can get it. So one of the questions people have is exactly what does the Tesla safety monitor do inside the car? I mean, what are the controls available to him? We know at least on the front screen, you've got a few buttons here. One says pull over, one says like stop in lane, and then call support. But the question is, like, are they able to do other things besides those buttons? Some people have speculated that there's something like on the right handle and maybe they pull a trigger or something, maybe that stops the car, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if just braking the car would be, enough of a kind of a safety provision, or if, that alerts like some type of extra monitoring from support, or yeah, it's unclear to me exactly what the Tesla monitor has access to, and Tesla isn't sharing much, and the Tesla monitors aren't allowed to speak regarding any questions. So I think in the coming days we'll find out. My guess is probably Elon or someone from the Tesla AI team might share some more details, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. Right, we're almost at our destination here. This is our first destination of the day. See where RoboTaxi drops me off. Okay. All right, this will be the second RoboTaxi of the day. All right, so I'm gonna turn this. Makes it a little quieter if I turn up the temperature. I'm gonna do actually 72. So I left my mic that connects to my phone in my car, my original destination, so I need to go back. So it's about a 13-minute drive back. And I'll get that and maybe continue with some more drives. But yeah, if you look at this compared to the Waymo, so much more cleaner, sleeker, modern interface. I mean, the Waymo has an edge right now in the sense that they don't have the driver, so it's a little bit, or the monitor, so it's a more comfortable experience where you don't have anyone else in the car. But I give Tesla the edge in terms of its driving is just much more human-like. It just slows down in the right spots, doesn't go overly too fast. I think Tesla's really made a lot of strides in the past 6 months or so. It feels like with Tesla's FSD, every 6 months is just a big jump up, and I think it's just gonna be like that for the next 1 to 2 years. We're gonna see just a big jump. I think by the end of this year you see another big jump, and then you're gonna see probably next year we're gonna be, I think people are gonna be very shocked and surprised to see how good FSD becomes. Also by next year sometime, probably, I don't know exactly when, but we'll have hardware 5, we'll have much bigger neural nets. Tesla will have much more data, and it's just going to be a completely different performance by Tesla's FSD. So I think that's something not to discount, is the continual improvement Tesla is seeing. Now I've been, you know, driving these FSD beta builds since like the early days. I think it was version 9 or so. Yeah, I was just talking or texting James Dalma, and he was like reflecting back on when I took him on a ride with the version, I think V9 or something back in the day, when I first got FSD beta city streets. But yeah, Tesla's come a long way. Every, you know, again, 6 months, it just takes a huge leap forward. And it's quite impressive what Tesla's been able to do. See, that was a pretty impressive move right there. Just went across the street through traffic. Yeah, the way it handles these streets too, it just feels more human. Like a Waymo would just kind of go a little too fast through these streets. It just is not, I would say, a little too robotic, or just too, like, I don't know. I think comparing Waymo to Tesla right after each other, you could see Tesla's much more nuanced, has a better feel, right, of driving like a human. All right, here we are. This is the third ROBOTAXI of the day. All right, so I have my microphone back on my phone now, so I got some better quality here. So yeah, I was just looking back at my old emails and reflecting back on Tesla's FSD program. And it's been 3 years, or 4 years actually. It was July 2021 when I got V9, version 9 of FSD beta city streets. And so it's been quite a long journey testing Tesla's FSD beta builds since then. And I tweeted, or I posted on X, that every 6 months or so, I've noticed like a big performance boost, like a huge jump in performance. And I think there's several factors. One is, you know, Tesla is improving their neural nets and the data they input into those neural nets. So for example, the amount of data, the quality of data, all of that is rapidly increasing. And then the size of the neural nets is rapidly increasing too. So you've just got a lot of just ways to boost the performance, right, of the cars. And I think initially when there's a boost, there's like a lot of things to work out, a lot of kinks and bugs, and you might see 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and then by the time, like, you know, they spend 3 or 4 months on that build, it gets really good. And then they're working on the next huge performance boost, which is, you know, just a bunch of data improvements, the quality, the quantity, the type of the neural nets, the size of the neural nets, all of that, the methods that they use. And they're constantly tweaking like how much they can fit on, you know, the FSD computers, how large neural nets they can fit on the inference side. And so you've noticed this pattern over the years, right? Like, yeah, every 6 months or so, there's been like big boosts in performance. I think we're going to continue to see that. I don't see that slowing down. And for Tesla to already have gotten to this place where you know, the FSD can pretty much drive around by itself. And we haven't seen, you know, a lot of bad drives since ROBOTAXI launch, and we've had probably like hundreds of drives recorded. And I think this is a huge bullish, I think, sign here, because in the next 6 months, you're going to see Tesla's FSD just be radically that much better. and again in another 6 months, another 6 months. And that's pretty much, you know, the scaling laws of AI, where, you know, you throw more compute, more data, better data, all that stuff, and bigger neural nets, and you get better performance. And that's what Tesla has been able to follow, especially recently when they went end to end. And so, yeah, I think this is just the beginning. You know, it's very exciting to see what Tesla's doing here. What we're seeing here, Tesla driving by itself through city streets in Austin, right, without a driver in the seat. This is like the early days. Within 6 to 12 months, I think Tesla's system is going to be radically better. And here's the thing, it's getting to the point where critical safety interventions are so rare that, you know, how do we really know that it's better, right? And I think this is going to be through thousands of miles, right, of driving that we're going to see. It's just interventions are super, super rare, and they get more rare over time. So this is important because this also will determine how fast Tesla can scale. And I think if they're ready at this place where they're able to roll out in a limited geofenced area already, this means in 6 months and in 12 months and 18 months, they're going to be able to probably roll this out in a much bigger area. The question is kind of what is their rollout plans? And I think you've just got to follow the kind of like the roadmap of the past into the future, meaning every 6 months, right, the system improves so much that there's a huge jump, and that allows you to do so many more things. And so I think in 6 months time, we're going to probably, I don't know exactly when it'll happen. It might be within 2 or 3 months, but it might be 6 months. But I would imagine in 6 months, we get rid of the safety monitor, and we have expansion into some other cities without the safety monitor. But again, it's like Tesla will be ultra cautious, because again, just wait 6 months and your system is like that much better and that much safer. And so Tesla is not necessarily in this huge rush to rush out something that isn't ready. They're gonna put out something that they feel confident in, and they're gonna be extra cautious about it as they roll it out. But again, they've got the scaling laws of AI on their side, right? Every 6 months, you know, things are just gonna get that much better. They've got a lot of stuff in their pipeline too, right? Tesla's going a lot into simulation data. We've got the AI 5 computer coming up. So there's a big pipeline of improvements in the next couple of years for Tesla's FSD as well. All right, we're approaching my drop-off spot. This is a local park. All right, I'm adjusting the temperature so it's a little bit more quiet in here so you guys can hear me better. Yeah, this will be a short ride. I found this place here in South Austin. It's called Prototype Vintage Design. I have no idea what it is, but the name sounds intriguing, so we'll check it out. Yeah, there's something just refreshing about the Tesla ROBOTAXI compared to Waymo. If you look at this, like, check out the clean, modern, sleek, minimalist, you know, inside. Waymo just feels like an old, I don't know, legacy car to me, inside at least. I can't wait till a Cybercab comes out. I mean, that is going to be nice, right, without a steering wheel. Okay, we've got this car coming up in the lane. Tesla pulls over perfectly so far. Let's see what happens. Yeah, goes on the right, lets this other car pass by, and goes around. Yeah, it's like that maneuver was perfect. It's just like what a human would do. No hesitation, no jerkiness. And here's my drop-off spot. Oh, we got an interesting situation. Okay, the UPS car is coming very, very close to us. If I was ROBOTAXI, I would be going back a couple feet, but yeah, but I guess the UPS driver is okay with parking like that. Alrighty, we've got what, a 13-minute ride back to the parking lot where I parked to start the day. Yeah, it's amazing how fast you get used to the ROBOTAXI. Like the first day I rode it, it was like pretty thrilling and exciting and everything, which it is. The second day, you know, it's more calm and chill, and now third day is pretty much like commonplace. It's like kind of riding an Uber in a way, just to get to one place to another. What's been interesting though is comparing the Tesla ROBOTAXI with Waymo and also with an Uber, a regular Uber, and thinking about like kind of what the ramifications going forward are. And yeah, it just seems like Tesla has all of the right pieces together. They've got, you know, the hardware, the software, they've got, I think, the best product, potential to scale. They're writing the laws, the scaling laws of AI. They're going fully end to end. They just made all the right decisions. And I think it's going to pay off. We're going to start to see, I think, Tesla shoot out in front eventually as they're able to scale. All right, if you notice the map, Tesla's not able to go on the freeway right now because that's not part of the geofenced area. So it has to go through kind of residential neighborhoods, take a little longer route to get to our destination. I wonder if Elon will disclose if the monitor has any extra controls, and if so, what they are. Yeah, it's interesting. All right, guys, we're at the end. I'm gonna see if I unbuckle a little too soon, what happens. It says fasten seatbelts. Okay. I'll buckle it back. All right, we're almost there. Okay, here it is.
So we're gonna start the ride by clicking this, and there we go.
There we go.
We are officially on the go.
And then looking up at the front, I mean, it looks exactly the same as what you're used to on the front screen. So I know there was a lot of talk about, is it going to look the same? Is it going to look different? Looks exactly the same. And I can see end trip. I can't see like add a stop or anything like that, which we're going to try later. But just the 3 dots outside of seeing what those 3 dots do.
So there is a pullover button right there. You can do music, control your temperature.
I don't know if you're allowed to answer questions or not, but is this connected to his accounts? Like if he hits Netflix, will it automatically be set up for that? Very cool. So it is connected, just like when you get in somebody else's Model Y, it's going to automatically set to your stuff. So Sawyer, whatever you have logged in on yours, I guess would be active. That's cool.
So the safety monitor has no steering wheel, no pedals. And it looks like they have a pullover button up there on the screen, as well as a stop and lane button in the middle, and then a support button on the right.
But nothing else.
No pedals, as you can see.
That's just a regular Model Y without any type of enhancements that make anything going on over here.
And so I've done plenty of miles on FSD version 13.2.9, and so far this feels similar, if not smoother, a little bit smoother.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I'm gonna
This is literally the same car I own. There's no difference between, except for the software version, of course, between my car and this car.
Let's try that wide angle. Nope. Oh man, this isn't working. Okay. Well, yeah, so this doesn't feel any different than what you're used to doing in your own car at home with FSD. So far, anyways. I'm trying to see if anything happens between these intersections to see if it does anything significantly different. But it is pretty wild seeing that seat empty.
It is wild.
I've only seen it in YouTube videos that are shortly followed by more restrictions for everybody else.
Yeah. This feels smooth. I mean,
yeah.
What can you say? What did you expect?
Right.
So I'm going to touch this. Okay, so here we go. So I can control the air a little bit. Oops, sorry. Zoomed in. So you can see the ETA on the top. No, it's all right. Thank you, though. You can control the heated seats. So the layout is a little bit different. I can click this again. And when you arrive, it says Welcome Sawyer. So when I came in, the screen said Welcome Sawyer, my name. And I don't think the visualizations look that much different. Yeah.
They look exactly the same, just at glance.
So unfortunately, we're not really able to ask the safety monitor questions. They're supposed to focus on the road and everything else and surrounding us. So unfortunately, we won't be able to ask a lot of the questions that I know you guys had, but at least you'll be able to see it drive itself.
Yeah, I was hoping, well, I don't know about hoping, but I was expecting to see some sort of sign that, like, it's significantly different software, but it's really not.
To me, this feels very similar to FSD version 13.2.9.
Yeah.
In a good way, because that's a smooth system.
Yeah.
Version, rather.
Yeah, and he's got it set on standard, so...
Yep, not on hurry mode, we're on standard mode.
Yep. So... And these are not very smooth roads in Austin, so that's why I was pretty surprised when it was originally announced it was going to be here, rather than some pristine
yep.
place.
So we are 5 minutes away. It's doing well. So this ride cost me $4.20. They're doing a flat rate for every ride today. Naturally, $4.20. Elon's favorite number. Yeah. So anywhere you want to go within that geofenced area, which I just posted online, $4.20.
Yeah. I'm sure they're not going to actually transact that $4.20.
No.
It's probably to test the system.
Yeah, so what I've been told is they want to just test the payment system, right? And confirm everything works. And these are, I've been told, the true first outsider customer ROBOTAXI rides.
Yeah, and for a point of clarification, you and I were discussing this earlier, this truly is public access, although certain individuals got the invite.
Yeah, so
you can invite anybody you want to ride in here.
Yes, so about 20 people got invites and are allowed to download the app. And then those 20 people are allowed to bring any plus one they want on any ride. They can take as many rides as they want, Monday through Sunday from, eventually 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. Today it would start a little bit later, probably because it's day one. But we can bring whoever we want. So that's what I plan on doing later today for the rides, just bring a bunch of my subscribers that wanted to come. And yeah, so 20 people, that's it though. But
yeah,
you can bring whoever you want.
Yeah, so it truly is available. And still no word on what the rollout looks like though. Like, are we talking like every couple of weeks more people? And if it is every couple of weeks, how many more people? But I think if you look historically, at least within the last couple of years, we're probably going to see a rollout similar to some of the other ones we've seen over just the last couple of years. So probably it'll accelerate, but...
As a safety monitor, are you allowed to answer how many robotaxis are in the active fleet today? Okay. No. I expected that. Worth a try. And it looks like all the robotaxis today are white interiors. At least that's what I've noticed so far.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
That I find kind of surprising, given how every once in a while we get this delay for cars with white interior if you want to order that. So maybe that's just a short-term thing.
Take a wide angle here, Justin. This is great.
Yeah.
So essentially what I've been told is that the safety monitors just have sort of an AEB button, and they don't have steering wheel, they don't have pedals, and unfortunately I can't ask him what happened if you were to grab the steering wheel.
He's a large man. I think that it would not end well for anybody in this space.
Well, so at the Cyber Rodeo, or sorry, the We Robot event where they unveiled the Cyber Cab, if you in the unsupervised FSD or completely driverless Model Ys for that, they have a steering wheel. Obviously, the Cyber Cabs didn't.
Somebody grabbed it.
Yeah, but so multiple people tried to grab the steering wheel, and it didn't allow you to do anything. You couldn't turn it. They wouldn't disengage the FSD unsupervised.
They just threw up a message: "Don't touch the wheel" or something like that, right?
Yeah. So I assume it's something similar with this, but I don't know for sure.
I'm sure, yeah. But yeah, again, confirmation for everybody. There are no controls over on his side of the vehicle. This is literally off the factory floor, just like what you would have bought. He's even showing us his happy hands. There's nothing happening up there. It legitimately, the car's doing absolutely everything by itself. And on the screen, it would not look foreign to you by looking at it. The differences are in the small details. So the things that he's able to do is pull over or stop in lane. And my guess is that pull over is like, hey, go ahead and stop here. And so then the vehicle will look for the nearest safe place to pull over. Stop in lane would be like an emergency stop, like stop right now. And we have those same abilities back here. Or we just have pull over back here. We don't have stop in lane.
Yeah.
So no emergency stop, so to speak.
Should we hit support?
Will we get you in trouble if we hit the support button? Just see what happens. Nope. Okay.
All right, hitting support. You are currently queuing agent will be with you shortly. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, trying to get the in focus.
Says the ROBOTAXI support. How may I help?
Hi, we're just testing out the support and seeing how you guys do this. So we can basically just ask any question, or how does the support work?
As far as solutions, I would like to instruct you to refer to our website for any question. I'm here to support the vehicle, make sure everything goes where it is supposed to for your trip.
Okay, we will appreciate it. So we just hang up by hitting the button on the screen?
If you're done with me, I can go ahead and disconnect the call.
All right, you can disconnect. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wow.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. That was actually pretty quick.
That was like really quick.
It would have been nice if they had like a pre-planned thing to say for just test purposes, because we were clearly asking for test purposes. I'm assuming, so I'll just have to assume, but if something's not going right, or hey, I don't know what to do, I want to add a stop and I don't know how to do that, you would hit the support. And the guy on the phone, I'm assuming, we'll try it again later, he can probably change some things over the air for you, like give you the actual destination you wanted to go to since it's in the wrong spot. Or hey, this thing stopped and it's not doing whatever. He can probably dial into the
So now it's giving us an on-screen notification of make sure to bring your belongings. And there is a button to say
2-minute warning.
Yeah, so there's a button to say drop me off now. And this screen looks the same.
Looks the same, yeah.
There we go. Pretty wild to see no one in the driver's seat of Tesla. So we've been told that no one is allowed to sit in the driver's seat. So if you have other passengers, you're only allowed one other passenger. They have to sit in the back. The safety monitor, at least for now, will has to sit in the front passenger seat. But yeah, pretty cool.
So I'm gonna keep an eye on this screen down here as we come to our destination.
I think it's important to remember that. I think it's important to remember that even though this is, a small pilot program, there's only 10, 20 cars probably in the active fleet right now. What matters is, does this technology work? Is it smooth? And in my opinion, Tesla has the best path to scalability and profitability with this. And here we go. We're pulling in right now.
So it's pulling into the food spot, into the parking lot, and let's see where it stops. And then I'll look down at the screen before we say anything about stopping. So it's stopping right here at the front door, the chained up door.
There we go.
It's giving us a notification.
Please exit safely. You can open the trunk with this button.
Yeah, it was interesting. This seat came back.
That's what it looks like
when it went into park. So it's like easy entry or whatever.
Yep.
I guess would have been on. Okay.
So we'll get out.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate.
For everyone watching the video, this is my first nighttime ride in the Tesla Model Y ROBOTAXI. Doing a roughly 13-14 minute drive from South Congress to Popeyes. And so far so good. About 10 minutes to arrival. I'm going to try to keep the camera forward looking so you can catch the whole drive. this is my 7th ride of the day. $4.20 flat rate for every ride, no matter where you go within the geofence area. Another new Model Y right there. Not a ROBOTAXI. So far, the nighttime rides feel the same as the daytime rides do. In terms of quickness and braking and acceleration, doesn't seem to be more slow or more timid at night or anything. Person next to us, mine was blown that there was no one in the driver's seat. I guess the way to put it is, the car feels confident. Apologies if the video is a little bit shaky. I'm having to just hold this with my hands. We're not supposed to, you know, mount suction cup mounts or anything. So. But we can still take a video of whatever we want, which is good. This is actually the first Tesla RoboTaxi ride I've taken alone. This whole day I've been bringing +1s and subscribers and letting other people get a chance. But it's kind of nice to just enjoy it by yourself too. There's a person walking right in the middle of the road there. Another Model Y, not a RoboTaxi. Got a hand wave. About 4 minutes to destination. again, the safety monitor does not have a steering wheel in front of them or pedals to control the car. All they have is 3 buttons on the screen: pull over button, a stay in lane button, and a support button. And they also keep their hand on the door as well, which they won't confirm this probably, but I suspect it's some sort of emergency stop that's easier to press than, you know, quickly putting your fingers over the screen. More precise on the door probably. But it's probably similar to what I have in the back here with my pullover button here on the left. Now that we're about 1 or 2 minutes away, on the screen pops up a message just to make sure you bring all your gatherings or belongings. And I can hit on the rear screen just a button that says drop me off now if I wanted to, you know, get off sooner than what the pin is on the final destination. That was preset at the beginning of the ride. Nice. Here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for riding ROBOTAXI.
Appreciate everything you do.
Absolutely.
RoboTaxi did a good job there. Reacting to the truck. Stopped. Waiting for a spot here on the right. RoboTaxi's waiting for that car to back in. I think they were going the wrong way. Nice. And this is my drop-off point. Thank you.
All right, let me take my backpack off because we do need a buckle. But when you get in here, I don't know if you saw the animation, but it gave the welcome notification to Sawyer and fasten our seatbelts. All right, so now that we are fastened, we have our location here, estimated arrival, start ride. And then we have all of our information right here that you're going to have access to. Now what you'll notice, you can't do anything with the screen. On the front, it's very similar to what you're used to having in your Y. And in this case, it's doing some backup magic for you, which is fun. So you'll see his buttons include pull over, stop in lane, and support. So pull over and support are also seen on this rear screen back here. So I can do those two things. The stop in lane seems to be a temporary button possibly, since there won't be a safety observer in the front seat permanently, but that would stop the car like where it's at, rather than trying to find a safe place to pull over like where it did to pick us up, which is what the pull over button is supposed to do. So also quickly, it is connected to your Tesla profile, which is really cool, because what you can see here is in this profile, this is Sawyer's profile, all of his, Apple Music's already logged in and everything. So any of the games he has had saved, or any of the other programs that he's already logged into on his account, should show up right here while he's riding, which is really cool. So you can do all that right here, and while you're streaming or watching, whatever, you get your same message that your passengers get in your car today in the back seat, where it tells you how many minutes left, ETA, that kind of thing. So there you can see our pull over button. Support, we've played with support a couple of times just to get a feel for what all we would use it for, and we actually tried to use it to after hitting pull over, and it stopped in the middle of a turn lane, so they were able to direct us back to the right location. Now hopefully, I don't know if they will or not, but it would be great if you could do more with this map, like zoom in, select another location, add to the trip, things like that. That would be really great to be able to do that right here on the map. That may or may not be something that we see in the future, but that is one thing that I think probably gets used quite a bit on Uber, is when you add a stop on your trip. So something pretty cool. But watching the performance of the vehicle itself, and that's kind of the other big thing here, is how is this thing operating? So we're sitting at a stoplight. What you're gonna notice as we drive, this thing operates so much like what your existing car operates like. It's, like I said earlier, it's very confident, and the only difference that I've noticed so far is where my car will hesitate very lightly on some of the turns when there's multiple cars in the area. This one has a lot more confidence in those turns, and that's really the only major thing I've been able to see so far that's different in its performance. And pretty crazy that that's kind of a testament to what the FSD version in our cars is capable of doing versus what this one is. And for all of those who were certain he would have a Donkey Kong controller in his hands, he clearly does not. There's no controls, there's no pedals, he doesn't have access to anything in this vehicle from that seat. He is literally sitting there and ensuring that a couple of things are not happening. One, I'm not jumping over this center console to jump into that seat. Number two, I'm not trying to rip that steering wheel out. And number three, probably making sure that people outside this vehicle are not trying to vandalize it with everything else going on. But he is doing zero to operate this vehicle. He is, of course, observing and making sure that, if anything unusual were to happen, of course, he would probably report that. But probably, honestly, a pretty boring thing to be doing today, and we appreciate so many of these guys are out here actually doing this. But as Sawyer had said previously, a really good point, that's not scalable. So, and that's kind of the big thing about this. This is a very temporary thing that we're going to have to go through here at the beginning just as an extra precaution. So let me go a full widescreen here. See if I can get you both screens while we're moving on to this next spot. So Sawyer, as we're taking this ride, this is like our third or fourth ride at this point. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts about this so far?
I can pretty easily see this scale pretty quickly, at least in the Austin area. Add more Model Ys to the service. I guess the question is like, how long do the safety monitors, stay in the cars? They might just want that for a little while, just due to safety reasons. But the cars drive really smoothly. We haven't had a single intervention with the cars. And so as far as I've heard, there hasn't been any other interventions with any of the other riders today. So that's a good sign. Obviously, it's day one. It's an early access program, but it's pretty easy to see how this thing could scale. So it's a great start. This is the first day they're officially generating revenue from their ROBOTAXIs, which is a pretty exciting moment. So something we've all been waiting years for. But it's a small start, but a big step forward nonetheless, I think.
Yeah, and this is actually true public access. So the invites went out to select individuals. It's a very small group, and it's going to continue to be small growth from that group moving forward at whatever pace it ends up being. But he's not like trapped with one person. He's not just stuck with me, unfortunately. So he can take whoever he wants. Likewise, the other folks who have access to the app as well. So this is literally accessible by the public right now. So that is really cool. And like he said, so every ride is $420, of course. I'm sure that's not going to ultimately transact through his bank statement at the end of the day, but it does give Tesla the opportunity to troubleshoot and try their payment system, make sure it's operating properly, all of that stuff. But yeah, I mean, this is, I'm still like, I wanted so much. I don't know what I expected, but there's no drama. There's nothing to really like get super animated or excited about.
I think the goal for today was, if everything went smoothly, that means everything was really boring, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
You don't want exciting things to happen necessarily.
So I'm like, what was I expecting? Yeah. This is what this is what success would look like, and I think that that's what we're seeing today. We tried several times to really kind of push the car to do some things to see what would happen, and we did get one kind of weird thing that happened where we asked the car to pull over, and it did, but it was in a turn lane, and when that was over and we asked the car to proceed, it was so close to the finish that it just assumed that we had arrived. So then it did what I call FSD roulette, where if you ever get in your car and just turn on FSD without a destination and it just drives around randomly, that's what it was doing. So we hit the support button. Of course, they were able to look at our last location as we asked and send the car back there to that drop point, which is what it did. So that was the most dramatic thing that I know of that's happened with the folks that are out here today. So yeah, so let me flip this around and let you enjoy some of the rest of this ride. You know, while this is happening, I was just thinking to myself, this gentleman in the front, he's not doing anything to operate the vehicle, and I was just thinking to myself, I wonder what would happen if you reached over and grabbed that wheel. And then I remembered how you talked about during the 1010 event, somebody did try to do that just to see, not anything malicious, but the steering wheel would not give, and it threw up a warning on the screen. But the motors in that wheel are firmly in place when it's operating like this to prevent anybody from just grabbing and yanking on that wheel and causing an accident. So even in that case, I bet even if he wanted to grab that wheel, I doubt that much would be able to happen if he did that. So what you just heard was an audible tone telling us, make sure that you gather your belongings. This happens at a 2-minute warning of some kind, and just letting you know you're approaching your destination, and it's getting prepared to drop you off. So just to be ready to get out of the vehicle. So that is the point that we're at right now. And as you can see on the map, we're just through a left turn here and into a parking lot to, I think, right there. Yeah, that's HEB. Isn't that like a grocery store or something? Is that what that is? Well, that was interesting. One car went left, one car did a U-turn. Okay. So one of the things that I was curious to know is with these drop-off points, I still haven't been able to pinpoint exactly how it's deciding where to pick up and drop off. Drop-off seems more repeatable. It's very similar to in your own vehicle where that destination point goes. So it's going to drop us off up here right in front of the store, which is great. The pickup, though, it seems that it's forcing itself to one of the corners, like almost like it's prioritizing off of a busy street on one of the side streets almost.
Just hit drop me off now.
Yeah, let's hit drop me off now. Let's see what happens. See if it'll let us out of here. So vehicle is finding a safe location to stop, is pulling over. And last time we did this, it said calling support also. So this is more of a standard, I guess. It's really tight right here, but it's saying, all right, we are good. So what I'll do is I will get out of here and we'll see how it gets itself out of this. If it just does the normal thing and just backs straight out, it's kind of in a weird spot.
Here we go. Hopping into my first Tesla ROBOTAXI. Hello. Welcome, Chris, on the screen. Get that closed. I'm gonna move to this side, please.
Just see that app, please.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, sorry, I had just put it away.
All right, no worries.
Okay. All right, fasten seatbelt. Here we go. Okay. So we're going to the Circle K, and I click Start Ride. I can click it in the app or on the screen. Very cool. All right, let's go. Oh my gosh, I'm a little bit nervous. So here we go. We are doing our first ever Tesla ROBOTAXI ride in public. Nobody in the driver's seat. Now, we're gonna make a right turn here, which should be pretty simple. But still, it's a little bit of a loss for words. What a crazy moment. I'm sorry, is this weird that I'm just back here chatting? Okay.
You do your thing.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm a little overwhelmed, but we'll do a couple more rides as I kind of calm down. Let's check out the UI as we wait for this right turn. So there is a lot of traffic right there that we have to wait for. Someone will have to let us in, but hopefully ROBOTAXI can bully its way through. So we have a very small pullover button on the left. That's nice that that's small, won't accidentally hit it. We have a small support button on the right if you need help with something. Right in the middle, you have music, games, and different types of entertainment. So if I click this, I can sign into my Apple Music. I have everything, that I want and need. But as they said, then I'm responsible for signing out of this when I leave the ROBOTAXI. So I'm not going to sign into that for now. I don't have Apple Music as it is anyway. So we'll swipe that down. We can go into the games, and these are probably the games, that are similar to the ones we have on our Teslas. So you can play any of these games, and we're going out. Oh my goodness. This is really crazy to see this. live in person actually happening with nobody in the driver's seat. This is what we've been waiting for, right? We've been doing all this FSD testing for years. And we know that our cars today, we can sit in them. They can mostly drive us A to B with us doing minimal things, still paying attention, maybe take over here and there, some accelerator taps. But this is it. It's happening. So our ride is 12 minutes. Oh, that's beautiful. Air conditioning is great. It's super hot and humid out here. So let's check out this UI a little bit more. So we'll get the game out of here. I'm really scared of this pull over button. I'm not going anywhere near that because I don't want to accidentally hit that. I don't know if, I mean, pull over, it would be pretty gentle. It's not like it's going to stop in the middle of the road. It'll find a spot somewhere, I suppose. You know, feel free to interrupt me at any time if you want to, you know, say anything, but okay, that's good, all good. And then we do have up here in the top right, you can see the interior camera and microphone are on. So we're being watched, hello, to that interior camera, that's right up here, and we're being listened to. I don't know why, but it did warn in the kind of agreement that we signed that, you know, it'll use data for whatever reason. So you can actually see those up on the front screen as well. So very cool. And here's our map. It's kind of a straight shot. So it was kind of hard because we got the app and downloaded it, and like you sign in and immediately we were able to just like request a ride, and it said the ROBOTAXI was going to be there in, you know, 2 minutes or whatever. So I didn't have much of a chance to like analyze the map and try to pick something a little more difficult. I will, you know, do that. I think we get, you know, as many rides as we want as far as I can tell. So I'll keep attempting different things. But this is going to be a pretty straight shot. But again, like, we're surrounded by cars. Nobody's in the driver's seat. This is just like the craziest thing. I really can't believe it. So what is our... Okay, so we got 66% battery. I'm trying to see if we can glean. There's nothing else really that we can interact with on the screen here. I was hoping... I mean, it's the same as our cars right at home. I was hoping for like a software button. We could see what version of FSD we're on. What version of software the car is on. So here's your other options in here. We got arcade, Spotify, Apple Music, and these, you know, we're doing 12-minute ride. I mean, I would just probably look at my phone, you know, once this is a normal thing and we're not all excited about it. But if you take a ROBOTAXI for longer drives, those options on the screen are going to be invaluable. You won't have to use the battery on your phone. You can just interact with the car. You won't have to hold anything. You can look at that screen down there. I'm sure even from the back seat, eventually you could put things on the front screen and, you know, watch a movie up there, a little bigger screen. And this is not, I mean, so there was no restrictions in terms of, so there is the geofence, which I've showed you, or there's a picture of, and outside of that, there's no restrictions of like a place I can pick, what roads I can take. I can't, from what I could see so far, I can't pick a route, but I was able to pick whatever destination within the geofence I wanted to go to, and the pickup was amazing because it just pulled right into the parking lot, stopped right there. I was able to just hop in and go. I had to buckle up first, click the button to confirm to start driving, and that was it. So in terms of feel, I'm trying to compare it to how it feels on you know, our cars that we drive every day. It feels pretty similar in terms of accelerations. I'm liking the distance from the person in front of us, the braking, everything has been really, really smooth so far. I don't know, I don't think we're gonna have too much of an issue, especially with this drive. We'll have to get a more difficult drive under our belts after this one. Oh, huge bumps in the road here. Oh. Okay, car doesn't care about that. Neither did the human in front of us, so whatever. Really nice stop for the yellow there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's not much to say. It's a ROBOTAXI and it's super smooth. It's doing everything really, really well. So looking at the screen up front in the bottom there, I'll take a picture to show it a little better. We have some custom buttons. So normally that's where we'd have like our efficiency and stuff like that, but it says ROBOTAXI. So obviously this is functioning as a ROBOTAXI right now. It has pull over, stop in lane, and again, the support button. So pull over is going to find a spot, you know, where it can pull over. It's not an emergency or anything. It'll just kind of get off the road so you can hop out or, you know, whatever. And stop in lane is, you know, I don't know if that's an emergency stop or More, my guess is that it's just going to kind of slow to a stop. If there's something up ahead, I don't know, maybe there's some kind of obstacle, like a huge puddle or closed road, doesn't seem like it's going to stop or something. Just totally guessing on my part. But those are really the only options. Other than that, this is a totally normal Model Y off the line. The only difference, of course, is the software. So this Model Y, as far as we know and can tell, was not custom built for ROBOTAXI. It's not some kind of special, it's not special in any physical way. It is just the software that's running the car and driving it around. And will this, exact software come to our cars, or we'll get a dialed down version? Of course, we're not going to have anything where we can be sitting in the back like this anytime soon, at least. But the idea is that this is the software that can download onto any, well, I guess I should just say hardware for refresh Model Y. Outside of that, we don't know, because the only ROBOTAXIs available right now are these refresh Model Y. The other thing I find super fascinating is, like, people are driving by, they're walking by, nobody cares. Like, nobody notices, nobody stares. I mean, I'm sure some people do, but for the most part, the people I've been looking at around the car, they don't even notice. Like, this person's looking directly at the Y. Oh, did she say it? No, she's looking at something else. Like, it's just not a big deal to people. They're just doing their own thing, and it's kind of whatever. Super interesting, because obviously if I saw this, and probably anyone watching the video, you'd be losing your mind, right? There you go. She just looked right in the car. And what? How do you not go crazy seeing that? Oh my goodness. It's just like a normal car with nobody in the driver's seat. Oh, make sure to gather your belongings. All right, so we got a little noise there. I was looking at the main screen, nothing up there, but down here, make sure to gather your belongings. Oh, and I can say drop me off now. That's interesting. So I'm going to reroute it. I'm just going to click drop me off now, since that's an option, and see what the ROBOTAXI does. End ride now. The vehicle will pull over to the nearest safe location. Heck yeah, let's do it. So we'll confirm that vehicle is finding a safe location to stop. That's so cool, pulling over. So yeah, of course, don't just stop in the middle of the road. But we can end the trip. I'm like, yeah, it's close enough. I put a destination that was near where I'm going, right? Oh, a little bit of wiggle there in the wheel. Interesting to see that. And then you can just kind of hop out whenever it's safe, which is, I mean, what a great option. That's really good to see. Our team has identified an issue and is working to resolve it. Please exit safely. Thank you for riding in the ROBOTAXI. Should I actually get out?
The car parked here.
Yeah.
That's his support. How can I help you?
Can you just please resume the ride?
Copy that.
Thank you.
All right, so we got hazard lights on. We're waiting for remote operator to resume the ride. Very cool. They checked in immediately. They said, what's going on? Resume the ride, and there it goes. All right. People were able to get around. No type of emergency. I feel slightly responsible for that, but it was an option presented to me, so, I don't think I did anything wrong. We still have this press open door to exit safely. I'm not going to do that now. You can see on the screen up front that we have a destination that it's going to park at. We'll put a picture of that. So I'll just wait for it to get that destination and be in a parking lot. I'm not going to get out in the middle of the road, so I'd rather sit in the car and just wait and see what happens. All right, nice. So we're pulling into the parking lot. Here is where I would unbuckle if it was a person driving, but I'll give it a second. I don't want the thing to freak out. I remember in the Waymo I had to wait too. And I'll just wait for my message. I mean, it says please exit safely, so I think we're good. So the car is in park. All right, I'm gonna hop out. Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day. All right, so we can open the door, grab my stuff, and just leave, and we can watch it drive away. So the lights are pulsing in the back to let us know it's our ROBOTAXI. I'm gonna hop right in, and we'll get started. Hello, thank you.
Hello. Let me just get the app, please.
Oh, yep, sorry. I forgot about that part.
It's pretty much every single time.
That's okay. I'll be ready next time. Cool. Thank you. All right, so I showed the app to make sure it's me. Nobody else can hop in and steal my ROBOTAXI, which makes sense. So fasten seatbelt. can't do anything until I do that. And then again, it says start ride, so it won't go until I click that, or maybe it has some kind of timing, but we'll do it via the app this time. So I click start ride right there, and it doesn't seem like there's really any latency with that. So arriving in 13 minutes, this should be a nice drive. We're gonna turn out of here. Now, as we're driving, I wanna talk to you about what happened earlier today. So we were sitting at a restaurant and there was a car accident. Somebody, a human and another human collided. Somebody was turning left and someone like basically hit the end of their car as they were finishing the turn. Huge like boom noise. Everybody was okay. But we left that restaurant, we came back, it was maybe 45 minutes later and they were still there. The cops were, doing their report and stuff. So that stuff happens thousands of times a day. And if you can reduce that 100x, 1000x, that's kind of what this is about. And it's a small rollout. Everybody's going to nitpick every little thing that it potentially does that's not perfect. But think of all the years of the driving, the testing we've been doing. It's really amazing that we're at this point right now. I can't believe it. I can't believe that we are sitting right here in this ROBOTAXI, nobody in the driver's seat, public roads, is driving around. So huge thank you to everybody watching. You're number one. Thank you to Tesla for working on this and letting us enjoy it. And I'm really hoping it does roll out quickly so everyone can enjoy it. I mean, that's the point, right? It's not just to take some fun rides and check it out. This is going to impact people in a big way. So really excited to see it. But in the meantime, we're here to test it out and torture test it, nicely, of course. So we need a picture of this. People were asking about the rear seat UI. So I'm going to do that real quick. I don't want to stop filming in case something happens. So I'll just cut while I film this UI down here. So changing lanes here. Kind of weird. I'm gonna get picky. It's kind of weird. I wouldn't get behind someone. Oh, does the lane end? See, okay, here's where things are good, extra good for a ROBOTAXI. I don't know the area. So when it's picking lanes and stuff, man, that stop sign was beautiful. We didn't wait or hesitate or anything. When it's picking lanes and stuff, I have no idea what lane you should be in, where the next turn is, or what the parking lot looks like, or anything like that. So it gives the ROBOTAXI a big advantage in my perception of how it's driving, because I don't know how to drive these roads, so I can't fully critique it like I could at home. But again, everything so far it feels great. There's not much to say. I'm trying to compare it to how it feels, to like my Model Y at home that I drive around, and it feels similar. I don't think I feel much different in terms of again, like the braking, the accelerating, stuff like that. And so with the incident earlier where it stopped, if that happened in my car, which of course we've seen before, the car tries to stop somewhere or something, you just push the accelerator, or put in drive or whatever you do. So it's something that happens for 1 second and then it's over and you just kind of do your thing. So even in the case of nobody in the driver's seat, I mean, you can go back and look at the video clip. What was it? 20 seconds we were sitting there. We didn't impede traffic or do anything like that. So I don't know. I think we're doing pretty good. What I do want to add to that is I didn't really notice, but there was an option. If you look back, I don't know if you'll be able to see it because of the camera angle, but there was an option on the screen. Number one, I could have resumed, I believe, or number two, I definitely could have just interacted with support myself. I didn't because I just kind of was like, I don't know, I was a little caught off guard and just kind of seeing how the situation played out. But if, I was in here by myself, which is obviously going to happen probably very soon. This is not, you can't scale with a safety driver or a safety passenger, I guess I would say, in every car. I could have interacted with support. And we've seen tons of videos. I'm not making excuses or anything, but to keep everything on a level playing field, we've seen tons of videos of Waymo where somebody talks to Waymo and they're like, hey, this is, doing something weird, and then support fixes it or whatever. So even in our Waymo ride we took, we had a weird like phantom braking incident. It didn't need support, but it was still pretty shocking, which I posted in a video a while ago. All right, so a little bit of a backup here. I'm wondering if it's gonna try to pass people. I mean, we have a right turn coming up in 1 mile. So that's something a lot of people talk about is lane selection. So in our cars, we know lane selection's, sometimes kind of I think in version 13, it's gotten a lot better. This guy turning out. Does he care? Nope. Even a Tesla driver doesn't care. For me, in version 13, lane selection's been good for quite a while. But I'm kind of looking out for that on the ROBOTAXI. So we have 1 mile. to the turn, and in our cars now, it's usually about 0.8 miles is where it's going to start changing lanes to get over. Sometimes in hurry mode, so it does say standard mode up there. Sometimes in hurry mode, it'll wait longer. But as of now, we're in standard. That'd be cool if in the app you could like choose what mode you wanted, but I don't see an option for that for now. Oh, let's see. I could see this guy. Oh, he doesn't care at all. Man, that pedestrian was pretty close to the car. And I know in my car, it would not like that. It would be going a lot slower. That was perfectly handled. I mean, that really couldn't have been any better. So we got a couple other every Model Y I see, I'm like, is it another ROBOTAXI? But I think most of them are just, I mean, especially because there's a lot of refresh Model Ys down here, but most of them are just customer cars. There's just a lot of these refresh Model Ys already out, even though it's a relatively new vehicle. Yeah, no ROBOTAXI sticker on there. It's so funny. So, can I change the destination? If you want to ignore me, that's okay. Can I change the destination, or I have to wait till like I get out and just request you again?
You can change it once.
Once? Okay.
Yes.
Oh shoot! Look at this. All right, we got this guy on a bike. No way! But it didn't want to wait behind the other Model Y. Oh my goodness! Look at this. Wow. Wow, wow. And right back over to make our right turn. Oh my goodness. So it has the good moves still. I mean, of course it has to, right? The other option was just to wait behind him forever, but that would have added, I mean, at least a couple of minutes to the ride. So, all right, I don't see a way to do it, so I'll probably just request you one more, well, a lot more times.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
All right, thank you so much. Seriously, this is amazing. I appreciate it. I hope it's at least not torturous for you. All right, so we got our chime again. So that, make sure to gather your belongings. It looks like it happens about 1 minute, or where are we, 0.3 miles, so maybe half a mile or 1 minute to your destination. Just a little reminder to, and I think Waymo did the same thing where it's like, make sure you get your stuff. Then with the drop me off now button again, I ain't gonna do that this time. I don't know, I probably should. We should probably see what happens. I'm like nervous, I don't want to mess it up. But, all right, we're done. Because I need to go to actually a different destination. So there we go. Drop me off, confirm. It's gonna pull over right here. So I'm gonna be ready. Take my seatbelt off. This seems like a perfect spot to me. Again, I don't know the local area. Safe place to pull over. Exit safely. We're done. Okay, let's get going. Thank you.
Waymo.
Well, yeah. A couple of them. They're like, a little fleet together there. So this is a ROBOTAXI at night. About to grab a left turn here. It's not an unprotected left, but it is still a left, and there's not much traffic because it's getting late. But I heard you need LiDAR to work at night. As the Waymo co-CEO was like, oh yeah, for night driving, that's what LiDAR's for.
LiDAR, per Elon, LiDAR is a fool's errand.
Yeah,
Quote from him.
Yeah, and it's funny because I was always thinking, many years ago, like all these companies use LiDAR. What is this guy missing out on? And at Autonomy Day, 2019, he said, listen, we use, because people keep asking that question. He goes, we use LiDAR at SpaceX. I know what it's for. It's great for what it does. It's not for self-driving. And I said, yep, all right, I'm just going to listen to you. So there's our left turn at night. Very nice. All right, we're sitting here waiting for a train. And we've been waiting for a while, which, whatever. But it looks like semis. And there are just cops everywhere. I don't know what is happening. There are cops on the other side of that train. There are cops back here. They just keep randomly doing that. And we're just chilling in a ROBOTAXI with no driver, so. I don't know what is going to happen, but this is a really long train. As soon as the train's done, I'll start recording again, and yeah, I don't know. All right, so we just got a message. Our team has identified an issue and is working to resolve it. I'm guessing just because we've been sitting here so long. If the support chimes in, we'll tell them everything's fine. We're just waiting for a train. But I don't know if they're going to check in. Yeah, so they're connecting because we haven't moved in a while, so let's talk.
ROBOTAXI support. Can I help you?
Hey, no, we're fine. We're just waiting for a train. Thank you. Okay.
So it must have been automatic.
Yeah, they auto checked in either because the microphones can pick up sirens, or because we've been sitting in one spot for so long, and they didn't seem to have a reason like that they told us that they checked in, but all good for now. So again, we'll check in again when this train is done. Oh, RoboTaxi's getting impatient. All right, we'll check in when the train's done. All right, train's done. Cops are coming through. He had to wait for that whole train. He went through before the arms went up. So, seems everything's going to be normal here. Yeah, RoboTaxi's a little scared. I don't know why the pickup truck isn't moving. It wants to now randomly turn left for no reason. Oh man. It's kind of pulsating the brakes a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, it's gonna go straight. I think it was gonna try to turn around because we were stuck for so long, but this is definitely the right thing. I don't want to turn around. There's another cop up there. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Why are they? Have you ever heard cops do that? Where they just keep randomly?
No. I don't know why they would be.
He doesn't seem to be stopping anybody. We are moving over to get out of the way. Maybe, I have no idea what's going on.
Maybe they're playing with the autonomous vehicle. See what they'll all do.
Yeah, I'm messing with the RoboTaxi. So we need to make a left turn here, and we had moved to the right to get away from the cop. So...
Which was technically the right thing to do.
Oh, for sure the right thing to do, but I don't think this is a left turn lane. Oh, it is a left turn lane.
Yeah,
nope, I'm wrong.
Two arrows there.
Yeah, you can see it on the screen actually. There's an arrow right there. So this is 100% a left turn lane. That's a human pilot mistake. So I think we made it past. That was weird, but all right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Grab the app for you here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Great. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, have a good day.
You too.
person behind us.
Thank you.
All right, guys. I'm here with Sawyer, and we're gonna go take my first ROBOTAXI ride. So here's something that's kind of interesting. Our team has identified an issue and is working to resolve it. So that's interesting. So it does kind of show a message when the remote operators are tuning in.
How can I help?
No need to help. Everything's good.
Everybody get their seatbelts buckled?
Yep. Yeah.
Y'all have a good trip.
Thanks. See, I did notice that was kind of interesting. It doesn't let you leave until everybody buckles their seatbelt. So FSD won't engage if the driver's seatbelt is unbuckled, but this actually requires everyone to have their seatbelts on. That's a good safety precaution. So they know that if there is a crash, you know, everybody's buckled in at least. So all right, let's get started.
Nice long drive.
We've got about a 18-minute drive here. And yeah, there's no one in the driver's seat. It's just driving. Pretty crazy. But yet it feels pretty normal, right? I mean, having used FSD, seeing a Model Y driving us doesn't really feel all that surprising, honestly.
Yep, and then you got your different media, you got the privacy thing, so it'll tell you about the camera and microphone. And then you got your Apple Music, you got your control there, and then once you hit the air, it'll move the destination timeline up there.
Yeah, I love what they did with the software here. Honestly, I wish I could kind of get some of this functionality on my Tesla.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool how they have, you know, I don't think they have the music in the rear for the regular Teslas. And then they've got this kind of app picker, and they've got the map, which is cool. They don't have that in the normal Teslas.
You can't move it in any way, so it's kind of just locked there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very smooth. It's very human-like. It's a little smoother than Waymo even. We've got some direct sun glare here. A lot of people said this would prevent it from working, but here we are. We got a pedestrian with a stroller on the side. It offsetted well. I mean, yeah, if you're an FSD user, this feels natural. And I love the glass roof. When you're in a Waymo, the whole thing's covered with the LiDAR.
And it's funny, I bought a new Model Y 3 months ago, and I've actually never sat in the back seat of it. So
yeah.
I never get to enjoy like the full glass roof.
Right,
so
yeah.
This was the first time in these RoboTaxi rides I got to enjoy it.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice experience compared to being in a Waymo. It feels much more spacious. The glass roof definitely makes it feel much more open.
So you'll see on the screen, you'll see the pull over button on the left, the stay in lane, stop in lane button in the middle, and then the support button on the right.
Right, yeah. So
standard mode.
Yeah, so they seem to all be in standard mode. They've got the pull over, the stop in lane. Here on the rear screen, we also have a pull over button in the bottom left corner. And I'm guessing that the door handle button is probably an emergency stop, though they're probably not allowed to confirm that.
Speed bump.
Yeah, the safety monitors are basically pretending they're not here. They don't seem to be doing much. You know, there's a lot of conspiracy theories. Someone's driving the car over the internet. The guy in the front seat is driving the car, but it's the car's AI that's doing all the driving. So I guess I'm not leaving the geofence area this week. If you ask me to go to dinner and it's outside the geofence, I'm not coming. So we got YouTube here. We can pull up the GigaCast.
Nice. Not like
All right.
a lot of sun glare. It's good.
All right, there's Sawyer in the back of the ROBOTAXI.
So what is this? Oh, so the volume.
Yeah, so they got YouTube, Netflix. That's another thing Waymo doesn't have. They seem to be a little better on the entertainment options. I love that it's staying signed in.
Yeah, and if there's something that you're not signed into, which, let's see if you're signed into Apple Podcast, yeah. Pause that. I'm trying to find something you're not Audible, maybe?
Oh, I'm signed into everything. I don't think I have Amazon Music.
Okay, we'll try that.
There we go.
There you go. So it says automatically log in during your ride, and then it logs out after you exit for privacy reasons.
Yeah, they've really put a little extra work into the entertainment experience here, and it's probably, I think, the most entertaining ROBOTAXI you can be in. Waymo's pretty bare by comparison. They've even got some games here. You can play Beach Buggy, Skyforce, 2048, chess, Fallout Shelter. I wouldn't expect anything less from Elon. But yeah, overall, I mean, it's pretty boring, which is good. It just works. I don't think they're that far off from being able to remove safety monitors, expand the geofence,
yeah,
and take this much more wide. And I mean, it's a killer experience compared to having a human driver. I was just in New York City for 10 days. There's no autonomous cars there. You get into an Uber and it just smells really bad. It smells like cigarettes or body odor.
I took 3 Ubers yesterday. 2 of them smelled like cigarettes.
Yeah. I mean, human-driven cars suck. Someone's bringing their trash out there. And it's just smooth. It doesn't brake harshly. It gets out of the way. It's got to be, I think, the smoothest self-driving ride you can get anywhere in the world.
There's Waymo.
Yeah? They're all over the place here.
Yeah.
We're definitely getting into the self-driving wars. It's really started now. Because there's been some Waymo copycats. You know, Cruise basically tried to copy Waymo's model and their technology, but they just did it more poorly. But this is the first time someone's come at it with a completely different approach. And that's when I think things start to get interesting. That's when the competition really heats up here. Yeah. You can just sit back, look at the sky, watch movies, listen to music.
How's the braking compared to Waymo in your opinion?
The Waymo, it seems like it brakes a little more harshly. You know, in general, it just feels more robotic in the Waymo. So sometimes you have kind of these hard stops or turns that feel a little aggressive. Here it just feels much more like a human. All right, we're making a left turn. Car's creeping. Looks like there's a car coming.
Nice.
Another car. And now we're good to go. Yeah, sometimes I see a Model Y, I'm like, oh, is that a ROBOTAXI? Oh, it's just somebody's car.
Literally the only way you can tell is the stickers and then if there's anyone in the front
Yeah,
driver's
exactly.
seat.
Yeah, which just makes you think, like, they could probably turn this on for customers' cars, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just turn off the cabin camera.
Yeah, the only thing we don't know is the software version they're running on these cars. I've attempted to ask safety monitors in my previous rides, but no answer, unfortunately.
Yeah, some people have told me that they saw something in the fleet database that was FSD 13.3.
Yep.
So I'm guessing that's what it probably is, and it doesn't feel dramatically different than what's in our cars. You know, it feels very familiar.
Yeah.
Obviously, it isn't making any mistakes, which, you know, our cars don't make that many mistakes either. I think they really kind of tuned it for the area it's operating in, but it really is just kind of an iterative improvement on the 13.2.9 we already have, I think. It's also kind of interesting how there's no vehicle controls button in the bottom left.
Mm-hmm.
You can't change any of the settings on this car. Even the safety monitor can't. And they've really kind of customized the software for ROBOTAXI. All this work has been going on behind the scenes. But seeing the geofence area here in Austin, I'm not too worried. I think they've got this down pretty well. After spending 10 days in New York City and using FST Supervise there, man, their software can handle some crazy stuff. People jumping out at you.
Yep. This would be a good test here. You
Yeah.
got a green light, but traffic's still coming from ahead. So it's patiently waiting for an opening here.
Yeah, there's no left turn arrow here. So it's got to wait for traffic to open. The one tough thing that Austin does have is, you know, people can tend to drive pretty fast here sometimes.
Yep.
But other than that, I mean, nothing really too tough in terms of edge cases. At least not that I've seen so far.
Oh, here we go.
Nicely done.
Yep. Sweet.
Yeah. You see a lot of manually driven Teslas in this area. So they've definitely been collecting a lot of data.
If you pull out your phone, you'll also notice that you can control certain things from this screen also on there. So if you open the app.
Yeah, I love the live activity.
Yep. So you can control the temperature, call support right from there, pull over right from there.
Yeah, I love that you can set the temperature. It's like 100 degrees right now in Austin. So being able to make sure that the ROBOTAXI's at the temperature you want, cold, but not too cold. I think with Waymo, you have to actually wait until the car shows up. And then you can change the temperature inside.
Yep.
The other thing I've noticed is the driving is so natural that nobody even notices that the car doesn't have a driver. People just walk by, drive by. Nobody seems to notice.
It blends in really well.
Yeah. Which I guess is good. Yeah, I was a little worried about like protesters or Dan O'Dowd or political activists trying to do something crazy. But we haven't really seen that much of that, right?
Nope.
Nobody's leaving child dummies in the road.
No, I've done, what, 14, 15 rides now? Haven't experienced
Wow.
any of that.
Yeah, or, you know, we saw some Waymos getting burned down recently. I think that kind of spooked some people. Right, a right turn followed by a left turn right away. Nicely done. I mean, you know, they did so much work leading up to this point. We saw so many improvements over the years that now taking the driver out of the seat almost just feels like, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
You'll see a message on the screen that says external drive is almost full, 75%.
Yeah.
I've noticed that on a couple other ROBOTAXI rides as well.
Right.
So the data will start being deleted at 85%.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm guessing that they're probably recording the full telemetry and video from every drive so that they can inspect it. And maybe the safety monitor's changing out the drives or something in between rides. It's very cautious, it's very safe. You know, there are people who are looking for any clip of it doing anything weird and trying to focus on that, but what you're not going to see is just how normal everything's working 99% of the time. But of course, it needs to be, you know, close to 100%. And it seems like it is. But with just 10 cars, the probability of anything happening is pretty low. Yeah. Yeah, it handles hills, pedestrians, tight roads. And it's very proactive. Like, it was actually right there anticipating that driver might need to go around that
You
truck.
can feel it, yep.
And slowing down in anticipation. That's really the power of deep learning. It's not even about seeing what's in front of you, it's about predicting what's about to happen. And that's what lets it drive so smoothly. Had a little bit of a harsher brake there. There was a pedestrian on the right side. Nothing too harsh, but a little bit more sudden than it would otherwise. Here we've got some, I think that might be a bike lane. Something that might have been a little confusing for older versions of FSD, but it seems to have it down pretty well. And, you know, this is running every day. I saw some people making comments today. They said, what, that's it? Just one day of ROBOTAXI? No, it's not one day.
So the app that we downloaded, I think it said it expires in 90 days, the test flight. So
that's just a standard kind of test flight thing.
Yeah, so I imagine, but I don't think we're going to get cut off. I think they'll just keep it open. But we can do
Yeah.
rides 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 12.
Once they issue a new build of the app, it goes for another 90 days.
Yeah.
But eventually the app will just be in the App Store. So yeah, this isn't a temporary thing. They intend to keep it live in
Do you think
Austin.
it'll stay a separate app or merge it with the Tesla app? 'Cause I imagine they will merge it eventually, no?
I think they will merge it, yeah. This is probably just a way for them to kind of control access to who has it.
Yep. Yeah, I think you'll notice at night too. It feels no different than it does during the day. Just as confident. Doesn't take things on more slowly at night.
Yeah.
So we're 2 minutes away, so it gives you that. Make sure you're to gather your belongings.
Yeah.
And a ding.
Yeah, I like that it just kind of dings at you.
And then it pops up, drop you off now if you wanted to get off early.
Yeah, that's handy. Because sometimes it gets the drop-off spot a little bit wrong. And, you know, Waymo kind of talks to you, which I find a little annoying. They go get your stuff. So I like the little ding, you know. If you're riding in this all the time, that is going to be enough. But yeah, I mean, it's smooth. It's comfortable, feels safe. If you're an FSD user, this is going to be a lot like what you're used to. If you're not an FSD user, you're probably going to be pretty surprised to see how well this thing can drive. But it's very low key.
Oh, first rear-wheel drive Cybertruck I've seen.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Maybe we need to go back there and take a look at it.
I think we do.
Like, nobody's ordering those. At least nobody we know.
Yeah.
The Tesla fans would not order that. All right, and we're here. That was our first ROBOTAXI ride.
Sweet.
No interventions, no weird moments. Nailed it. Thanks for watching, everybody. All right, time for another ROBOTAXI ride. I'm gonna film this whole ride for you. We're gonna go to In-N-Out, and let's see how it does. So we're about 15 minutes away. I'm in a red Model Y. And honestly, I have to say, I think I've taken about 15 rides so far. They've all been very smooth, very safe, and completely intervention free. On social media, people tend to cut clips, focus on all the negatives. You have all the reporters who didn't get invited. They're looking for some negative angle. But for the most part, the drives are completely uneventful. They're smooth, they're comfortable. It's like riding with a professional chauffeur. And we were outside the geofenced area last night at the Comedy Mothership, which was great, by the way. And we took a Waymo home. And honestly, it was just really interesting to feel the drive in the Waymo compared to the Tesla. The Waymo was braking hard right away, making some turns too aggressively. It was just a rougher ride compared to the Tesla. And that's a point I think a lot of people don't appreciate. This thing just feels smoother, more comfortable, more human-like than the Waymo. And I think that's really a product of the much larger data set they used to train this model. So I think it shows extreme promise. It's the smoothest self-driving system that I've ever used. And I mean, you should see the things that Waymo did in its first week with passengers. Go read some of the comments. And it's improved a lot since then, but the way this thing stops at stop signs and traffic lights, just your basic driving operation, stopping, turning, it just feels so much smoother and more refined. And in terms of interventions, I mean, it seems to me that it's doing thousands of miles between interventions at the least. So this should be something that the world is really excited about. The way they're deploying it with somebody in the front seat, I think there's very little chance of anything going wrong. As you can see, we have a pullover button back here. Up front, they have a pullover, stop in lane. And I think they also have an emergency stop button. They're deploying this the right way. They're monitoring it closely. But for the most part, the safety monitor doesn't do anything. You know, we have about 20 people here, all taking rides. I think maybe there was one example where we saw somebody push the stop in lane button when the car was pulling over into a spot and the UPS truck was also backing into that spot, which I think, you know, the UPS driver probably should have been more careful. But of course, that's the real world. People don't always follow the rules. People don't always do the right thing. The AI model needs to be smart enough to handle all of that, obviously. But if there was nobody there, would it have crashed? Probably not. I think the car probably would have noticed what was happening and stopped, maybe reversed. The UPS truck driver might have seen it. But you don't want to wait and find out. You want to obviously be super cautious, study everything, and that's what they're doing. So, you know, the reason I think the world should feel very optimistic about this is if this works, and by all accounts, it's working extremely well, the model's going to continue to improve. It's going to get better. This is really the worst it'll ever be. And even now, it's completing 99% of drives plus intervention free. So if they're able to actually train a model that can drive around Austin without problems using just cameras, well, this technology can then be built into every car that's made. Now, think about how many crashes could be prevented, how many injuries could be prevented, how many lives could be saved if this type of technology was built into every car. When you look at some of these other self-driving cars, your Waymos and your Zooxes and other brands, the technology isn't really workable to incorporate into a mass-produced car. It becomes too expensive, it becomes too weird looking. I'm not sure we have enough LiDAR and sensor production in the world to be able to really retrofit all the world's cars. And then look at this car. Look at the glass roof. You can just look straight through it and enjoy the view. That's something you're never going to be able to do in any of those other cars because of all the extra equipment they have mounted all over the car. So the experience is just better. Safety being equal, and I think they're actually going to be able to exceed the safety of Waymo and others, remove the safety monitors from the car, and beat them on safety while also beating them on comfort, on entertainment options, on the quality of the car. This is really the rideshare service you want to be using. I've been staying here with the geofence, and everywhere I go, we've been calling ROBOTAXIs. They show up in a few minutes. They're always comfortable, cool. You can play music, you can watch Netflix, you can watch YouTube. This is the kind of driver you want driving around your neighborhood. All right, now we're making a left turn. The car's creeping for visibility. And there we go. really seen any situation that's tripped it up. The worst I've seen is, you know, maybe some braking that was a little harder than it needed to be. But that was pretty minor. I think they've kind of tuned up the sensitivity, particularly to vulnerable road users. And the other thing I saw was when we were in Terry Black's and asked it to pick us up, it kind of stopped in the middle of the parking lot, blocking things a little bit. But that was pretty minor as well. We just got in. That's an easy thing to refine. So overall, I don't think people are really giving them credit for how well the service is performing. What a success it's been so far. And honestly, I think it's saving people a lot of money too. For $420, you can go anywhere in the geofence. This is my first time going to In-N-Out in the geofence, one of my favorite places. So I had to test it out naturally. And it's really nice. It's really nice to be able to just call a Model Y with FSD, sit in the back. You don't have the cabin camera bothering you. You can just do whatever you want. Look at your phone, watch a movie, listen to music, and it'll take you wherever you want to go. This is a really cool area too, where they have their service. I've honestly been really impressed just going around here. All right, we got a left turn, some big trucks. No problem. And now it's just a straight shot ahead to In-N-Out. Now, you know, very few people are gonna sit through an 18-minute long video where the car just does everything perfectly. They want to see some viral social media clip where it's braking too hard or making some mistake. But that's not really happening very often, I have to say. It's been kind of hard to film the drives without mounting the camera to the roof. You have to kind of hold the phone or hold the camera. So that's been stopping me from recording a lot of the drives, but today and tomorrow I'm gonna record a lot of full drives just so people can see how it's really doing. I think if you actually are sitting in it, it's hard not to be impressed. This is the first time in history that we have cars on the road without a driver, using just cameras and computer vision. A lot of people said that what we're seeing here was impossible. And it's very clearly not impossible. I think you can argue that maybe some additional work is needed before they can have the cars operate with truly nobody inside. But I don't think they're far off from that. This next model they're training, 4.5 times larger model. I think it's going to be significantly smarter than even what's driving the car right now. And I think they're going to continue to train smarter models after that. People have already spotted a lot of the cars outside of the service area, in North Austin, in downtown, even on the highway. So I think they're going to expand much more rapidly than a lot of people are expecting. Look at the steering wheel. When you're in a Waymo, you see the steering wheel kind of jerking back and forth. It's very robotic. With this service, it just feels like a human is behind the wheel. And it's kind of interesting just driving by people, cyclists, other cars. Very few of them even realize that the car doesn't have a driver. It's so natural that they just go about their business. They never even think to look at the car. All right, here's in and out. Let's see where the car drops me off. I think it is gonna drop me off inside the parking lot. And that's actually another thing that I've noticed compared to Waymo. It doesn't always drop you off exactly where you want. For example, I think they seem to have kind of one drop-off point on South Congress. But, you know, last night when we took the Waymo home, it didn't drop me in front of my house. It dropped me on the other side of the intersection. So we had to walk through the road and this big intersection to get to our house, which isn't exactly that safe. This thing picked me up and dropped me off right in front of where I'm staying. And it seems to navigate parking lots pretty well. We had one parking lot we had to drive in, and it was such a tight parking lot we couldn't even figure out how to get out. So we started following this ROBOTAXI, and it was just weaving through buildings and cars and got out on its own. I have to say I'm pretty impressed. Another thing I like is this drop off now button. A lot of times you're in a Waymo and it just keeps driving past your destination, or you're stuck in traffic. You know, the last minute of the drive is a ton of traffic and you could probably walk there faster than the car could get there. So having that drop off now button is really handy compared to what Waymo makes you do sometimes. So in summary, everyone said doing autonomous rides with a pure vision system was impossible. Not only is it not impossible, but we're already seeing them beat Waymo in several important ways. So while everybody's laughing and saying this will never work, I'm feeling pretty bullish. I think I'm gonna buy the stock. This company is about to take over the world, I think.
Well, very, very cool. All right. Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing great. Doing great.
All right.
Yeah, the driver here is just invisible.
I see nothing. All right. So, as you can tell, there is no driver in the vehicle. We do have the safety observer as per the rules. We are in the rear of the car. We've got our seatbelts on, and now I'm trying to see what we have to do. It looks like on the screen in the back, it says where we're going, Zeker Botanical Garden. And it says arriving about 1427 or 227, and get ready to start the ride. So I'll hit the button, and we are off. And just kind of set the scene, we're in a small, kind of a strip mall here in the central part of Austin, and a big parking lot, and there's going to be a busy street. It's Congress Street coming up, and the vehicle will be preparing to get onto the road and drive us to our destination. And here's a good look at the screen. It gives us that time right now.
Nice. I just noticed a difference already.
Very smooth.
Very smooth. Well, and not just that, the creep. That was.
Now the interesting thing is because it's got the sound on, I'm going to turn it off so I'm not punished by YouTube. Because I don't want to get copyright striked for having a song. But anyway, so as you can see over here is JC, and this is his first ROBOTAXI ride.
Absolutely.
And what did you think about the setup and the pickup so far?
So far, so good. I mean, came into the parking lot where we're at, picked a good spot to pick us up, did not make us walk a couple of blocks. The vehicle is just, I mean, it's a great vehicle for a ROBOTAXI, obviously new Model Y Juniper. Feels great, and thus far just really smooth ride. I mean, granted, we're only at Old Torf, but and so we've got a couple 12 more minutes of this, but thus far it's phenomenal.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and film the screen. Why don't you play with the screen here and see what settings you can have.
So let's see. So we've got, almost afraid to let's see. Well, it looks like it's a typical Model Y or brand new Model Y. It's got the you got music there, which we don't want to do. We've got arcade, so pretty much just, and like you can have your Spotify and Apple Music. Let's see what. So yeah, and I don't want to hit that one.
Right. So we have a pull over button.
Yes.
And we have a support button. So I would presume that if we hit the support button, we would be talking to some individual about maybe an issue that we have. I don't know. I'm not going to push it right now. And of course, the pull over, I would imagine that it's either if I feel unsafe or something's wrong, or I wonder, and I'm not going to do it, but I wonder if that would maybe allow me to stop the ride, or I don't know. So we'll have to see. But as you can see, it's driving all on its own. Again, nobody in the driver's seat. And our official Tesla monitor, contrary to what some people have thought, there is no steering wheel on his side. There are no pedals, there's no brake, there's nothing. He does have access on the central screen for some buttons that will allow him to do some control of the vehicle if necessary. But predominantly they have him in the seat right now just to pretty much be a safety observer and make sure that everything is going well. Of course, this is the very first ROBOTAXI ride, so everybody's being extremely cautious right now. But you know, one of the things, if you look out through the window, is we are just going through city streets. Really nothing like really well prepared, not really mapped out. It does have traffic. Of course, it is a Sunday, so the traffic is not quite as dramatic as we might see on a weekday, but that's probably a good thing. And of course, it's here at the stoplight, waiting for its turn to go through. Now, if you drive full self-driving, these are pretty much common to how the car is driving, so you'd be pretty much familiar with that. If you haven't driven in full self-driving, this may be the first time that you've seen anything like that whatsoever. And of course, this is a project that Tesla has taken on for about 10 years now. They've been developing it for quite a long time with hardware, software, training data, and also the supercomputer cluster at Giga Texas Cortex-1, and that is all for the training data that they are doing. So all of that work over the last 10 years has brought us to this point, and it's actually pretty cool, JC, that we're here for this opportunity.
This is just amazing. I mean, it's like you were saying. I mean, I've got well over 50 or 60,000 miles of Tesla full self-driving under my belt. You know, I've done tons and tons of videos. I've done tons and tons of commentary about Tesla's full self-driving. But I'm telling you, this is about, and people will tell you it's really hard to make me speechless. But the fact that I'm in the back seat of a Tesla, finally, it is, what a moment. It's really fantastic. And all the folks at Tesla that have worked so hard to make this day happen, including the big guy right there in front. I just want to thank all of them as well.
Yeah, I agree. And again, this is just a major milestone, and we're going to try a lot of these different trips today, and we'll see how it performs all over the geofenced area. Now, I'll put a map up of what that geofence area looks like, so you can kind of get a sense of what part of Austin we are driving in. This is just for this initial rollout, and hopefully as maybe the next week or two goes and they get more data and more confidence on it, they'll start expanding that out throughout the rest of the city, and we'll go from there. So anyway, I'm going to just sort of film a little, and we can kind of enjoy the drive. And JC, do you have any other thoughts or maybe things that you want to point out?
Yeah, you know, I will tell you, and again, this is just the first ride, Joe, and you know, it's going to take a little bit to get under the belt, see different scenarios. I'm telling you, it's all right. Well, he's got someplace to go, and he wants us to know about it.
Yeah,
the smoothness is amazing. Like I can definitely just sense it's this. Whatever this is just a skosh smoother. But really where I've seen the unsupervised kind of kick in over the supervised version is the level of confidence in like getting out. You know, when we left the shopping center, I don't know if you noticed that, but it did not have the level of creep that I would normally see. And I noticed that right off the bat. And apologies, I know I may have said something and interrupted you there, but it was like, it just, when it hit me, I just wanted like, wow, okay, that's something that was pretty evident. And like, here, watch this. This is just the level of confidence. Nice. It's very nice, very smooth. It's, man.
Well, one thing we need is Austin to fix the roads.
Yes. I don't know if Tesla AI has any part in the roads in Austin, but definitely, maybe the Austin City Council, we can get them on the payroll for a while.
Yeah, but one of the things I just want to reiterate again for those who may not have any experience with full self-driving, certainly not with the ROBOTAXI, is that it is driving on regular streets that everybody else is driving on. It is following the same rules, it's following the speed limits. It is reacting in real time to the environment as things change. And if we were to take this exact same route again, the car is going to have to react differently because the obstacles are going to change, the cars are going to change, the timing of the lights is going to change. You might even have weather, those kinds of things, and the vehicle is doing that. Another thing, if you're not familiar with Tesla's full self-driving, and which is a big part of the overarching ROBOTAXI service, which is what is being rolled out today, is the fact that they are using cameras only. So this is a vision only system, and it uses a artificial intelligence system that collects a lot of data based on what it sees across the fleet, and it can learn and it continues to get better. But it is basically using the same sensory perceptions that we as humans do.
That's right.
I think it also has accelerometers, so it can feel, you know, acceleration as forward and aft and turning, so it can react to those kinds of things. And it also handles a lot of the other functions that you might have to do normally in a car, like, for example, windshield wipers, turning the headlights on,
speed selection,
lane selection, stopping, going, and then actually making choices of, you know, should it turn into the lane here or should it wait a little bit longer?
as well as the elements. So
Yes.
if it were to begin raining again, the neural net, the vision-based system would make that decision to slow down the vehicle a bit for the elements.
All right, I'm zooming in on the center screen just so you can see those 3 buttons that we were talking about that the observer has the capacity to interact with the car. And from what I understand, that's pretty much the extent of their connection to the vehicle as they are doing their supervising in the passenger seat. Now, one thing I don't know, I had a viewer ask, and I may ask the observer if they can answer that or not, is if I hit the button that says support and I'm talking to somebody, how am I doing that? Do you use Starlink? Is it Wi-Fi? How does that system work?
I can't get into that.
Okay.
You're definitely going to be connected with somebody though.
Okay, so there's at least there is connectivity that is going on, so you'd be able to reach a person, and you know, I think that's
Live person.
a live person, right? So not artificial intelligence, not on hold for the next 10 minutes. You get a chance to talk to a person, which I think is really, really good. And
So one thing I've noticed at the top of the screen, it's both the green and the orange button.
Oh, okay.
So what you can tell, and that's been on for the entirety of the drive. So the side, you know, every once in a while we see it on ours where the orange dot may come up for hearing, for the auditory part of the drive. I've noticed that's been up the entirety of this drive.
Okay, and for those that aren't familiar, we're talking about, I zoomed in up next to where you see the PRND and also the blue steering wheel showing that it's in full self-driving. Next to that is a green button and then a orange button. The orange button is, as you were saying, it's an audio system, and it's not recording us, but what it's doing is it's listening for, say, like alarms, emergency vehicles, that kind of thing. And of course, the green means that it's monitoring, I guess in a supervised fashion, it would be monitoring the driver to make sure they're paying attention. In this particular case, I'm not sure what it indicates. It may be a variation of that, but over there is a Waymo we just passed by, and we're kind of in the same general location within Austin that Waymo works, although it's not a complete overlap at this point in time. But
notice they're in standard mode as well. So the 3 modes we have, they've got us in standard mode for this first.
And again, for those that aren't familiar, that talks about basically the dynamics of the vehicle. If it's in chill mode, it means it's kind of slowed down so that everything is more mundane as far as its operations, acceleration, and so forth. Standard is pretty much standard and normal, and then you can also go into hurry mode, I believe, at least in normal full self-driving software. This one I'm not sure, but and that would just sort of accelerate things a little bit more. But so it looks like standard is pretty much the base model for right now as well.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm going to look back at the screen here, and it shows that we're about 2 minutes away from our destination. And it not only gives you that time, it tells you where we're going and the time that we're going to arrive at 2:28. And once again, we've been on this trip through city streets, through stop signs, through a bunch of different turns, and just reacting to traffic. So that's pretty cool.
Pretty busy intersection here. heading to Zilker.
Yeah. So when we get to the final destination, that'll be something I'm going to look at. Now, one of the things that on a future ride that we're going to try to do is I'm going to see if I can simulate I had luggage or something.
Yeah.
And how does that work? How do I put it in the hatch? Can I do that? And then
They sure to
how do I
gather
go?
your belongings, giving you it prompted us. Did you hear that prompt? Go,
Right.
"Oh, sorry about that, Joe. I didn't mean to."
No,
But
that's
as
good.
soon as that's kind of nice. About a minute or two out, prompts you.
Not only that, but it gives me a drop me off now button. So I guess that allows us to adjust a little bit when we get to that. You were talking before that.
And
that
we're
last-
stopping for a pedestrian that just walked out
Yeah.
onto the street, which was not ill-advised on his
Right.
part, but the
car
Tesla
saw it?
ROBOTAXI saw it and halted and allowed the gentleman to fix the error
Right.
of his ways and get back on the sidewalk.
Exactly.
Great job, Tesla AI, on
Exactly.
that one. Tesla AI just possibly saved a life.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That was really cool.
And that's just a good indication again of the kind of the dynamic environment that it's having to.
Yeah, and I
work with.
wonder if that gentleman who just walked out onto a busy road realizes that a driverless robot just saved his life. He is oblivious to it. But
Okay.
I'll do it on Tesla AI's behalf and the big man in front. You are welcome, sir.
All right, so we are arriving, and let's see what the screen shows. If I have anything else. Okay. Oh, there you go. I could open the trunk, or I could contact support if I need to, and it also shows me how to open the door. So I'll get the seatbelt off, and we'll get out of the vehicle.
That's awesome. So it does have. So that answered your question.
There you go. And I want to say thank you to our stealth
Yes,
observer
sir.
today.
Thank you, big
And
man.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you for using RoboTaxi.
Thank you.
Time drive.
Wasn't it the Waymo co-CEO said Tesla can't drive at night?
Yeah. Literally a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting because we're doing it. Well, we're not doing it.
This is all
The
a
car's doing it.
simulation.
Yeah. It's a CGI.
She's using her Neuralink, and we are just CGI.
Wow. Yeah, it seems to be doing fine at night, Joe. Interesting. Well, so much for that thesis.
The ambient lighting is kind of at a low level.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed you, like you said, it looks like they've set it at a very low gold, and they don't have no. It's just basic today, like no rainbow road on the UI. It's just your basic blue. But you know what, Joe? It's day one.
Yeah. Well, you know, they could do things like, you know, for an extra fee, you could have the rainbow colors.
Or maybe at a certain point, it will know which you like. Maybe you like the straight blue line. Maybe you like one color.
Or maybe
Or
the
you
colors
may- you
will
like
match up
Rainbow
to your
Road.
profile, so that,
Yeah.
you know, if I like blue or something, it'll be blue and I get in it.
Yep.
When you get in it, it's, you know, purple or something.
That's right.
It'd be cool if we could get a view of downtown. Just
That
for a
would.
moment.
Yeah. I just don't know if I think we're going to be going the opposite direction of downtown. Although, you know, what you could, when we get back, I mean, depends on what you want to do. I mean, when it just goes all the way down Congress, you know, and get a view of downtown, because going northbound on Congress. These are the roads, not the Tesla. Just,
So other than the lights being on, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
As the display was before.
And it's working.
It definitely is. Texas size bumps.
Yep. Does a great job.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, it just continues to be very smooth, very confident.
It feels like the same ride we had during the day. Just confident, smooth. Yeah, I mean,
Well, hopefully they're getting all the data that they need to be able to refine whatever of the training that they need, and I would like to see this start expanding. I think it definitely shows all the work that you guys have been doing to prepare for this day, which is awesome.
Absolutely.
And just think, this is the worst it will be.
Yeah, day one. And yeah, that's honestly, that's my takeaway, Joe, is that it's one day, but I don't know how anybody can end this day and not say, all right, you just need to start expanding this in all directions. The geofence, the group that uses it, get more rides going, you know, all parts of it. Because I just, you know,
Exactly. So this is what the display in the back looks like, and shows arrival time and some of the other controls that you would have, and of course the ways that you could contact help if you needed it. So far we haven't needed it today, and we haven't accidentally done it either. Very good. This is the world's longest light.
I was gonna say, you know, Austin has a bunch of those. I've noticed that there have been a handful of times, Joe, where I've been at a light and it seems like it's red for 3 to 4 minutes. I'm sure it's not that long, it just seems that way. Yeah. Yeah, I that's one thing I can tell you is that it's just done a tremendous job with speed bumps. Like no discomfort whatsoever. And there are some big ones here in Texas.
Yeah. Well, a couple of years ago, it was quite sporty.
Yes. Now, you can do some Dukes of Hazzard off of some of these speed bumps a couple of years ago. A couple more coming up. Make sure to gather your belongings. So there's that means we're a couple minutes out.
Yeah. Still think that having an audible saying, you know, your ride is coming to an end, gather your belongings, thank you for riding ROBOTAXI would be a nice thing, and I think that would be kind of engaging with the customers a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
The non-tech native customers that are more accustomed to interaction.
Yeah, not geeks like us.
Right.
Not, you know, nerd boys and nerd gals, but like the other 99% regular Joe Schmoes out there that you're going to need somebody to kind of talk to and give them a little.
very close to ending up the trip. I would just want to say congratulations to the Tesla team, the Tesla AI team, all the people that are in the operations center, all the ones that have been doing all the test driving and preparing for this day. Just really a major accomplishment, to be honest. And I know that there's still work to be done, expanding out the geofenced area, eventually getting rid of that, going to different states and countries and all that eventually. But I would just say that this has been an amazing day, and you know, I'm just very appreciative of the opportunity to be able to experience this, and hopefully through the video, the viewers here get a really good chance to see what it's like and how it operates now at the nighttime versus what we saw earlier in the day. And you know, it seems like everybody's had a great experience with it. Certainly hundreds of drives have been done today by people who aren't Tesla employees, not people that have been in part of the program, you know, people that like us had not been in one of these or used the system at all. And I would say that now around my 12th drive, this is like second nature, and it just seems very normal and natural to me. So yeah, I think they're on a great path. I think this is a great success for today, and I'm just you know, looking forward to seeing how this will continue to improve. So anyway, we're getting really close to the end of the video and the drive today, and I hope that everybody out there enjoyed it, and that this was informative and just gives you an idea what the ROBOTAXI is like. And here, as we are getting ready to be done, this is what the message will look like, and we will be stopping here, and that will bring into the drive. So anyway, thank you very much for watching, and again, congratulations to the Tesla team. Take care.
Here, here.
All right. So first thing that you have to do is buckle or fasten your seatbelt. And I'm also joined right now with Dan from What's Inside channel.
The cameraman. I am hired help today, and it's been a blast.
It's been fun. So once our seatbelts are on, we can go ahead and hit start ride. You can also initiate it from the app as well. You have the same option. It shows you you're going to arrive in 10 minutes. And you can see that right up here. You can also see the full self-driving right up front. No one is in the driver's seat. We do have a safety driver joining us as a safety not driver,
monitor, maybe?
Safety monitor in the passenger seat. Now, I don't see anything at his feet, but I will say all of them, everyone that's been in that passenger seat, has had their hand on the door. Now, I can't tell exactly if there's an extra button there or not. They also do not talk to us. Every time we try to ask them questions, they say they're just here for our safety. So it's hard to kind of, you know, find out too many details, but I have noticed that the hand is right on the door like that. As far as his controls, you can see up front, it says pull over, stop in lane, and support. So he does have those buttons on that center screen for all of those.
We just had somebody that commented, like, why don't they move the seats all the way forward? I get it on this side where we have the safety monitor. I'm pretty tall. I've got a little bit of room. Yesterday I was in the car and there was somebody that wasn't, there was a lot taller in the front and I barely had any leg room. This is a Model Y. But that's true on this side right here with no driver. I'm surprised that it doesn't have more room.
Yeah.
Good comment.
Very good comment. And you know, you think about this versus Cybercab. Now this is ROBOTAXI, which is the service, and could be any vehicle, right? It could be any vehicle as a service. So any Tesla that's out there with full self-driving could be a ROBOTAXI, and that's kind of what we're showing here today, where Cybercab might not even have, like, eventually you'd like wouldn't really need to worry about a driver's seat, because it would just be essentially be a passenger seat, right? And you don't need a steering wheel, because that's not the intent of Cybercab, which is the dedicated vehicle that would be used for this service. So there's a difference between ROBOTAXI and Cybercab.
One comment is, do you have full control of the climate during the ride?
You do. So let's kind of go over this. So right here, you can control all of your climate. Also, if you're a Tesla owner, it syncs with your preferences automatically, which is really nice when you get inside. You also have, you know, if you want to control the music or listen to a podcast or something, you can do that. You can play some games in here. There's some different games you can like go through. You can kind of see what we have options of right here. You can also watch some YouTube, Hulu, Netflix and chill, or maybe wait till this guy's out of the car for that one.
And wait till you have your husband.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, there's like options in here for all of this stuff.
Is this your regular, you listen to Las Manitas? Is that your
I don't know
favorite?
why that just came
It's your
up.
profile, so yeah.
I have no clue. I don't know. But we also have the option you might see to pull over as well.
Somebody just said, try pull over. We have not pushed the pull over
We have
button.
not pulled that.
I vetoed it yesterday, and Kim wanted to do it.
I wanted to try it, but I imagine it does just kind of pull over, like if you freak out or something. And then you can even call for support yourself if you wanted to. And you have all those controls right here. Very comfortable because, you know, it's a Model Y. It's very comfortable riding. But you can see it does a really good job. The first time you get in here, oh, look at that could be another one right there. I'm not exactly sure. There's another Model Y coming. It might be a regular Model Y.
Yeah, it was just a regular one, yeah.
But earlier we saw it stop for a cat. We saw, you know, it go through some tough intersections, and it drives very human-like. Like, that's the whole goal of it with the cameras and the AI, is to teach it to drive like a human. We've also taken several Waymo rides to kind of compare it. And what's unique about Waymo here in Austin is that you actually order an Uber, and then Waymo comes up as an option when you order your Uber. But sometimes Waymo drops you off, and it drops you off. Like, we had one where it dropped us off actually 10 minutes, a 10-minute walk from where we were trying to go. And it didn't give us like any kind of warning of that. With this, one of the rides that I was thinking about choosing, it told me ahead of time that I would have a 2 to 3 minute walk to get to where I needed to go. So it was nice to know that ahead of time and then make that choice if this is what you wanted to do. And again, this is just the first week that it's opened up to a select few, and we are in a geofenced area in South Austin right now. We don't have access to highways or freeways to be able to try it on that.
It says, how many rides are you able to do?
As many as you want, all week, as many as you want. So yeah, we did it all day.
But as far as there's only 20 people though, so
yeah.
It is very limited number of people that were approved to do this. You were one of them. I am your +1, and you could take even subscribers if they were in town and they wanted to go with.
If anyone was in town, I could have them come with me. I thought it was only going to be just like 1+1, and you know, we'd have to go through something. But honestly, as you get in here, it looks like it could have been anyone. You do pay though. It's $4.20 to take a ride, which is kind of funny. So I'm paying for every ride I take. I personally pay for that ride. And then what's funny is that when you get out of the vehicle, you have the option to rate it. There's like 5 different lightning bolts, and so you can give it essentially a 5-star, 5 lightning bolt rating. And then it has an option to tip. And if you go to tip, it's kind of funny. It says just kidding, because obviously there's no one driving. There's no one to tip, other than maybe this guy. This guy might want that tip. I don't know. But it's kind of a funny little, it has a sense of humor, you might say. But you can see right now, we're in a little bit of traffic.
I think it's interesting, the camera is faced backwards, or it's faced for the safety monitor. So the rear view camera is that way. Are you able to open up windows?
Yes.
There we are. You want to see? There we are. Hopefully I don't drop the phone. This is live.
Yes, but yes, you can.
Also, can you guys give a thumbs up or a subscribe for Kim, because this is like your first live stream for so long.
I don't do a lot of live streams, but I thought, you know, I just wanted to get something out there quickly. I am filming
Which, by the way, we got a train in front of us. That's what we're waiting for.
Oh,
the train.
you can actually see it. It looks like a big bus or something going by. That's kind of funny.
There's the train.
Yeah.
A bunch of buses just cruising by, and then you see the yellow lights flashing from it. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. So Dan and I both have long form videos as well that are currently being edited, and we hope to get those out as soon as possible. And we have some exciting things that we did on there that, I don't know, should we tease it yet or wait?
Somebody did just ask, like, what would happen if the weather was bad? And yesterday it started raining. There was this big rainstorm that came through. It was dumping rain for probably 30 minutes, but they had delayed it already. I don't think they delayed it anymore because of the rain, but most weather, I think you're okay. Now there's no LiDAR on this. And so if you were in San Francisco and they launched this and it was very, very foggy, I would imagine they would need to take a break because it is using vision, it's using the cameras, and there are limitations to what that can see through fog.
Yeah. And we did also see a Model Y with some interesting hardware on top of it being tested. So I don't know if there's something else coming, but again, you have to watch.
This is day 2 right now, so
day 2,
there's more coming.
I don't want to say too much because we have a lot of it in our long form videos, so definitely make sure that you guys are following along because we're both posting a lot of stuff that kind of happened. And to answer that question, I did drive in the evening last night and there was like a really strong sun glare and it did kind of cause something. So make sure you watch that video. It's coming very soon. I hope to get it out to you. But this is just kind of to show you guys what it's like, kind of the entire experience, so you guys can feel like you're here with us right now. Again, it's kind of crazy. It's trippy to be in here for the first time, not have any driver in there. But after you do it for a little while, it's weird how you are like, you almost don't even realize it. You're like, it drives so human-like.
I appreciate that we haven't stopped on the train tracks like that human did over there right after a train. Oh, we're signaling. We are moving.
Yeah, there you go. Woo. Again, it drives like a human. That was kind of an aggressive little...
that really was.
Look at it.
And look at it going back. It's getting aggressive. We got cars back there following us that are going. Yeah, that was a good move right there. Would you document the payment and invoicing process? I haven't seen that on other channels.
Okay.
I mean, we're live right now, so you can't really see any of the apps on her phone, but all the charges are going to your phone, and it's really funny to see them. It's like 420, 420, 420, no matter if it's a 1-minute ride or a 25-minute ride, which we've taken 25-minute rides. This one's already at like 10 minutes.
So it's all connected with our Tesla account. So it's kind of like when you go to Supercharge and it just sort of automatically happens. And obviously you see the charges on your account, but you don't, it's not something where you're like putting your credit card in and entering it. It's like you already have an account with all that in there, and it just sort of happens when you get in and accept the ride.
Look at all the things that it can see. I mean, you've seen this, but like, it is pretty awesome to see all the different cars, all the different people. Like Kim said earlier, there was a cat that went in front of us. We were going pretty fast, and it just slowed down and waited for it. It's very human-like.
Yeah.
If you had luggage, is there an option to open the hatch trunk?
So that's actually is an option right when you get in, and we have some bags back there as well. And on the app, you can open it up and you can go ahead and put your bags in the back right away.
One question said, will it drive if your seatbelt's not on? No, it won't. You just sit there. And we tested that in Waymo yesterday also. And it also would not drive until our seatbelts were on.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's an important thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, at this point, I would imagine there's a safety monitor in here because there's still a steering wheel on this. If there was no steering wheel, or if it was steer-by-wire, maybe it would make more sense that somebody could take over the car.
I think it's smart that they are being overly cautious when it comes to this rollout, because if there was an incident, that could be really bad. And this is a really, really big deal for Tesla, because if they can pull this off using cameras and AI, they're going to be able to save tons of money and get these out way faster. And that's really going to change like the entire landscape when it comes to autonomous driving vehicles, when it comes to how we get around. So it's a huge deal right now to make sure this rollout is perfect and in their favor. So it makes sense that they do have the safety driver up here. Also, there's like a lot of regulations for all this, and Texas, there was talk Texas might require more more stuff for them. There was like, would this get pushed back? There was a lot of stuff behind the scenes going on. So I think that maybe one of the ways they were able to get it out was to have that safety driver and these extra little steps. And honestly, it sort of makes sense. I mean, this is the first time they're doing this with non-employees, but it's been going on. Honestly, ROBOTAXI's been going on for employees now for a few months. We even talked to a guy at a Tesla showroom, and he said he's been using it to go back and forth to the Gigafactory for a few months now.
And yes, it will drive like a human. It's going 38 and a 35 right now. As I zoomed in, it looked a little shaky, so I zoomed back out. But it is technically speeding, but it's only a few over. Oh, 39. Okay, so we're going 4 over. We're going 5 over.
Yeah.
It's listening to me, and it's like, I'm going to speed up. We are breaking the law right now.
I don't know
41.
if that counts.
We're going
but you can
6
see
over.
these cars right
42.
here. They're
We're going
passing
7
us.
over.
The car in front of us,
That's
though,
true.
is passing us.
That's the thing.
So
keep up with traffic, and cars are passing us. So that is human-like. You don't want to drive like a grandma all the time. So yeah, we're doing pretty good.
I feel like as long as you're not going like 10 over, you're usually in a okay safe zone.
Here we go. We're close. It
All right.
says, gather your belongings. You are close to your spot. So we're going to the beautiful restaurant of Red Lobster.
Yes, we've kind of just been picking random places to go back and forth where we feel like we can get some turns in and a good ride in. And I just wanted to show you guys that. And we also, Dan rented a car here during our time in Austin, Texas, and that's where our car is right now. So,
Ford Lightning.
a Ford Lightning, yes, we're keeping it electric. But yeah, we have long form videos coming up soon, so make sure you guys watch those. And if you have more questions, put them in the comments down below. I'll check it and try to answer everything and get to it. And might be time to bring back our podcast with PJ and try to go through those questions and answer them all as soon as possible and just kind of get you everything you want to know.
Thank you for the $4.20 donation. I saw your name pop up really quickly, but I couldn't read it.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, what would happen if somebody grabbed the wheel? I don't know.
Honestly,
we're not going to do that. But
the biggest thank you I can get, even more than money right now, is just subscribing to the channel. That would be a huge help for me. I'm trying to build up my subscriber count. I know a lot of you guys watch and are not subscribed, so that helps a lot. It goes a long way.
This is our parking spot. You can see the Ford Lightning over there.
And somebody walking right over here as well.
No.
So there you go. It says, please exit safety. It also shows you how to get out of the car if you're not familiar with Teslas, because it's a little button right here. Some people don't know.
Let's open the trunk.
You have the option to open the trunk right here.
Get all of our stuff out of there, camera gear, everything. Yeah. All right, let's go outside and wrap up out there and show what it looks like.
Before we get in,
Yeah.
I just out to me the other day. There's a little, we don't know what this is about. You see this? That's not in a regular Model Y.
Wow.
By the way.
Oh, I gotta show them.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Are you?
Wow. I'm filming, but is that okay? I'm
Gallon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's go. First RoboTaxi ride. No one in the driver's seat. This is absolutely bananas.
I feel honored.
We got the smart glasses recording with Omar Beck. So it took us about 20 minutes to get the first ride, but it's rush hour right now. June 23rd, day 2 of the RoboTaxi launch. Just got off the plane.
The FOMO is real.
Wild.
He was messaging me all day yesterday.
Yeah, I got my invite yesterday and immediately booked a flight. All right, so let's see actually how the drive. I got too excited. I forgot we're supposed to be filming the driving. And you know what's crazy is I FSD'd to the airport today. Like I had a Tesla rental car and I drove on FSD to the airport in Boston.
That's awesome.
All right, so we got a right turn here. A lot going on. Car's doing great.
Also, it's crazy that it just like works. Like it's so chill. It just works. It's rush hour. We're actually going to get food at this smokehouse. Loro. Real use case for the ROBOTAXI. Wow, this is cool. I like how we got it nice and comfy with the temperature.
And apparently, Chuck Cook was telling me all this you can control from your phone too.
Oh, really? Yeah, if I wasn't recording.
All this is in your native app, so you don't have to touch this at all.
Wow.
You could have hit start and controlled the media. Yeah.
This is super
and
cool.
Apparently, I think the Apple Music and all this is like logged into your. That's how I understood it.
It's crazy how it feels so familiar because it's like new, but it's like, you know, if I have FSD, so I feel like this isn't even that crazy. Like it's kind of just like FSD, except we're all choosing not to sit in the front seat.
Yeah.
This is wild. I love how well it integrates with the city too. Like you barely notice them driving around except for the subtle like little logo.
Yeah. Stealth mode a little bit.
Wow, I cannot believe this. So $420 a ride. They've probably done over 1,000 rides by now, but we're still, I feel like, early in it. All right, now we're taking the left. Wow. Super chill. Oh, so this is super smooth. Very quiet and relaxing with the new Model Y interior too.
Oh yeah. I took one of these out for a loaner. Massive difference between the old Model Y.
Yeah.
Noise and suspension wise. It's like a different car altogether.
Right? It makes a big difference, the insulation and stuff.
It feels luxury back here, right?
Totally. Very luxury. Ooh, okay, now we're gonna go on some back roads, I guess. That's cool.
So it's a little unusual. I'm a native Texan, so I know the roads.
Uh-huh.
There was like a 5-minute direct road, but it chose to go all these back ways. I don't know what.
Oh yeah, because I saw we turned and we're off the big road, and then it like came up with a back way.
Maybe traffic,
which is kind of cooler though.
Right now, yeah.
I feel like it's
They're definitely giving you an experience.
See, it's 6:08, so we're in the middle of rush hour right now. ROBOTAXI working flawlessly on day 2. Slow and cautious. Ooh, then we got this left coming up. It's definitely taking like the back shortcut way, which is kind of interesting. Ooh, here we got this unprotected left, it looks like. This is pretty crazy. This is hard to see right there.
Ooh, it's doing it.
Nice. Unprotected left turn. That was pretty good. Right?
Yeah.
Has it been doing like crazy stuff like that? Like you've been on a few rides?
Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, we just drove. We just drove through a neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
Like super low key. It seemed somewhat cautious, but.
It was a little cautious, but I feel like that's good. Super chill so far. It's crazy that the biggest thing is it seems like a little boring, honestly. That's how good it is.
Like, literally, I'm like, damn, this video is about to be boring.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. People are gonna get used to this so quick.
Oh yeah.
People are gonna get like insanely quick.
Yeah.
Like, this is crazy. Wow. It's definitely like how familiar it feels versus the Waymo, because you know, if you're already a Tesla driver, like even if you ride Uber, you might probably have already been in a Tesla, so you've already like seen the UI and the touchscreen and everything, so it feels super like natural and like, you know, not that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm. It's like swear.
Wow.
You tweeted another left here.
This is insane. I'm so curious how this goes into like, yeah, unprotected left on the stop sign. I'm so curious how this like expands. Like, does it expand inch by inch? Do they really take over Austin? Like, you know, when is it available to the public? Like, I feel like everyone's so curious. Like, and no one really knows how it's gotta go. They gotta like test it.
Some of the beta testers yesterday were telling me they think there's roughly 30 of these out right now.
Wow. Oh, I actually saw that on a post on X that people were saying they think there's like 30. They think there's 30 cars driving around already right now.
I don't know where they saw that.
And there was that leaked screenshot that said they'd already done 100 rides. So I thought that was crazy. Wow. I like how it picked the back way. This is super cool. Also, I gotta say, it's perfect temperature in here.
Yeah.
It's like 100 degrees outside in Austin, and it's you can probably hear the air in the video, but we got the AC going, and right when we got in, it was perfect temperature. So I feel like that's another added vibe. And apparently, all your like apps, like Spotify and stuff, are like working and kind of like already logged into your accounts. I don't have mine logged in though, so but that's a cool feature.
Do you think it automatically logs you in? Let's try it.
That's what I heard, but I don't have premium connectivity, so.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, so you connect with the QR code, kind of. Nice, that's cool. Wow, first ROBOTAXI ride. This is crazy. Left, we got another unprotected left. This on a much bigger intersection here. Much bigger intersection. Oh, no, we're gonna have a protected left because I don't know what the arrow. But it's all good. So get that arrow. Definitely maybe a little bit slow and cautious, but kind of just like a slow, cautious human driver, I would say. Definitely not in hurry mode, which I think is a good thing. This is crazy. And it's got actually a pretty big area of service in like downtown Austin, which I feel like is pretty cool. Like it's not just like a super tiny like unknown, like off the beaten path.
It's half of our like what you consider Austin. This is South Austin, like all of it.
All of it is in the first, and this is just V1. That's crazy.
Yep.
And I bet they're gonna like slowly let more and more people do the app. Like, this is nuts. 3 minutes left. Taking a while for the red light, but let's see what we got going on up here. 3 minutes to go. Very clear. Can easily click support button. Got a support button down here as well. We're in good hands. Yeah, so we got temperature control. To all your apps. The coolest thing I feel like would be like to have the game on if you're trying to watch the game or something.
Yeah.
That would be cool. And then I guess you can go. Cool. Oh, now I'm moving. Took an eye left. Ooh, and there's Austin, it looks like. That's cool. Austin skyline right there.
Downtown.
Ooh. Wow. Not too much traffic, I gotta say. Thought there was gonna be a lot more traffic. Wow. I mean, what's crazy is how much this is just gonna fit into my daily routine.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm visiting Austin for 3 days, and it's like, oh, I'll just call a ROBOTAXI. Like, this is gonna become the move so quickly. And it's just cooler than Uber. That's a guarantee. Like, even if it was the same price as Uber, this is like definitely a better experience. So, man, this is gonna take off so quickly. I'm getting massive FOMO about Tesla stock right now. Like, massive FOMO. Like, I mean, I got a ton of Tesla stock, but I'm like, this is, like, the fact that they actually pulled off launching this in June is so dope.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe it. Like, the like, war room they have with all the rides and, like, that must be so badass.
Is that in Austin?
Probably in Austin. Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe it could, the AI team might be in, like, Palo Alto. I feel like that would be so cool. Self-driving era. Wow. Oh, we gotta update. It's telling us to make sure to gather our belongings. Ooh, and I can click drop me off now. That's cool. Ooh, wow. And this was a functional ride. We wanted to get drinks and food. We just took the RoboTaxi. It took us to Laura, which is the trendy spot everyone wants to go. So, wow.
I'm curious where it drops us off.
Yeah, because it says it's supposed to like take a little bit of a right here. Oh, it's signaling. With the signal.
If it goes in here, it's actually the right entrance.
Really?
Yeah, it's perfect.
So this is it's looking like it's gonna be perfect. Wow, this is such a vibe. Here we go. Let's go. Laura, right there.
That's sick.
Oh, wow.
Look what's waiting for us.
Oh, Waymo. No way. There's a Waymo.
The future and the past. The future and the past.
Okay, and now it says, I think we're ready to get out. We unlocked. Let's go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, mister. Appreciate it. Wow. Tesla RoboTaxi. There we go. First RoboTaxi ride at night. Looking pretty sick. Just pulled up. Random street in Austin. Going for the world's shortest ride. How's it going?
Hello, good evening.
I think I'm only going 2 blocks. Just wanted to test it out and squeeze in a ride before it closed, because I think it's only supposed to go to midnight, so. Another car coming. Already pulling up. Flawless. Oh, nice. First time I've seen that. Thank you. Have a good night. Wow, here we go. ROBOTAXI ride number 11. Fired up. Can't get enough of the logo. Hey, what's up?
Don Juan.
Favorite part right here. Don Juan. So I'm trying to go to the kind of across town.
Yeah.
Sort of a little bit more.
Yeah.
A little bit more. I haven't really been able to like test it in any like crazy situations.
Yeah, there's a lot of like what I found is the biggest challenge we had so far was when we tried to do a drop off at an intersection, and then I was riding with Hans. Hans held it on his phone, and then he about a block away from our destination, he said, "Drop me off now," because you can do a "drop me off now" thing on the app and on the screen.
Ooh, yeah.
And that, I think him doing that, like, forced the ROBOTAXI in an awkward situation. Yeah, there's a couple pedestrians walking right now.
Nice, crushing it.
Yeah.
And so that what happened when he did that?
So there was a
malfunction or something?
There was a bus stopped at the bus stop, and then there was another car behind it, and this was like, and then that car behind it was basically at the edge of the intersection, and then our ROBOTAXI pulled up behind that car, but then it ended up like stopping at the crosswalk, and it was encroaching onto the right turning lane that was coming from the perpendicular lane, the road. And what ended up happening was it stopped. It's like, pick up your belongings, get out of the car. We got out of the car, and then the car just like waited there for like 30 seconds, and it was blocking traffic.
Oh, no way. So you would call that maybe a slight error?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Or a slight traffic holdup, which, to be fair, normal Ubers do too.
For sure.
When they drop off and pick up passengers, it's not really like illegal. I don't know. It's kind of like a little bit of chaos in a gray area.
It made for a very awkward situation. What it should have done, it should have just waited for the bus to clear, and then pull up to its drop-off spot and then drop us off. But instead, it sort of like perceived the traffic in front of us as stopped, and then it just decided to say, "Okay, I'm just gonna drop you guys off here, and y'all can fend for yourselves," kind of thing. So that was awkward. That was definitely an awkward situation. And then there was also another situation we had where I actually wasn't filming, and the car was about to make a left, like a bend, like a left bend, and then about 100 feet from the bend, it decided to get in the middle lane and then try to make a left turn into a gated community, and then the safety rider actually stopped it.
Wow!
He had either pulled over or stop in lane. I forget which one he hit, but he hit one. And that was almost fun at the time. And then I noticed the car stopped, and I'm like, what just happened? It like stopped in the middle of the road in one of like those middle lanes where you can make a left from, like one of these.
Oh yeah, in the yellow kind of in the middle.
Area. Yeah. And then he phoned home. He phoned support. Yeah.
No way.
And the support lady was like, "Hey, what's going on? How can I help you?"
Wait, this is crazy.
Yeah, he was like, it looks like the car was about to make a left into a gated community, but you should just be able to give a signal you should just be able to tell it to keep going straight. He's like, "Okay, no problem." And then she sent a command to the car to just keep going straight, and then the car went.
Wow. Yeah, so it wasn't like basically teleoperator called in help, and then the help controlled it almost?
I don't know, and that's the interesting part. I don't know if Tesla actually like actively beamed in and like used the steering wheel and pedal to drive the car. I think what happened is they gave a command to the car that said, "Hey, continue onwards," and then the car decided how to continue
almost
onwards.
Like pressing the accelerator when you're on FSD, and you're kind of just like encouraging it.
Exactly,
like that kind of intervention.
I think that's what they did. They just gave it like a general command that says continue onwards.
Interesting.
And the car.
Oh look, this guy's making a left.
Yeah.
Wow, so you've seen a couple, because I was just checking X, and there was a clip of like disengagement that Dave Lee had or something. It was one of the first ones caught on video, like them kind of tapping some sort of thing.
So it was the UPS truck trying to back up. I think it was, right? There was a UPS truck that was trying to back up.
The famous UPS truck.
Yeah. And then the safety rider told the car to stop. I think he hit stop the lane.
And then, but that was weird too, because I think the UPS truck was trying to go on the curb. So it's like, it was a very, very unique situation where you wouldn't typically see a UPS truck go on the curb in that location, but maybe he does, and that's just where he drops off, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know how legal it is for a UPS truck to ride the curb and park on the curb of like a sidewalk, you know, I don't know. So, but those are the kinds of things that ROBOTAXI has to account for, you know. It's like,
there's going to be a lot of things like that.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's cool that these.
Oh boy.
Whoa. This guy.
What the hell was he doing?
And that guy's car already's got he's already got like 3 dents on his car. That guy.
What a lunatic.
Nice. And wait, so we were gonna go right there, but I think now no,
I think we're going straight.
Oh, sorry, I got confused with the turn signal.
This person is crazy.
Yeah, that guy almost got in a crash right there, but
so I'm sure we caught it on camera. So the guy was trying to make a U-turn, and then he just stopped. He
gave up mid U-turn. Honestly, pulling like a Waymo kind of move.
Yeah. That was. I'm glad we caught that on camera, and the car handled that. I mean, flawlessly. Like, it did exactly what it was supposed to do. Just slow down and be like, "What the hell just happened?"
Yep.
And kind of just like wait for that to clear. That was wild. I'm glad you caught that on camera. Holy moly! I see stuff like that here all the time.
And I feel like it's cool that it, even in these minor kind of like where the car needs intervention, it's not like a crash or something. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't really thinking that through, but it's like, oh, there's all these systems in place for when the car doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
To kind of like see, look, there's some buttons on the touchscreen there that are new to this interface.
Yeah.
But so there's a way to kind of get us out of trouble without even noticing it.
Yeah.
Like, so I feel like that's kind of a cool safety feature. And obviously,
100%.
like, I feel like they got to be building the safety track record of this, like, right now.
Yeah.
You know, like, safety resume. Like, how many rides are perfect, building that data, sending it to regulators. That seems to be
for sure
super important, probably.
For sure. Yeah, I think we'll have an idea of when Tesla's at a point where they can really execute on that at a very high level. As far as, like, expanding the network and adding cars and adding cities and adding more areas to the geofence area. I think once we start seeing the safety riders not being in the car anymore, I think that's the signal that says, okay, Tesla's ready to start expanding.
Yep. And that was actually one of my questions is, what do you think about the next kind of phase of the rollout? Like, how do you think the rollout kind of goes in your mind?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I go back and forth on this. I think it's one of two. It's either expanding the existing region in Austin, and going into North Austin and starting, pulling that part of the city, pulling UT and sort of North Congress and 6th Street and all those areas. Start pulling that in, and or yanking the safety rider. One of those two things would probably be the next logical step. Now, expanding the region by default means adding cars to the network. And adding cars to the network, if you're not yanking the safety rider, by default means adding safety riders.
Yeah.
And my guess is, I think Tesla's got about 12 or 13 cars in operation right now. I think
that's what the rumors are saying. Some people saying 30, but that seems crazy.
That seems crazy. I don't think that's right. I saw that there was a Bradford and Matt and Sawyer and a bunch of others are trying to keep an Excel spreadsheet of all this license plates.
Oh yeah, saw that.
I think there was 13 or 15 of them on that list.
And some are out of service at certain times. They got to be charging. They got to be cleaning. We're not really seeing any of that. So
exactly.
That's a very interesting point though, that them expanding with the safety driver in the front seat seems like a premature move. Like, it seems like that would kind of, because I
think it bogs
not rocket
down.
Science, but they're probably losing money on each ride.
100%. I mean, these guys are probably getting paid $1 million a day.
Yeah.
They deserve it. But it would, even if like this thing does, I don't know, like 20 rides a day, that's only like $90 at the current rate of 420, right? Whatever it is. And I'm sure these guys are getting paid, well above that. I mean, significantly above that on a daily basis. Plus you have charging, plus you have, your wear and tear and depreciation and insurance.
Cost of the car itself.
Yeah. So,
it's not going to be, that's what I'm curious of. I don't think it's going to be as much of a profitability cakewalk as some people are saying. Like, I think it is kind of this idea that you go from selling the asset outright and just making money to like operating it yourself.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be some growing pains, like learning that cycle and that kind of stuff.
There will definitely be growing pains, but I do think the economics of it will just prove itself out, because yanking the driver is going to be such a huge cost savings for this thing. So like relative to everybody else, this thing's going to have so much market share that they're just going to get majority rides, because they're going to be able to operate at a lower cost than everybody else, because their cost per mile is going to be so much lower than everybody else, you know?
Totally.
But it will take a little bit of time for sure. Okay.
Perfect.
We are at
wow.
location.
Another flawless drive here.
That's ride 11 for you?
Yep, ride 11.
Right.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Have a good day. You too. There we go. Never gets old stepping out of the ROBOTAXI. Never gets old. I think this is us. Let's go. Yeah.
You're about to step in.
Shout out to Pitch and Putt.
Pitch and Putt.
I'm gonna turn this up a little so it's not too loud. Let's see if that works.
Yes.
Oh, this is that unprotected left.
Yeah. Piece of cake.
Piece of cake. Wow. There's a car coming too, but no problem.
Easy. You guys, it is hot today in Austin, y'all.
Yeah.
We got some heat.
Dude, it is so hot. It's like, dude, it's West Coast people not used to this.
Yeah.
The Texas.
91 with like 70% humidity or something. My back is completely and utterly drenched in sweat. So RIP to the person that's going to sit in the seat after me. Hopefully it dries up by then. My apologies. I showered this morning, you guys. There's another one.
Me too. I showered
pre-ROBOTAXI.
Ooh. Yep. Nice.
So they're doing something.
No, see, we're in the arena, in the trenches here, grinding.
We're in there, bro.
Grinding.
We're in there. So yeah, it's what you like. The thought process you were going down on is like, I think thinking of Tesla as a startup company is the correct framing. It's a startup company that has a startup leader that is operating from a position of financial security. Usually, when you have a startup, they are in a dire cash position, right? It's rare that you have a startup that has more than a couple years of runway, if that. Usually they're like operating on 6 months to a year runway.
Yep.
And that usually is the mechanism that like lights a fire under the leadership's ass to like make the thing work, because otherwise they go bankrupt, right? And like, you know, the culture is enveloped around that. Is like, guys, we got to make this work. We got to make this work. We got to make this work. Tesla somehow, like with Elon at the helm, they don't have that financial situation, but the company operates as if they have that financial situation, right? There's always this existential like culture in the company. It doesn't matter how big they are or what they're working on, because Elon is riddled with so much existential anxiety that permeates through the company, right? And then that's why you can take risks like this, where you are where you are taking the best-selling car in the world, and for the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years, you've been working to get the best-selling car in the world to drive itself. There, like that is a categorically insane thing to do. And the reason why a lot of people don't think it's going to happen, it's because it sounds insane, and it is insane. Because when people think of self-driving, they think you need the maximum number of sensors to maximize safety. Elon's like, no, 9 cameras, 8 cameras on a computer, we just have to get really good at AI. And then most people are like, that's crazy, like no way. And he's like, yeah, well, we have to do that because otherwise we won't be able to get millions of self-driving cars per year. It's going to be too expensive to make self-driving cars, because you're going to need all these sensors and all this complexity in the car. It's going to be almost impossible to do. So it's like, it's that first principles approach of like, if you want self-driving cars to be ubiquitous, you need millions of them. And the only way to make millions of them is by having a sensor suite that is very affordable and cheap to make. And for that thing to work, you need artificial intelligence. That requires an insane person. Like this, that is not a normal thing to do, right?
Yeah. And like no company at this scale, this success, operates with the level of risk tolerance and startup DNA that I would say Elon and Tesla have, which is so cool. And I even feel like there was a few like tension in the executive ranks.
You think
about
so?
going all in on RoboTaxi. That was something I heard. I don't know. It's always like, is it how true are these rumors or not?
Yeah.
But like, I feel like I thought that was interesting. Like, people wanted the $20,000 car and like the cheaper thing, but it feels like that's just out the window and all the focus is on autonomy, which is.
Yeah, I'm still very like conflicted about that. I still feel like I don't know if this could be like just Elon working his magic, and it could be part of like him getting involved in politics, was getting a clear runway for self-driving regulation, so that he doesn't have to make a cheaper vehicle that drives it that has a steering wheel and pedal, because he just wanted to go all in on autonomy and say, screw creating a new, more affordable car from the ground up. We're just going to make the Cybercab, no steering wheel and pedal, and for that to work, I need to get regulation to catch up with where I want to be. Because the problem is, if the regulation doesn't catch up with Tesla's going to have idle capacity to the tune of millions of units per year, because Elon has said and has made the decision that they will not make more affordable vehicles in the millions of units per year with a steering wheel and pedal. Like, he's essentially going to cap that at 3 million units per year. That's what it looks like to me.
You're right.
The surplus capacity is all Cybercab or transportation units without steering wheel and pedals. But for that to work, you need the regulation to catch up. So Elon's like, okay, well, instead of catering to the market, I'm going to bring the future forward by influencing policy. Right?
And I wonder how much has the self-driving policy changed, like the rules and regulations? Because even this with Austin, it's crazy that they allow this to be legal. You know, like, so.
Well, that's been the case for a while.
Into it enough, but
so this regulation here in Austin is actually very unique because regulation, self-driving autonomous vehicle regulation in Texas is at the state level. It's not the local jurisdiction level. And the reason why it's at the state level was because the state thought that having it at their local jurisdiction level would limit the technology's ability to go city to city or suburb to airport or suburb to suburb, right? Because if you leave it up to the jurisdictions, maybe it's like, okay, you can drive within Austin, but you can't go to Cedar Park, you can't go to Georgetown, you can't go to San Marcos, you can't go to San Antonio.
Yeah.
And so the state said, nope, it's going to be state level. We're going to regulate it at the state level, and then we're going to let the company dictate how safe they are. So they have to, instead of them proving to us that they're safe, we're going to allow them to operate and then shut them down if they are unsafe.
Oh.
That's how the regulation works in Texas.
Innocent until proven guilty, almost?
Exactly. And that's why Texas is considered to be so business friendly, is because the regulations bias towards risk taking versus proving that you're safe. Like,
interesting.
Like California is kind of the opposite. California is a little bit, they still have, I mean, obviously you have self-driving cars in a lot of parts of the state, but they require safety drivers, right? You have to have someone behind the steering wheel and pedal. Each jurisdiction dictates a lot of rules and regulations to the point where maybe SF has a certain rule set, but for you to be able to go from SF to LA, you're going to have to work with all the jurisdictions in the middle to make it happen. Whereas here in Texas, it's like tomorrow Elon could say, fuck it, Texas wide open, you can operate a RoboTaxi anywhere. In theory, he could do that without the regulators slapping his hand, because the environment here has allowed for that. And then at the federal level, with this new Secretary of Transportation, Duffy, he took that tour of the Tesla facility, the Giga Texas, and he's very open about creating a federal framework for self-driving vehicles so that you can have state-to-state travel, or you can have a unified framework where Texas can have self-driving vehicles, and so can Oklahoma, and so can Louisiana, and so can Pennsylvania, and New York, and New Jersey, and like all the states, right? And that's going to be massively important for Tesla, because again, if they are going down the path of Cybercab and just going all in on autonomy, and you're building capacity to go all in on autonomy, you need that regulation to catch up so you can dump your car somewhere. Otherwise, you're stuck. You're stuck with idle capacity, right? So it's such a fascinating time in the company's history, because Elon is betting on the regulation catching up to his capacity. And he's going all in on the capacity. He doesn't care about the cash flow impact. He doesn't care about the cash balance impact. His position is self-driving will work the way we're doing it. We're going to have an outsized advantage because of our scale, and we're going to just start building them. And when the regulation turns on, it turns on, and then when it turns on, we're gonna flood the freaking streets with self-driving cars everywhere. That's his strategy.
And I like what you said about Texas being like ready to expand right now. Like the Austin metro area is a huge, 2.5 million, quickly growing. So I think just in Austin alone, there's such a big potential.
Oh yeah.
The Austin metro area. So I feel like that, I don't know, I'm kind of excited for what that means for Austin. And then you think about expanding within Texas. It's like, well, in some ways the regulatory risk is actually like not the biggest risk. It's trying to, have less safety drivers to improve your costs.
Correct.
Is the biggest thing holding it back versus regulation at this point.
In the self-driving friendly states, like your Texas, like your Floridas, like your Nevadas, like your Californias to an extent. But a significant number of states don't really have autonomous vehicle framework at all, right? So, yeah, you're 100% right.
And it's funny that you mentioned California as something different, because that's what it sounds like. The second spot they want to expand to is California, or somewhere in California.
Yeah, I think SF.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Silicon
Valley.
Valley.
Or SF. Yeah.
I feel like this was a big moment for Austin to leap ahead of Silicon Valley,
so
to get
sick.
the ROBOTAXI ahead of Silicon. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like this has been the new Silicon Valley in my eyes, but I feel like it's just
like baby Silicon Valley.
Baby Silicon Valley, but I feel like Tesla manifested that Texas became the tech capital.
Yeah.
And then the whole Delaware thing, like, I don't know, I see a big movement towards Texas becoming very important. And
Texas is going to start its own
the Texas Stock Exchange. That's going to be huge.
I think the state is capitalizing on the momentum of bringing as much business here as possible to try and just capitalize on the trend and bring tax revenue into the state, which is such a smart move. It's such a brilliant move to really cater to your Teslas and your tech companies and your battery manufacturers, your manufacturing companies. Samsung's putting in a plant. I think it's about like 45 minutes northeast of Austin downtown. They're going to be making, I believe, batteries or chips or something. One of those. There's so many new freaking projects here. I like lose track of them.
There's like a new factory like every day. I feel like it's like Oracle is doing this. Like
there's a rumor that Disney's going to put in a park
near Austin.
No
way.
Like between Waco and Austin, between Dallas and Austin.
Wow. Wait,
it's a rumor,
like a theme park?
Yeah, but I don't know how accurate that is. That's like the
gossip.
The scuttlebutt.
Love some scuttlebutt.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if that becomes the case or not. But yeah, dude, it's very, very exciting. It's so exciting. We hope to expand. We need to see very quick expansion
of the ROBOTAXI.
ROBOTAXI, yeah, because that's going to prove out the thesis. If it's, I think it's probably normal if Austin's kind of like in this state for the next, 3 to 6 months while they iron out the kinks and they collect the data and they do everything they need to do. But I wouldn't be surprised either, like at an extreme scenario, like within a couple weeks, they're like, okay, we're going to North Austin now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all.
No, I think people, dude, nothing about Tesla and Elon moves slow.
No.
Like they're super efficient.
Except for getting to ROBOTAXI.
Except for getting ROBOTAXI. I guess so. But even that was quick. It just wasn't as quick as promised.
Correct.
But the whole idea of them, nothing stays the same year over year. Like every time I come back to the Tesla factory, it's it's totally changed. I can't believe how advanced and cutting edge it is.
Yeah.
And so I feel like it's going to be like that with self-driving. If I come, I'm in Austin now, leaving tomorrow. If I come back in 3 months, I'm sure it'll be expanded and bigger. It's just
100%.
Takes a minute to zoom out and be well, it's been open for 3 days and there's still safety drivers.
Yeah.
But it's that's such a short-term way to look at it. And I feel like it's gonna I don't know. Tesla does nothing slow.
No. The speed of the rollout and the expansion of this program should mirror the speed of that Tesla experience after they went to end-to-end neural nets, where it was really fast improvements, really drastic improvements very quickly. You know, like when version 12 dropped to the current version 13, like we saw incredible step changes that happened very, very quickly, where all those like issues around the edges were addressed. In theory, we should see a similar pace of expansion with the geographies that they operate in. So we'll see if that's the case. Now we got people parked here on the right with their doors wide open. They're unloading their car, and we're pulling right over
to an iconic spot, by the way.
Oh,
Pitch and
yeah?
putt.
Oh, dude.
This is a damn. There's no line right now, too. This is
All
crazy.
right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's get all this stuff off. Well, we are so excited.
I'm sure you all are, and it's a very exciting time. I am your safety monitor today. If you wouldn't mind just showing me the app just really quick. Perfect. That's all I need to see. And it's just my job to ensure your safety today, okay?
Awesome.
All right, enjoy.
We will. Wow. We are here. All right. So, where are we?
We are in the back of what looks to be absolutely brand new Model Y Juniper, and maybe you should look up there and see what's not in the Model Y with us.
There is no one in front of this car.
And it just on my app gave me the ability to hit start ride, so I did that. And now,
Wow, so you initiated that.
I initiated that, and here you can look on the menu. It says we're going to ride in 16 minutes, and wow, there's nobody in that driver's seat.
Yeah. This is what we've been waiting for.
Woo! So we've got a pedestrian here walking a dog, and of course the ROBOTAXI treated that with caution and didn't put anyone in danger. We are turning around. Yeah, we are in a Tesla ROBOTAXI. This is not a Waymo. There are no LiDARs on this car. This car doesn't use any HD maps. And there are 0 lines of human written code in the software stack that is doing all of the core driving today. And we are about to be driven across South Austin in a beautiful, I mean, look at the brand new white interior.
In the Juniper. All right, hey, let's check out this back app too. You want to navigate through that? See what's on the screen for the riders?
So we have the ability to pull up some music if we wanted to connect our phone here. Looks like the toy box is here. We could play
games.
Some games. Man, we have Spotify, Apple Music, all the normal things here. Should we pull up YouTube?
And again, it's still driving itself.
It's still driving itself. We should. One of us nerds has to be streaming this right now. Let's see. Just crazy. Oh, come on.
Odd, of course.
Of course. Let's see, is he live? No, but we're gonna
watching Farzad in a.
Yeah, this is a debate that we had about Tesla and Tesla's ROBOTAXI just a few weeks ago on Farzad's channel about whether or not Tesla will be able to be massively successful because of this service. And today, I think the debate is settled. We are here. Oh, man.
So Hans here is just geeking out.
Yeah, I mean, you have to just soak in the experience. This is one of the very first public Tesla RoboTaxi rides occurring in the world. There are
how many?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 of us here right now.
Just 20. That's it.
Yeah,
that's a big number.
That are experiencing this. I know that we all got access to the app around the same time. So there's several of us who are having this experience right now, but it is a very select, small group of people because Tesla is prioritizing safety. They want to make sure that today goes off without a hitch. They want to take every precaution necessary. And so we're going to roll this out. This is going to be something that continues to grow over time. But this is one of the first rides in the entire world with the ROBOTAXI. This car literally came off of the assembly line sometime here in the last months and has never had any special hardware added to it that was not installed during normal manufacturing process. And so Tesla makes hundreds of thousands of these cars every year today. And those cars can, as Tesla grows this network, drive directly off of the manufacturing line and go into service as a ROBOTAXI. And this is completely different than what Waymo is doing right now. Right now, Waymo is taking a Jaguar I-Pace. They are putting it in a lot in Chandler, Arizona. They're taking many, many months, many hundreds of hours of labor, tens of thousands of dollars to upgrade those cars to be the Waymos, which we will probably see today. We've seen a number of Waymos here in Austin today driving around. They're also offering ROBOTAXI rides to the public, and it's awesome that they can do that. We are very excited about Waymo's technical progress, but there is a fundamental.
Technically, are you allowed to mount anything to this top window or no?
I was asked not to.
Oh yeah. Well, I was asking, but it's all good. Leave it as a no. This is crazy. Literally no one in there.
There's the Waymo. Hi, Waymo. I'm also in a ROBOTAXI.
Tesla is building something that customers can buy today, and at some point, a software update will be turned on. Once the regulations and all that stuff happen, where you can literally have the same hardware as what is being produced today. It's not some random thought.
Yep.
It's not a prototype Jaguar I-Pace, and you throw on a bunch of hardware. This is soup to nuts. Is all integrated into what is literally being shipped today. It's just crazy.
That has noticed that there's no.
How are you feeling right now, man?
I am.
What is this like?
Ecstatic.
Tell people.
Voice. I know the call support button.
And you can. So. Oh, look at this. Sorry. Looks like the car backed out. I was able to navigate through that. And then I see on the screen, it says pull over, stop in lane, or call support too.
Yep. Very steep roads to drive on.
Yeah. And I think that the standard too, they mentioned, right, is that the camera won't come on unless you activate support.
Yeah.
And look, there's just a random Juniper over there that just ran by. Model S.
But those cars had drivers. That's lame.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I was saying earlier, this is a historic day for technology development in general, for Tesla specifically, for the incredible Tesla AI team. I cannot imagine how excited Ashok and all the incredible Tesla AI engineers are today. Also, obviously, for just the Tesla family in general, the hard work of everyone who both manufactures the cars, the people that work in sales and support, like everyone is a huge part of making something like this possible today. There's a lot of infrastructure and support that even goes into offering this ROBOTAXI as a service, our wonderful safety monitor that we have today as well. And then for us as Tesla retail shareholders and Tesla supporters, like this is a huge milestone. Huge milestone.
There's even kids over here biking. They have no idea that just ROBOTAXI is coming. Runner over there. It's kind of crazy when you think of how Tesla's launching this in the Model Y.
Hell's Market. This is the best-selling car. Thank you very much.
And then we're going to go ahead and get in here.
So this is my second drive ever in the ROBOTAXI. This is just crazy.
This is going to be your safety monitor today, okay?
Of course. All right, so we are officially in the ROBOTAXI. And looks like it's gonna tell us down here to arrive in 11 minutes at 3:25. And again, I'm just gonna quickly highlight the fact that you can put on music with Apple Music, of course. There's a bunch of games, kind of like the Cybercab or the ROBOTAXI event on 1010. You can play a bunch of stuff, even YouTube Music, YouTube itself. You can play a bunch of different music. You can call support or even pull over. And if you look up here, there's literally no one in the driver's seat at all. It's just crazy. I mean, this is the future. So again, shout out to Hans. Thank you for letting me be a part of this big day. But the reality is that when I got my first Tesla in 2018, this is what I saw as the future. This is what I was expecting, what I was hoping for. And, you know, fast forward about 7 years later, we are witnessing that happening. And here we are. Again, there's a bunch of traffic up here on the left coming. You can see all this traffic. There's traffic here on the right as well. Back here too, you can see all that traffic. So it's a busy Sunday, you know, beautiful weather here in Austin, but again, it's just crazy. It's like, so it navigated that left-hand turn, that unprotected left-hand turn, super well, but it's just like, I can't believe that there's no one in there. And so this is kind of the, you know, what we've been waiting for. I remember when I was interviewing Elon back in 2022, he said that Tesla was worth what it was today or zero based on whether they saw full self-driving or not, right? And this all got kicked off from what he said was there was that person who fell asleep at the wheel in I think it was a Model S at the time, and unfortunately passed away, and that could have been avoided because of solving something like full self-driving. And I think what's the important thing here with full self-driving is you have a robot that will not get tired. You have that's not going to be emotional. That's not going to react to other people. It's going to be 10 times safer, right? And also too, late night drives, you're not going to fall asleep. So here we are. You can see this car actually coming over there. And look at this. So all these cars over here, it's just crazy. So here, look at this. So we actually have, it's pulling over to the side. See, she even waved. She has no idea. And again, with Hans, we were talking about how the fact that, you know, them launching it with the Model Y is the most genius thing ever, because one, this is a scalable. All right, so here, look at this person actually, like, they left the door open, and then this person on the right is like just the biker over there, and I think they realized what was happening. But you know, the Model Y is being produced today, and so you can buy this, and at some point FSD unsupervised will hopefully be released to the masses, but this is not something you need to build. And I think it's just super cool in knowing that this is not a prototype. Again, Waymo, they have the Jaguar I-Pace with a bunch of the LiDAR, and so the unit economics of this is going to be a fraction. So again, even up here, like we have this, well, it looks like they came out, and I did see the ROBOTAXIs kind of slow down. But you know, Kathy Wood has been quoted as saying Uber costs $2 to $4, and this is going to cost a fraction of that, which at scale at like 20
per mile.
Per mile. Woo. So halted there a little bit, but that person also was going a little bit fast. So, but that's per mile, and at scale, this will be able to do 25 cents per mile is kind of been what has been quoted. So this is not a prototype. This is not like a testing model. This is something that is being produced today. And Tesla will be able to produce this, literally, they'll be able to produce this, the whole Waymo fleet within a day or two of production. That's the crazy thing. And then they have millions of cars that they can activate and throw on this network. So again, you have this car up here going to the right, pulling over. And then I just want to highlight the screen. It's kind of like, again, this is what's crazy about this. This is just any normal Model Y that you would see that in the Juniper specifically. And you can see in the front, if we were sitting in the front, you would be able to pull over, stop in line, press the support button as well.
Yeah, and those are features specifically for our wonderful safety monitor. That this is not a safety driver, this is just safety monitoring, and the options that are available here are to either pull over, stop in the lane, and that's all that they have. And so we are operating here completely autonomously with a very limited number of options for the safety monitor, which shows the confidence that Tesla has in this software. That when Waymo launched, they definitely had those safety drivers in the seats, so they could take over the controls if necessary. And that is something that is different this time around with the launch of the Tesla ROBOTAXI network.
Yeah, it's what does today mean to you, Hans? What are you excited about here?
It's it's a very just momentous day. That right now we have a computer
and robot
that just takes in camera data from the world around it. It looks at the world through eyes like we do, and then drives itself. This is a computer doing work the way that humans do in a very complicated environment. I mean, whether you drive for work or not, if you're an adult human, there's a good chance that you have to drive a lot as part of your responsibilities. And this can actually do that for you. And it is just the beginning of what the promise of artificial intelligence plus robotics can do. That there's a lot of work that if we didn't have to do it, we certainly wouldn't want to do it. And artificial intelligence plus robots can do a lot of that for us. And man, I'm excited about a future where not only can I go to sleep in my car, have it drive me overnight to a destination, drop me off in the morning, but then the same fundamental principles that allow this ROBOTAXI to work will also apply to the Tesla Optimus robot. So then it can do my laundry and wash my dishes and all of those things that are such a waste of time for adults. And we are getting very close to...
So check this out. Look at all these humans up here walking across that it stopped for.
And only afterwards did they realize there's no driver.
So we're coming to the end of our ride right now, about 1 minute left. The future is here. The future is autonomous. Full-on robots. So I just want to give a quick shout out to Hans. Please give him a follow today. Not only is he a huge contributor on our podcast, but he has some of the best knowledge in really the Tesla industry, specifically FSD, and he just breaks down everything simply. And you may have seen him on Farzad's channel, but follow him on X or YouTube, really Hans C. Nilsson on X. But thank you for letting me be a part of the big day, man.
Thanks for coming. And yeah, obviously I'm not super comfortable with all of the praises, I guess, but I am super thankful to get to be part of this moment. And yeah, thanks for being here with me. This is awesome.
All right, so we're finishing up the ride, and look, there's even a sign, and it's navigating around it. Look at that.
And let's, before we hop out, just all of the props go to Elon Musk, Tesla, the Tesla AI team, and the entire Tesla team.
Crazy. All right, we're getting out of the ROBOTAXI. It's just crazy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm gonna get into this car.
Thank you.
To initiate the ROBOTAXI, you just press start ride. So we have about a 17-minute drive here. And again, it came pretty much to a specific location. So the fate loves irony. It's just like, here's literally, this is going to be a thing of the past. This dinosaur over here is going to be a thing of the past. And we are in the Tesla ROBOTAXI. And again, this Waymo up here, and this is not a that thing takes, what is it? It's like $150,000 to $180,000 to build that whole thing. Wow, look at this. What is, wow. So that Waymo over there is like confused as hell right now. And it was awesome because you want to know what happened is Tesla was like, you know what, I'm not going to waste my time. And it was going to take another route. And so it was going to start to back up. So it's kind of funny. We have 2 fully autonomous vehicles going right now. But yeah, so this thing is not, the business model is not scalable. And actually Chris and I, we had a ride this morning and it actually felt very, very unsettled. All right, so we're gonna make a left here, no one out that way. It felt very unsettling in how it just came, all of the movements that I was making. So for the Waymo specifically. So like it was just, you know, getting in the ROBOTAXI. I've done, this is technically my 6th or 7th drive here. Shout out to Hans and Dirty Tesla for making that happen. But because of all of that, you know, I've been able to experience 2 Waymos plus the ROBOTAXI, and the ROBOTAXI has been so smooth. We saw an emergency vehicle come last night with flashing lights. So here we have an interesting situation. You have this person who looks like he's selling Girl Scout cookies or something just in the middle of the road. And this person's going by, and look, it's going around. That is just insane. We have a moving truck over here on the right. But yeah, like, so we had an emergency vehicle last night coming, and the ROBOTAXI pulled over, and that has been the greatest. So we're gonna make a right here, so there's literally no one over there. But the biggest critique has been with FSD supervised has been the fact that this won't pull over for emergency vehicles, right? Or, you know, school buses that have a stop sign. And we witnessed one of those 2 scenarios last night. And, you know, what that tells me is that FSD supervised will soon, or at one point, have the capabilities like FSD unsupervised, because we witnessed that. We know it can happen. And what did we just see here too today? We saw the fact that Waymo was taking too long, and the ROBOTAXI just started to look for other opportunities to get us there quicker. And then it saw that, oh, sorry, I'm putting too much weight on the middle, putting my hand on the middle seat. That's why it's saying put on your safety. But we saw the Waymo take too long. ROBOTAXI was reacting, and what ended up happening is that the Waymo eventually started going, and so the ROBOTAXI stopped moving and was able to continue straight. But this really is the future. And I was talking this morning with Chris actually, and just, I don't even think we fully understand what this means. You have a fully autonomous vehicle that is launching here in Austin. Oh, look at that. So that bike, unfortunately didn't capture it. I should have been looking over there. That bike was kind of coming out a little bit. And so what did the ROBOTAXI do? It kind of it took a wider turn. But yeah, I don't even think we really understand what this is, because what we have here with the Tesla ROBOTAXI is a vehicle that is being mass produced already, that just needs a software update that can just be turned on. And so you literally have a full ROBOTAXI fleet that can be turned on with a software update for private owners, but also too, Tesla can just launch their own fleet in thousands tomorrow with a click of a software update that's pushed to a fleet of cars. So we are really just in the future here. I'm really excited to see how this progresses. From what I've seen with all of the people that have been here, all of them have had fantastic rides, no issues, and it's making very human-like intuitive decisions. So again, really a big shout out to the autopilot team, Ashok, all of those guys, Elon, you guys really have, and all the other autopilot engineers, you guys have really just allowed us to see the vision that we have all seen for all of these years, in my opinion. This is why I started with Model 3 in 2018 of July, and why I ended up buying stock is because I realized that this is the Amazon of cars and autonomy and the future. And then now we have humanoid robots, which will be the the biggest product ever to launch. So again, really, really cool here. Some of the quick settings out here, and how this is different from even the Waymo is actually the fact that you can play games on this. In the Waymo, you can only listen to music. So you have music here, you can log in here, you can play games, watch Netflix, YouTube, Twitch, change the climate, ask for some privacy over here. But yeah, so you can pull over, call support. All right, so I have, we had a situation where we accidentally called support the other day. It's literally a live person who chimes in and says, hey, what's needed? And, you know, they're very, very reactive if something happens. One of the other things, too, that I noticed on the Waymo was they have a sticker that literally says, do not touch steering wheel. So all of the things that Waymo has a lot more experience right now with their small fleet, Tesla can just add that on very easily. And again, the ride in the ROBOTAXI, based on what I've seen, is a lot smoother than the Waymo from what I've seen. And my understanding is that the rollout this week is for the geofence for the ROBOTAXI is about half of what Waymo's is. But for an initial launch, they're already in half of the space that Waymo has been out here, I think, for potentially a couple months now, maybe weeks, I don't know. But you are seeing a lot of Waymos. And one thing I want to say, though, is that I think the biggest or the hardest thing here for Tesla is going to be solving market acquisition, acquiring customers. But outside of that, the experience is going to be a lot better than just getting into any Uber. You don't have to deal with the driver, you know, and again, it is just a better experience. All right, so here we're at a stoplight. And also, too, I want to comment on how Tesla has rolled this out. Tesla picked the vehicle that is the best-selling car in the world. They didn't pick the Model 3, they picked the Model Y. They picked the best-selling car in the world, the car that is everywhere in Austin. And no one even knows that it's happening. I've been to HEB, I've been to a bunch of these markets, and no one even looks over. And when they do, they freak out. But the reality is that it's just a subtle car. And so, you know, and then I loved how they also did this event too. They invited, 20 people, and then they allowed it to be opened up to more than just a +1. So really kind of anyone in the community that was here this weekend got rides. And it is really cool to see how the community came together. Especially like we had a friend, the World of Tesla. He does a Tesla daily, really, in Germany. And he was able to get rides again from Chris, but that's the community, right? You know, he was the first European really ever to drive the ROBOTAXI. So, you know, Tesla made this a very friendly event to these 20 people, and it's been really cool to see how it's opened up. Every time now I see a Juniper Model Y, I just assume it's driverless, but that one had a driver in it. All right, so it looks like we have another 8 minutes here. Just gonna zoom in a little bit here. Again, this angle is just... So now the question is, so we have luggage in the back, right? The question is, when we get out, is it going to remind us to grab our stuff in the trunk and open up first, or are we going to just have to intuitively do it? We will see. One of the things I was able to kind of unwind and talk about with John Gibbs yesterday was these rides are going to they're going to feel like airplane rides. So you're going to be able to work on the go and connect to the internet, maybe not through their premium service, but you know, you have a mobile hotspot, you're going to be able to you're gonna be able to just work on your computer. He was editing videos and just didn't even have to look up. Also too, you know, just in case you're wondering, you can put down the window. Obviously due to audio, we're gonna put this up so you can stick your hand out. No big deal. Put that up. Okay, so we're getting in the right lane here. It's pretty much a straight shot, but look, this car's going slow, so it's going to get in the left lane, and that car up there jumped in front, so it slowed up even more. There's even a biker in the middle of the road. That's awesome.
All good.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a emergency lights. It didn't really show up. It was just like looked like a big truck with just like red and blue lights, but wasn't an emergency vehicle. One of the cool things for Austin and what this is going to mean for this is that as Tesla opens this up, this is going to, you know, allow people that when they come to Austin, the thing to do, like, because it's the same thing to do up in San Francisco, is go check out a Waymo. Here it's going to be, come check out the Tesla ROBOTAXI. And Tesla, I believe, has confirmed what I've seen, especially with this test flight app that these all of these users have in this first wave. It's a separate app, so it's called the ROBOTAXI app. They even launched a ROBOTAXI handle the other day, Tesla did, on X. So I believe it's going to be a completely standalone app, separate from, you know, the Tesla app. Yeah, so that person just popped out there and it went around as a human would. Now the funny thing is that Model Y in front of us a ROBOTAXI? Could be, could not be, just depends.
Yeah, I don't see the sticker on it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it has the manufacturer sticker. Nope, looks like, oh, it is a ROBOTAXI.
Oh
Says
my
it.
gosh. Yep.
That is funny. Yeah. So I'm not sure how many vehicles Tesla has in this first wave. I think it's, I'm gonna guess 15 to 20 or something like that. But you know, the waits haven't been too long, 6 to 8 minutes, typical. It's what I experienced when I was using Uber while I've been here in Austin. There was a couple of times where there was high usage and it said come back, but those were on the initial phases within the first couple of hours. But now it's just, you know, it's happening. So we're about 2 minutes away. We're gonna get dropped off here. Yeah, quick reminder, make sure to gather your belongings. We're gonna see what happens with the trunk as well. Last night, I accidentally unbuckled a little bit early and the car kept going. It didn't do like this auto stop either. So, and one other thing we experienced too was we left the windows down as we got out and they automatically went up as you're ending your trip. So, pretty crazy. One of the other interesting things is that the Waymo has the front camera here and the back as well. So, all right, so we're ending our trip here. We're coming to, it looks like this, what is this, an apartment complex here?
Yeah. I'm gonna do the windows again. I didn't do
Yeah. I'm gonna throw this window down. See what happens. And look, this is literally pulling into the front. These people are gonna think like we're coming to rent an apartment here.
Wow, what a spot to stop.
Okay, so is it gonna tell me to
Holy moly, that was impressive.
please exit safely? All right, look at this. So it is asking, it tells me how to open the door. It also says open trunk. So I'm gonna press open trunk. I'm gonna open this door. It's gonna pop out.
So if you put your window down.
This is just insane. All right, so we're getting,
Welcome to ROBOTAXI. Thank you, sir. App.
we're getting in right now. We're putting safety first, getting our safety seatbelt on.
If you'd like the honor, sir, go ahead and press the button on the...
Oh, look at this.
Your door's open.
Oh, of course it is. So who would have thought? You need to close the door when you get into the RoboTaxi.
There's your button right there.
All right, start ride. Check that out.
All right, so going over to HEB, let's do it.
Let's go. This is just crazy. There's no one in this. You can't even see the pedals down there. Check this out.
This is your thing. I'm going to be quiet on this one and just enjoy it. Been yapping enough.
Taking it all in. So we're in a parking lot right now. Actually, kind of fate loves irony. This thing is like literally, what is it? The Austin American Statesman. I don't know if that's like a legacy news. But as you know, we are the media here. Again, there's no one in front here. We're in a fully autonomous Model Y. And what's crazy about this, right, is this is already being produced today from Giga, Texas. This is not something that, you know, comes off the production line. A lot of other things need to happen. Obviously, a software update needs to happen, but this is what's going to separate Tesla from the rest. This is a car that you can put on the road once it's produced. And they have one literally rolling off probably every couple of minutes. Again, I don't know exactly here in Austin what the time is. And then shout out to the Cybertruck over there, of course. It's got like a dark or Deadpool red almost.
He had his recall done. Look at their filming.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But yeah, this thing is literally driving itself. Just crazy. Elon has commented it so much that this is what is going to make Tesla worth nothing versus worth what it is today. And that obviously, that comment came before the humanoid robots were even a thing. But I got in my 2018 Model 3 7 years ago, and literally driving, what's crazy is literally driving to work 70 miles a day. And I was driving to work literally 70 miles a day, and having a Model 3 just changed my life. And not only the way that I interact with people, because, you know, by the time you get done doing Bay Area traffic, that daily, but autopilot will really just change the game altogether. So that is when, for me personally, when I saw Tesla is no longer a car company. They're not just producing and making the safest and smartest vehicles. They are making cars that can drive themselves, and they beat out pretty much every metric. And again, that jump to from a gas car to a Tesla, zero maintenance. Your car gets better over time. It's got the safest ratings that you can literally point. Once this stuff gets through regulations and expands not only through Austin, hopefully it comes to the Bay Area, so we can, when that happens, you know, hopefully at some point we will be able to get, if you have a Model Y, or even 3, maybe someday the Cybertruck 2, you will be able to get a software update where it's FSD unsupervised. So if you just also look here, Just check this out. We're gonna arrive in 7 minutes. And again, nothing super, you know, outside of the fact that it says, so you can actually call the support line too down here. You can pull over. But all of the options are similar to what you're used to outside of obviously kind of a different interface. And wow, it's 100 down here in Austin. That's crazy. It wasn't even that hot in Michigan. But yeah, it's just, you know, again, that's what is so crazy about what Tesla's doing, is that they actually have a scalable model. They don't have a $180,000 expense like a Waymo. You know, they make these things profitably, and that's how you scale. You can't, there is no one else right now that I mean, even if my memory is as close as a couple of quarters, there is no one that is making a profitable EV right now outside of Tesla. And so the more cars you produce for these other companies, the more money you lose, which is insane. So I know Rivian got down to like 30,000. Oh, shout out to the Waymo out over there. Oh, special shout out to
What up?
Dirty Tesla. Thank you for the ride today.
Yeah, no problem. Check out this scenario. Got a
look.
pedestrian crossing the road.
Yep.
Did not have a walk signal, but that's fine. Everybody stopped.
Yep. What's up?
Oh, is that, who's that?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Josh, but I know he's not here. Look like just a stalker. They followed the Y all the way to pick us up, but they were there.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the chase car for a second. I was like,
I was thinking, but I was like, I don't think they have them anymore. I think it's just somebody.
yeah, it's crazy. Just the imagery right now, again, it's, you know, we get this imagery when you do Smart Summon, right? Like you see this happening in a parking lot like Costco, but just seeing this on, again, you can literally see the roads here. All right. People have no idea. And that was the other thing too, the other major call out is the fact that this is in the Model Y, so it's subtle. Like this dude's probably gonna walk around and he's not gonna see the fact that nobody's in his car because he's just living his life and doesn't. If this was a Cybercab, people would notice. But Tesla launching this in the Model Y is just genius because it's subtle. Imagine if they were doing this in Cybercab. Obviously, once those hit the road, by the end of this year, next year, based on what they've shared, you know, that will turn heads. But this is like the best-selling car in the world. And it's like a Toyota Corolla, so it's just something that everyone's used to seeing. And people have no idea. Just crazy. So we got another 4 minutes here. This is gonna turn green again. Yes, the safety driver is in the front over here, but literally just keeping to himself, hanging out, listening to us geek out about. Would love to chat, but I'm like literally like live streaming. Sorry, what was that question? Hit me again with it. Literally saw it in the chat pop up and then. This is just crazy. Again, hopefully, you know, this is the wake-up call for everybody, right? This is the moment. But knowing how things go, most people will not know that this is even happening. All right, so it looks like we're gonna be making a left here. Handle that left like a champ. Check out the visualization.
Yeah, it's nice.
So we're just wrapping up the drive here. Make sure it's giving you the, hey, make sure you check out, or make sure you gather all your belongings. Funny enough, we're actually going to go pick up Bearded Tesla so they can do their thing. All right, so we're making a left here. It's just crazy.
It's boring now. It's so good.
So good.
That's the goal.
That's the goal. All right. Well, again, this was insane. We are in a autonomous future.
Wow.
Tesla's delivering. Yeah, we're sweating in the.
Sorry, sir. To be in here with all us sweaty people. We're trying not to.
All right.
Cybertruck. Never gets old seeing a Cybertruck driving around. All right, he's got to get to his flight, so I'm gonna get the next one like right away.
Dude, do you, man?
Okay. And then you want me to come back here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to do that. There's
I'll
one
see
other
it.
person. You know, I told you he wanted me to get the other.
Yep.
Oh, sick! Nice job. Oh, the guy changes his mind. It's like, okay, we can go.
These
So
people
good.
have no idea.
No.
It's like
And
this dude's like just like walking, gotten his groceries. This person over here is on his bike, has no idea.
It's a busy parking lot, and it's just waiting for all these people.
This guy's been trailing us the whole way.
Full cart avoidance. Just waits politely. They're confused. Oh my gosh, and it's going. There's so much going on right here.
Is it time to get out or not yet?
I'm letting it tell me when to get out. So if you want, you can push this button and it'll pull over, but it hasn't told us to get out, so I'm just letting it do its thing. There you go. I mean, it waited for it to be clear, and that's it.
Wow.
Jeez.
So cool.
So good.
It's kind of getting us out of the way too.
Right, yeah, it's not getting in people's way. It's in the shade.
In the shade too.
Beautiful. All right, thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. All right,
So you can open the trunk, contact support. Super, super cool. All right, grab our stuff as it tells us to do.
All right. Okay if I record?
Absolutely.
Awesome. I need to hit start back here, it looks like. Learning curve. How many rides through are you so far?
A handful. Yeah, it's the first day.
Yeah.
And then technically I'm just here to monitor the vehicle.
Sure.
So
I
can't
won't
really-
distract you, yeah.
Yeah, I can't. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. So we are planning to buy a new car for her.
Oh, then we'll see.
So I'm going to buy Tesla for her.
There you. Oh, look at that. We have made a sale, folks. There we go.
This is amazing. Like I usually sit in the driver's seat.
I know.
I focus on the road. I don't talk much with my family while they're sitting here.
Exactly, right?
Now
Think about that.
I can have a personal connection.
Exactly.
Like being at home. We're living the future today.
Hey y'all, it's Dr. Know-It-All. I am with Loga, who has never been in a Tesla ROBOTAXI, certainly because today's day one, but also never been in a Waymo. We decided how cool would it be, instead of all of us who've been driving these things for years, to have somebody who's never been in an autonomous car before get a chance to ride this. So what are your thoughts before you get in the car? So we're waiting for the ROBOTAXI to arrive.
I'm very curious. I'm really excited. I would love to use it. Let's see.
Cool.
Yeah.
So do you think if it was available, so you live in Austin, right?
Yes.
Do you think if it was available to you, would you take it sometimes?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
of
excellent.
course.
What are you expecting?
I think you said like self-driving, right?
Yes.
Autonomous?
Yes.
I've never been. So first time. So
Cool.
I'm really excited.
All right, Loga, you ready?
Yes.
We ready? Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
You push the button. Push the start ride button. We're gonna go to HEB and go shopping for sardines.
Awesome.
And we've got 19 degrees. You want it warmer, colder?
Yeah, I think 19 is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. We got nobody in the driver's seat.
Nobody's in the driver's seat. Wow, the speed is nice. Let's see.
Okay. And this is what, 9-minute drive, so we'll have just enough time to get a good sense of how it works.
Yeah.
Cool.
Wow, the bumper is good.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. And so because it's day one, there are, obviously there are monitors in the car.
Yep.
Who are just making sure, and you can see there's like a pull over, stop and lane, and then a support button. So if something goes wrong, they can control it and take care of things. But this is ride number 5 for me, and things have been very excellent so far. So we are very happy. Is it scary or is it okay?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
okay.
the speed is nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 26. That's not
comfortable.
That,
This is really nice. Yeah.
Got the
Very
nice lane
nice.
changes.
Yeah, yes.
This is pretty cool.
Yeah. So this is our first public test?
Yes,
today?
this is the first public test ever.
Oh,
That's how lucky you are.
Yeah.
But I've been using this for years. At the beginning, it was terrible with roundabouts. It could not handle them. So it's gotten obviously much better than it used to be. So,
yeah, thanks for this great opportunity.
Of
to
course.
join. Yeah,
I know. I'm like, this is really exciting.
Yeah.
I was, as soon as I thought of like, let's get somebody who's never been in a Tesla, like driving full self-driving before, to do it and really experience it. I was like, this is lovely, and I appreciate you taking time out of your day.
Yeah, of course. I'm very happy. Like this is
cool.
making huge impact to the public society. So
exactly.
Yeah, this is awesome. Yeah.
And I think the hope is really that automobile ownership off the road, so that there can be more room for green spaces and less room for parking, and hopefully more utilization of vehicles. And the cool part is that it's pretty worldwide. And so look at that. I mean, it's just like from lane to lane, no problem at all.
It's very nice.
You don't need all those crazy little things like the Waymos have, like the little circle thingies, the LiDAR. So yeah.
Got it.
So as a software engineer, do you kind of get it? You kind of have a sense, or does it impress you more or less? Because
it's very impressed. I'm very impressed. Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe because of Tesla, I have that inbuilt trust and confidence.
Okay, that's interesting.
So I don't have that fear. Yeah, this is the first time I'm in the self-driving car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild. So yeah, that's what I was saying, because the experience, I own a Model Y that's very similar to this, and the experience is very similar to this, but you still have to pay attention because it's not autonomous completely yet. So for me, it feels very normal, but I thought, wow, is it going to freak out somebody who's never been in one before, or are you going to be okay with it? It seems like you're good.
I don't have any fear. Maybe it's because of Tesla. I don't know.
Right. Okay.
But I have that
they have the reputation.
Confidence that no.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. All right. Yeah. And did you see that? I noticed that the Lincoln kind of this guy was getting right over into our lane, and the car kind of like got out of the way of it. You could feel it slow down just a little bit and move out of the way. So it's very cool.
Yeah, we're living the future today.
Right, hey, there you go. That's the perfect quote. That was the exact quote. Yeah, and I really like this too. So you can see there's like, you can have music if you want to.
Wow.
You can have like you can watch Netflix or YouTube or Amazon. Nice. So let's see. I think the cool part is, so this this is hooked up to my account. And now watch, when it opens, that's my Netflix account.
Okay.
So actually when I get in the car, I don't have to like sign in.
Oh, okay.
I can just be like automatically using my Netflix
Got
account.
it.
So,
How about if I'm the user driving this
well,
car?
I think like
Can I connect? Like as a public user?
I don't know about that because I think you have to have the app to do it. And when you have the app, you hook it up to your account.
Oh, okay.
And then
that feature is available.
Yeah. So I think what would happen is, so for you, because you don't already own a Tesla, so the first time you might have to sign into your Netflix, but then when you got in another ROBOTAXI later, it would automatically be connected to your Spotify or Netflix, or so you could just immediately entertain yourself without having to worry about it. So.
Got it. Awesome. So one more question, like, is this facility available in Austin Airport?
No, that's the one bummer. I had to get an Uber to come here to ride because you can't do a Waymo there either. You can get like really close. I think that there's some regulations about the airport that you're not allowed to go into.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's a bit of a bummer for me since I was coming from out of town.
Got it.
But again, notice like we had the yellow light there and it just turned red and the car came and stopped very effectively, no problem at all. So.
And how about the like radius in terms of miles, like this would be supported?
So currently it's geofenced. I can see it on the map, but I don't have the exact measurements, but I think it's about 10 miles by 5 miles ish.
Got it.
Something like that.
Got it.
And so it's sort of bounded. South Congress is more or less the middle of it that goes down, and then the river is the north side, and then there's the highways that go around. Those are kind of the borders of it. So yeah.
So how many cities do they do have?
This is it. This is
the first one?
Yeah, that's why I came all the way from. I came all the way from Georgia.
Wow.
Yeah, I flew in last night or this morning.
To me, I'm really excited.
I know. This is it. Like you're one of the very first couple of dozen people that's ever ridden in one of these.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know, right? It's pretty cool. I know a lot of people in this world because I've been working on this for like 6 years, doing videos and content on this for like 6 years, and so I know a lot of people, and a lot of people flew in from all over the country, including a couple of people from internationally to get here for this. So it's a big deal.
Got it. Can I ask a few more questions?
Of course.
Okay, is this car same as the public car, or maybe it's a special version of car?
No, the only difference is that there's a special software version just for Austin.
Okay.
But it's almost the same. I mean, like I can't really tell the difference between this and my version.
The software, hardware, everything is same as like the public cars. Okay.
You could go out and buy this car, this exact, like the red with all the stuff.
Okay.
Like today.
What model is this?
It's a Model Y.
Oh, okay.
So it's the bigger,
maybe I'll
more.
buy it.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
I use Honda CR-V.
Yeah.
My wife is going to get the license. I think she
Right.
has the learner's license.
Right.
She's going to get the license soon.
Right.
So we are planning to buy a new car for her.
Oh, then we'll see.
So I'm going to buy Tesla for her.
There you. Oh, look at that. We have made a sale, folks. There we go. Butts and seats always work. They're very pretty. They just remodeled it to. I have a 2023 model, which has the same computer and everything inside it, but the styling is a little bit older, which it's fine. But I'm a little sad now because like the new style. But this is like brand new style. It's very pretty. It's very a little bit more angular looking.
But this is amazing. Like I usually sit in the driver's seat.
I know.
I focus on the road. I don't talk much with my family while they're sitting here.
Exactly, right?
Now
Think about that.
I can have a like personal connection.
Exactly.
Like being at home.
Right.
I can talk while the car is driving.
That's pretty cool.
So this is awesome.
Yeah,
right?
and this is also like the best back seat in the world because you can look right up at the sky from here. So it's very cool.
And person can also sit right in the
yes, well, not in the ROBOTAXI because they won't let you. But in a
got
regular car, yeah, that's in fact you have to sit there in the normal car because you're still like responsible for it. But so you can put the kids in the back seat and you and your wife in the front seat, and you know, yeah.
So I have seen like a couple of videos in YouTube videos where like there was another car crossing over the lane.
Right.
Suddenly, like the human had to take the control of the car,
right.
the Tesla, and then had to turn.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. There are still some funky things that happen, but it's very, very rare with the Model Y. And I'm not, and this is specific to Austin, that they've trained it to make it even better. So it's really, really good.
Got it.
But even just where I am, which is not, it's in Georgia, it's not even in the same state, and it works amazingly well.
Awesome.
So yeah, it's pretty fantastic. All right, well, we're here
Awesome.
Awesome. I guess
So
it
I
dropped
have
us
to go
across
to
the
the
street.
RTP?
Yeah, we have to cross the street,
Okay.
but we'll be back. We will hail another one on the way back.
Yes,
All right,
yes,
cool.
we'll be
Look
back.
at that. No driver coming to pick us up. All right, we're back from HEB. Time
Okay,
to
thank you
time
so
to go back
much.
to the park.
I bought
You got the
one
sardines,
sardine.
and we can start our ride back to the park. I think you have to push it. Yep, there you go.
Awesome.
Off we go. 8 minutes. Oh, even faster going home. Oh, look at that. Very nice. It handled that woman there very well. Excellent. So this is kind of a little bit of a blind turn here. So nicely done. No problem at all. And I guess we're taking an immediate right, so that's easy too. Excellent.
Change the temperature.
Yeah. Took it to whatever you want. Do you appreciate that I have my temperature in centigrade? Nobody else in the U.S. does that. I do it. That's why I knew it was my car. Like it was my account because I was like, nobody else does centigrade. Everybody else does Fahrenheit. So.
Can you play music? Let me see.
Yeah, there you go. We can't play it too long, unfortunately, because of copyright strike, but you can play a little bit if you want.
Okay.
So yeah, just there we go. Now I don't have to worry about it. Sorry about that. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't care, but man, those copyright strikes. While we were messing around with the music, we just made a very nice over a 90-degree right-hand turn. Excellent job. Just in case anybody's wondering, see, he's monitoring. He is not driving at all. And so far, I think this is ride number 6 or 7 for me and no interventions. So we're doing really well.
It's really honoring the speed limit.
But not like a robot though either, because it's like if it goes over a mile or two, it's like okay.
Yeah, I think
or
that's
a mile or
right.
two,
Yeah.
So it's not being like 35 exactly. So yeah, exactly. If you had your eyes closed and you didn't know you were in this car, would you think a human was driving it? Would you think?
I think this amazing feeling.
Yeah.
Like, without a human driver.
Right.
Sitting in an autonomous car, it's kind of really living in the future.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very cool. Just making a note that we stopped very nicely. The light turned yellow and the car stopped perfectly. It feels like the acceleration and stuff. I don't know if it's too robotic. It feels like you're like something like that, and it feels very smooth.
It's kind of it's very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of person driving a car. Yeah.
That's kind of what I feel like. I feel like if I honestly, I have to remind myself that there's nobody here, or else I don't even think about it. It's like not even a big deal. I'm just thinking like, oh yeah, this is fine. Very smooth. There's a Waymo. It should have like a little different symbol for when the Waymo goes by. Like it should visualize that differently. That'd be funny. Going downtown, I hate it because I have to find parking. And how nice would it be? And Uber is really expensive, but if this was like relatively inexpensive, and I could just have have it just drive me down there, drop me off, and then especially if I wanted to go out with friends, get a couple of drinks, it's like I don't have to worry about driving home. So,
what are the unique benefits this service could have? One thing, in terms of price, in terms of availability of cars, which one Tesla is trying to optimize here?
That's a really good question, honestly. I think that they're trying to optimize for price.
Okay.
And probably availability eventually too, because you can since these are regular cars, they're not special, like they're just out of the factory. They can make many of them.
Got it.
But I think it's mostly for price because Uber, I believe I've done some research on this, and it's around $2 per mile.
Okay.
And I know it's less expensive in other countries and stuff, but at least in the U.S. that's the amount. And a personal car that you own is somewhere around 75 cents a mile. So it's a lot cheaper to own a car, but it's a pain in the butt to own a car. But just think if this was 50 cents a mile, so it was cheaper than even owning your own car. That changes the game right there. So I think that's.
I think this is very, very beneficial in downtown, particularly as you said, like. Parking is sometimes difficult.
Yes, and of course this is just the beginning. This is only just a few cars out right now, but just once you have hundreds of these or thousands of them in a town, then they can take care of most of the commute needs. So honestly, even if I own a car, if I was going to go downtown, I would still rather take one because it's just easier.
I
don't have to worry about
downtown,
it.
Of course,
So,
I used to work here in downtown. I usually depend on Uber.
Right.
Now, nice to see Tesla.
Right. Yeah, cool. But again, I think that was a very, it was a good question. That it's like, what is the optimization for? And I think the optimization is for trying to be efficient. But the efficiency is reducing the cost, having more availability, because electric cars just don't require as much maintenance, so therefore you can drive them. Because the problem is if you drive a gas car as a taxi, that requires a lot of maintenance because you're driving many thousands of miles.
Yes.
But whereas an electric car really doesn't require, it doesn't even need brakes because you do use regenerative braking, so it hardly ever uses brakes.
Yeah.
So.
And I also like this eco-friendly. No
Yes.
smoke.
Yeah.
So,
And yeah, certainly
green energy.
yeah, it's green, and it's also like, especially locally, you're not putting pollutants into the atmosphere, and so you're not polluting like the town where you're driving around. So yeah, so we get to do the whole traffic circle again. So yeah, but you can see it's like this for, I don't know why, but this was really hard for Tesla to solve traffic circles. It took them years to get good at doing it, but now they're like super good at it. It's like, I don't know if it's necessary to have the left turn signal on, but hey, that's okay. We'll see if it does it again. There was a sign, yeah, there's like that white sign that fell over, and we pulled in here last time, and the car was really good at avoiding that sign. It like saw it. Yeah, see that? Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
It didn't run over it. Yeah, and so it was able to see that on the road and avoid it, which is super cool.
Nice.
All right, I think we're good. Gather your things, and we're good.
Okay.
Excellent. So part 2 of this video. So we are going to, I think, Live, Love, Paddle, which I just basically picked out of the blue because I was like, okay. So very cool. Start ride. Sorry. Didn't realize I had to actually push the button. And the gentleman in the front seat is here as a safety driver. We're not supposed to like engage him because he's working, and obviously it's an important job. So thank you for doing that. But yeah, Ryan, what do you think? First ride.
It's surreal.
It's really surreal.
It's surreal.
Look at that. I mean, the funny thing is that I own this car. Well, sorry, I own the last generation of it, but a Model Y Hardware 3, or Hardware 4, sorry. And it's like, okay, it's not a big deal because I always do it in the driver's seat, but I have never done it in the back seat. So that's what she said, right? Oh my goodness. Here we go. This is interesting. We will see what happens here. We have an immediate... I love how aggressive these cars are sometimes. They're just like, yup. I noticed, yeah, you're like, might need to stop it, but we're doing pretty good. It managed to salvage itself out of that situation, so this is epic. I wonder if we're going to get any people like stopping and looking at us, because I didn't even notice, does it have the ROBOTAXI logo on the side? I think it did.
I think so.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
We can check when we get out. We'll have to do like a little selfie or something like that when we get done. Hopefully we'll have quite a few of these rides today, but this is number 1, very exciting. And yeah, love Austin. This place is great, and this is a pretty historic day, folks. I mean, this is
huge.
A decade in the making, and I know people are like, Waymo's done it, but Waymo did it very differently, and they have a lot of heuristic code. This is a very different beast. So let's turn around and let's watch it. So we've got the standard visualization, as people are probably used to, but it looks like, oh no, actually even the buttons on the bottom are pretty much the same, but there's a little ROBOTAXI logo there, so yeah, so we're getting that. And we were told handheld, no like mounting cameras and things like that, so I'm not going to try to do that, but we will enjoy the ride and forgive it if it's a little bit bumpy. Oh, this is extremely exciting. Wow. I know, we're like getting a little taxi ride. You know what the weird part is? Now tell me this, does this feel completely normal?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the weird part, because I've driven a Tesla for so long that I'm like, yeah, I'm not even like, it's not even like weird.
Feels completely normal,
Yeah.
smooth.
Yeah.
Like human inputs.
Right. It
No
does.
harsh braking. No,
I know
you know.
Josh West had said something about how when he was watching the taxis driving around over the past week or two, that they looked a little more mechanical, but in the car it feels really identical to the experience of the supervised full self-driving. The difference, of course, is that we're number 1 in the back seat, but number 2, of course, there's no ability to take over quickly. How is that? But obviously that's why there is a safety driver for a period of time, and I'm not going to ask because I know that you won't answer us anyway, but at some point there will be a phase out of that, assuming that the car drives properly. We're doing, I assume it's a 35 here, yeah, so we're doing 37 and 35, very comfortable. It's handling the curves really well, and let's see how it handles this yellow to red light. That's great. Herbert just beat us, darn it. Herbert's in the ROBOTAXI in front of us, so. I know, it's like, we lost. But yeah, super cool. Very surprisingly, like, feels like nothing. It just feels like if my kid drives or something and I sit in the back seat, it's the same kind of, my kid like engages full self-driving, then and I sit in the back seat, it's pretty much an identical experience. Now, interestingly enough, let's see if we have any of my stuff here. So we've got music, but I'm wondering if it's just generic or whether it actually has my things. Well, it's got classic rock. That looks like something that might be mine. So I'm not going to turn it on.
Spotify or Spotify?
I don't have Spotify.
Oh, okay.
But let's see, what would be obvious? Oh, I do have YouTube, so let's see. No, that's YouTube Music. Let's see if it opens up YouTube. Because if it has my channel, then we would obviously know. Okay, so it's generic. So I think at some point there's probably going to be a, I don't know how to make it go away. Oh, there's a pullover button here. I don't really want it to do that right now, but, oh yeah, support. Oh, I guess I can actually log in. So maybe after I log in the first time, I'll do it on another ride. I don't want to bother this one, but, oh yeah, there it is. So we caught back up to Herbert, and you can see there's a little ROBOTAXI like sticker right on the back of the car. So, wow, this is great. We almost had a little bit of a boo-boo right at the beginning, but the car did very well. It handled itself perfectly well, and super exciting. And again, I feel really bad that we're not talking to you, but I know we're not supposed to. So, make sure you gather your belongings. So we're getting close to wherever the heck it is. Oh, we're gonna have to make a U-turn. That will be exciting. All right. You ready? You ready for a U-turn?
Oh yeah. It's
go.
amazing how just it feels natural so quick.
Right. And by the way, very, very important note is that it's costing us $4.20 to take this ride, and every ride on the ROBOTAXI. So that, of course, is I'm sure that's Elon's stamp on everything. It had to be. So anyway, we have control of, and I noticed that it has centigrade, so it definitely knows it's me, because I don't use Fahrenheit.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, so it kicked over to 20.5 centigrade. So that actually, it does mean it knows who I am, and it's connected to my account. So there we go. We have proof positive, because this would always be in Fahrenheit for everybody else in America. I'm the weird guy. And I would assume, like, once I attached YouTube and signed in, that if I got in the ROBOTAXI again, that it would maintain that, it would understand that.
Like when you're in a Tesla loaner and
you know what?
It populates your
I
seat
actually am not sure about it. It
music.
populates the seat position and stuff, but I'm not sure that it would do YouTube, because then it might have, think about it, you could have 100 YouTube sign-ins, so maybe they don't do that on purpose. They're like, we don't really want 100 YouTube sign-ins.
But I think when you use the loaner, it logs into Spotify and logs you out and clears it out, pulls up your destination.
Yeah, it does.
Is there a chance that carry through?
My wife, the thing is, I don't really use the service. I always just use Bluetooth. So I just Bluetooth everything. If my wife was in here and it was her account, then she definitely uses Apple Music all the time. She also has a Spotify, but I don't. So I'm not signed in because I just use my phone. I just find it easier. But anyway, so interesting question. We'll have to see how that is. We'll have to try to sign in. So at this point, I believe, oh shoot, the map is gone. But I think we're gonna do a U-turn here. Oh my goodness, look at that. That's so cool. I'm glad I picked this spot, even though I had no idea what it was. We're gonna go to Live, Love, and Paddle, and I don't know, we'll paddle. Then I have to find a place. I should ask a recommendation for a place to go shopping for my wife for her birthday present, because I owe her big time, because I'm here today instead of with her. So I think we have arrived, and so let's see how the end of this ride goes. I'm assuming it will give us some sort of indication. It says arriving, and had to go over the little bump thingy. Very cool. I don't know if it's going to pull into a parking place or drop us. This is interesting. I'm curious to find out. So there's a thing that says pull over, so that's available, and something stop in lane and support. Okay, so there are options, and I guess if it doesn't behave itself properly, then we will have a all right. I'm curious if it's going to try to park itself now. Oh, maybe it just stopped. Maybe it's just like, we're done. Okay, I don't know how to tell. Oh, there we go. Please exit safely. Goodness gracious. Oh, this is funny. So it actually put the thing in easy entry mode. That's one little bug. So Tesla guys, you need to fix that. You don't want the car going in easy entry when we get out. Thank you so much.
Have a nice day.
Wonderful. Have a great day and have
Thank you, sir.
fantastic rides. Cheers.
Clean.
Hello.
Dope.
Take a look at the says Herbert. Yep. Mine's going to need to add. Thank you. Hello. What's your name?
That's not an important thing.
That's okay. Got it. Seatbelt. Yep. Did you want to show this? Yes. Well, it says fasten seatbelts. Press continue. You have to fasten your seatbelt. Yeah. Okay. And then take a look at it says there, start ride.
Okay.
Start ride, Cambrian East Riverside Apartments.
Okay, 12-minute ride.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Oh my gosh, the car just started immediately. That's so great. I'm loving this. Okay. So first of all, I think actually it's okay, right? In fact, I prefer that it picked this up at a parking lot, not safer. It's much safer location than straight on Congress Avenue, which is the most busiest. There's another.
Okay, so how do you feel,
another
guys?
ROBOTAXI. Another ROBOTAXI just passed us in red. Gorgeous. Yeah. So obviously they come in different colors. Trying to see if there's any difference in the visualization, because we know that this particular
keep him out of it.
Yeah,
and then
this particular car is using the upgraded version of full self-driving, not the kind that we are all using. You can see that on the screen there, it does say pull over, stop in lane, or support. Now that's in the front screen, so I don't know how I would reach that. And here we go. Nice
Send
and
the
smooth.
focus on the screen and make it bigger.
Which screen? On the front and
The
front?
big screen in the front,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. There. I don't know if you can see that. There you go.
Much
So
better.
we are just turning right here, and they're very smooth, very safe. Again, we waited until cars came along. I'm going to just go back in a bit. There we go. So we have stoplight when that. Yeah, here's going. Boy, I'm liking this. The car's like pretty quick. It doesn't wait too long, right? It's just like you. As soon as the car in front of you starts moving, this moves. Very confident. Very smooth. I was gonna test it too, Xander. Can we have like a coffee cup to see how smooth this is?
I got something better for you.
Ashok Laswami's goal here is to have
You can see.
a coffee.
Keep on filming. Keep on filming. Okay, we're now on a sort of a freeway, if I see this right. No sound yet. No sound yet, but good visual.
Yeah, the reason why the image looks like it's bouncing around everywhere is because of my own hands, not because the car is actually quite stable. And oh my gosh, I'm actually really liking this ride. It is it's a confidence level that I love. The speed by which it moves, it's not hesitating. Like, you saw that the car in front just moved, and this car, okay, moves forward. And no issues. The UI looks fantastic as well. You can see that it has, has everything you need to see. It has wider field of view than most of us do. And then now it says we're arriving here at 8 minutes at 2:25 p.m. And it tells you what to do. So there is you can see that it says there pull over. So if at any moment I want to stop, I can do that. There's also a support button on the far right there. So if I want to talk to somebody and I need somebody to connect to, there's that. And I just keep mentioning that. Look at this. This is my music. This is my game. This is my apps. It's available for me. You can't see this, but that one icon there, that's my music that I'm playing now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's my music
So
that
it's
I'm playing in my car.
It's linked.
It's linked, yeah.
So wait a minute.
Yeah.
Then we can entertain ourselves.
Oh my God.
It's like game. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
So here we go. I'm playing the game. Okay. There you go. So
Turn that off.
Can we just swipe down?
Yeah.
So
That is amazing. Look at this, guys. My music. I don't know if I want to show everybody my music. That's my favorite song, by the way. Humans, The Killers. Still a good song after all these years that I listened to that. But isn't it amazing? That's my song. That's the song that I'm playing in my car right now, which is in Seattle, Washington, right? We just got a visitor. Who's this? Say hi. Do you want to say hi? No. First Tesla ROBOTAXI. Woo! Yeah, thank you. We're live. There you go. See, we got fans. All right, there you go. People are recognizing this is a historic moment. We are here. This is a fantastic ride. So smooth. Beautiful car, by the way. Take a look at this car. This isn't some Jaguar I-Pace that is old, Muse, you know, this is the highest tech car you can have. I'm so blown away. That's my phone. That's my music, and it's my phone that can unlock the door, right? And it's pretty seamless. It's fantastic so far. I just look at how smooth this is. It's creeped up a little bit, and
So we could have put our stuff back here.
God, that's huge. Yeah.
So we have a lot of storage space for suitcases or whatever you're doing.
Oh yeah. So is that possible that when we arrive there we change another one, or do we?
Well,
need
look
to
on
get
the
out?
app.
Yeah.
Does it let you do it in the app?
Let me look at the app. Look at the app forever. Oh, allow live activities. So on my app as well, on my own phone, you can actually. You don't show that yet. The photos of my drone. There you go. So arriving at 2 minutes.
Are you able to modify it? Is there any place?
I don't know. Well, here you go. Yeah.
Can you show us?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not working, so I don't think I can do that.
Can you change the temperature in the car?
Yep, there it is, right here. Look at that, how easy it is. Right on the app or on the phone or the.
Okay, perfect.
I could play the music on my app too. Change it if I want to. Increase the volume. This is so smooth. I'm really. This is the best driver that you could ever ask for, an Uber driver.
Wait! I just realized we're in the back seat. There's no one trying. I mean, the robot drive. How long did that take? Like 10 minutes where I realized what's happening? So we're waiting for that.
So the plan is you're getting dropped off here, and then you call another one.
Yeah, I think so.
Are we able to extend the trip? Or change the location?
If you have any questions, you can go to tesla.com/RoboTaxi.
Gotcha. Okay. So let's see. I cannot change it here. It's not as easy.
Is there a car following you or not?
There is indeed.
But that's the guy. Remember, he was following it anyways. He was just a random.
No, there's a blue one.
Okay.
So we're arriving.
Okay, so now it's telling us, make sure to gather your belongings, drop me off now. But it's dropping me off in a place that I think is going to be, well, it's where we asked it to go. Yeah, let's take a look. Unmarked road. Yeah, very safe. Good speed, you know, it's not
The
like
car's
just...
still following you? I just want to know whether that's a control
Yes.
car or just a fanboy following you.
Yeah, we don't know.
So
but there is somebody following us, but we don't know.
Well, we'll see when you get out.
Because remember, on the way there was a guy that was just a fanboy that was following it.
Yeah.
That was a Cybertruck.
That was a Cybertruck. So
this one is a blue Model Y.
Yeah.
Refresh.
Okay, I guess we have to get out and we have to reorder one.
Yeah. It's
And
gonna
then you
cost
have
a
the
lot of
ability to
420s.
You could say stop in the lane. You know, this is like, I don't even. Yeah, we'll see how
Oh,
we aim it.
nice! Look at that.
It
Nice
parked.
maneuvering.
It parked. Yeah, that's
Nice.
so nice. It parked on top.
Okay.
Good. Can you please exit safely? Thank you for your riding RoboTaxi. So that is the name. It's a RoboTaxi. Open trunk.
Okay.
If you want to talk to somebody, you can. And telling you how to open the door.
Right. So that we have.
So let's do. We'll start a new video with your glasses, and let's talk to Grok about In-N-Out Burger.
Yeah. Tell us about In-N-Out. That's where we're going, right? In-N-Out Burger must have had a... All right, so Grok, tell me about In-N-Out Burger.
Oh, In-N-Out Burger. They're a classic West Coast chain, famous for their simple menu. Burgers, fries, shakes, and not much else. Started in 1948 in California by Harry and Esther Snyder. It's still family owned, which is kind of rare these days. They're all about fresh ingredients, never frozen beef, hand-cut fries, and buns baked daily. The animal-style burger, Grilled onions, extra sauce, mustard cooked patty is a fan favorite. And don't sleep on the secret menu, like getting your fries well done or a Neapolitan shake. They've got a cult following for their quality and vibe, but they're only in a few states, mostly California, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, Texas, Oregon, and Colorado. Anything specific you want to know about them? Like, are you craving a double-double right now?
Well, yeah, that would be good, but I'm surprised you don't give me North Carolina as an area that they're in, because I'm from North Carolina and I've seen them there.
Yeah. So Larry's a North Carolina nerd. What I want to know is about the special sauce. Tell me about the special sauce. What's in it? See how it responds to being interrupted. So it's saying that's wild. In-N-Out doesn't actually have locations in North Carolina yet. Sorry to burst. And let's
Must be my bubble.
burst your bubble. And let's.
Yeah, you interrupted in the middle.
did. I'm beta testing everything.
You can stop.
Yeah, tell us about the special sauce, Grok. It's catching up.
I see. We may be. Oh, you know what? You don't have much reception.
It's their signature spread, kind of like a Thousand Island dressing vibe, but with a unique.
So why did you turn it off?
I
Ketchup,
just
relish, and some
boosted.
spices. It's tangy,
the
a
volume.
little sweet,
Sorry.
and perfect for dipping fries or slathering on a burger. Fans online guess it's got stuff like vinegar, sugar, and maybe a hint of pickle juice for that zing. In-N-Out keeps it tight-lipped, but you can buy it by the packet at their stores or even get it spread heavy on your order. Want tips on how to recreate it at home or something else about In-N-Out? And just to clear up, I double-checked. In-N-Out isn't in North Carolina, so maybe you're thinking of a different burger spot? Let me know.
That's interesting. It must be my terrible memory. Can you tell me how much sugar is...
Breakdowns for their spread alone. It's likely a small amount, maybe a gram or two per serving, since it's a mayo-based sauce with some relish and a touch of sweetness. Want me to dig into ways to estimate it, or maybe look up a copycat recipe with sugar amounts? Also, no worries about the memory mix-up. Happens to the best of us.
No, it happens to me more often at my age.
Yeah, I get it. Age can do that. So, about that special sauce sugar content, no exact numbers from In-N-Out, but a typical serving of similar sauces, like Thousand Island, has about 1 to 2 grams of sugar per tablespoon. Their spread's got that sweet relish, so it's probably in that ballpark. Want me to hunt down a fan-made recipe with precise measurements or maybe check something else about In-N-Out for you?
That's fine. That's good enough.
Well,
Thanks.
Yeah, Grok, if you could turn on like your sassy side, like, isn't there a rumor that like In-N-Out means like you have to go to the bathroom after you have it because it goes right through you?
Oh, honey, that's a spicy rumor. Sure, In-N-Out's nickname has sparked some cheeky bathroom talk. Folks saying it's in and out of your system quick because of all that fresh, greasy goodness. No hard proof it's any worse than other burgers, though. It's just rich, fresh beef, cheese, that creamy spread. If it's running through you, maybe you went too hard on the animal-style fries. Want to hear more sassy In-N-Out myths or something else?
Yeah, just don't make it up. Tell us one more.
All right, no made up stuff. Here's one. Some say In-N-Out sneaks Bible verses on their packaging. It's true, though, not a myth. The Snyder family prints tiny scripture references, like John 3:16 on the bottom of cups and burger wrappers, as a quiet nod to their faith. It's been going on for years, super subtle. Want to hear another real In-N-Out quirk, or stick with the sassy vibes?
Okay, Grok, predict how the Tesla ROBOTAXI drives in the parking lot right now in In-N-Out.
Based on what's out there, Tesla's robotaxis, like the ones recently launched in Austin, would likely navigate an In-N-Out parking lot with a mix of precision and caution, but it's not perfect. They're using the latest full self-driving software, so they'd handle tight spaces and pedestrians decently, probably better than a distracted human driver. Picture it smoothly dodging folks in the drive-through line or waiting for a car to pull up before parking. Videos from social media show them dropping off at In-N-Out with no hiccups, even at night. But there's a catch. Some reports mention of rough stops or weird moves, like braking hard near police cars.
Thank you.
May I see your RoboTaxi?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Okay, so let's put on the seatbelts. A little bit of a special situation here right now because according to the app, and I'm looking at it right now, it says that the ride is 3 minutes away, but we're already in it. And I confirmed with the license plate, so I'm gonna send that feedback. But just like all the rides, I'm gonna hit here where it says start ride, so we can take off. And off we go. This is very interesting, right? Because it seems to be out of sync a little bit. But as I was saying before, yesterday we were taking rides with our friends that had access to, the early access to the program, the ROBOTAXI here in Austin. And today, the Tesla team was kind enough to send us our own access, right? So now we're doing this without any need to bother our friends. And I see a bunch of Teslas around. Sometimes I think there's a chase car. I don't know if that's actually a thing, but we are going to a botanical garden right now that I actually want to check out. So this is an actual functional ride for us. So we're gonna get there, maybe find something to hydrate a little bit because it's been very hot. And just the fact that I'm here, just talking like I'm being driven by a person because this is so smooth right now. But you can see for yourself that there's absolutely no one in the driver's seat. And this is our first official English preview of the ROBOTAXI app here in Austin. According to the app, we're gonna be there in about 6 minutes. The service is available for us, I think, between 6 a.m. and midnight. So we're probably gonna be hanging out a little bit here in Austin, go to different places. I'm actually gonna do some sightseeing. So that's why I want to check out those botanical gardens to see what's up. Because yesterday someone took me there, our friend Joe Techmeyer, but we just got to the parking lot, we didn't see anything. So today we're gonna actually see the botanical garden, see what's up there. And the app here is still saying that it's arriving at pickup. So this is gonna be feedback that I'm going to provide because we've been on the ride already for about 5 minutes. And it's saying that now is when it showed up at the stopping point. Yeah, just probably that's the reason why we're doing this. We're providing some feedback to the team. Now it's showing the sequence on the app that the door is open and showing that that we have to fasten the seatbelts, and now it's showing the start ride button. I mean, it's going through the entire sequence that we went before, but it seems to have a delay of about 5 minutes. But thankfully, so that may be a disconnect between the app itself and the actual car, because the car is right on point. And I confirmed that this was our ride. Imagine that there were like other ROBOTAXIs getting to us. I confirmed that this one was ours because in the app it was showing the license plate. So I looked at the license plate. It also said that it was a red Model Y. And I confirmed that this was our ride, so that's why I was, that's why I dared to open the door and let them know that we were just delayed because the app said that our ride wasn't here yet. Normally, my guess is that after this service is fully public and won't have the need of someone, monitoring for safety, then you would just use the app, get in the car, use the support button, and let them know what happened. But for the meantime, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to send the feedback when the ride is over. That's basically what we're going to do. So let's just enjoy the ride and see if there's anything of interest. If you have any questions, let me know, and I'll be glad to answer as much as I can. At this point, I'm just a passenger. I'm going by my own experience, not that I have any inside information on what's happening behind the scenes. I'm just a user at this point. So let's check out while we monitor the drive, check out the app store, the app screen here. All the applications that are here are supposed to be connected to my account. And like, I have actually YouTube Music, so I have a premium YouTube account, and it should actually be available. So I'm just loading it up here to see if it shows on the screen. seems to be loading. There may be some kind of like connectivity issue right now. Maybe that's part of the reason why the information was delayed, but here it is. Oh, it's actually showing the list of songs that I played last. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I am not gonna play anything because of copyright strikes, but you can see that there's songs here. The playlists are there, and my custom mixes, everything is there. So I didn't have to do anything on this car. I just got in it, and because my ROBOTAXI app already has access to the same Tesla account, everything that I set up in my own Spotify, for example, or my YouTube Premium account is already available here on the car. So yeah, that's pretty cool and very convenient. All we're missing right now is seeing more languages. That's all. I think other than that, this is something that if you are like, say you arrive from the airport, and so if someday this is available to go from the airport to a downtown city, then you can get on your computer and do some work while the car drives you. Just like a human-driven taxi would be for you. So
Uber driver.
yeah, this is gonna take the cake from Uber, basically. At least in geo-fenced locations for the beginning, and then as they expand, it's probably gonna be a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what else we have here. So if I hit the home screen, let's see. Oh no, I have to close here. Go to the main apps, and there's one interesting icon here, which is the privacy icon. I thought it was something like to turn off the camera or something like that. It's just informational. That's basically what it is. So it tells you what the cabin camera and the microphone are doing, when it will, capture information, when it won't. You can see here the climate controls, so we can like move the vents on the AC. We can heat up the rear seats, just like in my car. And then just the rest of the apps. There's arcade, so I don't know if I bring my own Bluetooth controllers for playing games. I don't know if it's gonna work on this car. My guess is that it may, but I don't know because Bluetooth is based on device ID. So that would be an interesting thing to do, but I did not bring my remote with me. So I don't know if you heard it, but there was a little bell, a little ding that sounded. That was an alert that's on the screen that says make sure to gather your belongings, to make sure that you don't leave your suitcase or your briefcase or anything of personal ownership here in the car. So just reminding you to do that. And you can open the trunk and get your stuff if you have anything in there. So our ride is done, uneventful ride, uneventful, just like all the rides. Here, like look at the screen, you see how it says contact support or open trunk. So those are the options that it gives you on the screen. I also have access to those options on the phone. So I'm gonna say goodbye to our friend. Goodbye, my friend.
Thank you, have a good one.
See you on the next one, and thank you for all your work. How we doing?
Hello, hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be here to monitor the safety of everyone.
Great.
Thank you, sir. Your day going all right? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And yours?
Oh,
Very great.
so good, dude.
Good, good.
So I'm gonna just screen record this real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
So you can start the ride on the phone or on the screen.
Nice.
I'll hit tap.
Driver's seat. Amazing. No one in the seat. Incredible. And then I do see the microphone recording thing is on.
Yep, you can see it there too.
Was that on earlier for your rides?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. What's made you smile today, man?
He can't really talk much because he's the safety monitor. But exciting day, I think, for all.
Oh, for sure.
Employees.
Got the gang. Pedestrians trying to cross, yielding. So we've got to keep up all his posts.
Look at this guy. Watching people react is great.
I bet. But it's also nice too because it looks like every other car on the road.
Yeah.
You know?
So you can control the air.
Oh,
We
just like
have
the
our own
one.
pull over button as well as a support button.
Okay.
The only different button that he has that we don't is the stop and wait button.
Interesting. And then it's signed in your. Do you mind if I click on Apple
Yeah,
Music?
so if
Is
you
that
click
okay?
on music, you'll see my playlist and stuff.
Nice.
There. So, yeah.
You gotta pick your first song, man, to play in the ROBOTAXI.
I did earlier, but yeah, you can like it's all of this is basically
That's
signed in
awesome.
if you have it on your
Yeah,
account.
that's amazing. Nobody in the driver's seat. Thanks again, man. This is awesome.
Yeah, of course. Appreciate you subscribing.
Of course, dude. Is this the same color you have?
Yeah, except I wrapped mine in a stealth PPF.
Oh, is it matte or no?
Yeah, matte. And then I put some unplugged performance wheels on it.
Nice.
So once we're like a minute, 2 minutes away, it pops up with a picture.
Sweet.
Gather belongings. And if you want to stop early, you can be able to hit that button.
Yeah.
But we won't do that.
Yeah. I'm curious if it actually pulls into the garage.
We shall see.
Oh, it's interesting. So it's going to drop us off over there, and that's
Sometimes it does do that. Sort of like a
Waymo does the same thing.
Yeah, a block away or an open parking lot.
Yeah, that makes sense though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can see it's like a 2-story. There's a garage on the bottom.
Yep.
Makes sense. It says it's 99 degrees outside. I believe it. Amazing. Amazing.
I like that we're just able to post all of this.
Right.
Didn't have to sign any NDAs.
Yeah, exactly. There's no pre-approval needed.
Nope.
Just post your experience, and it's a good one. Pulling into the parking lot.